too long in this place. That bright smile long gone been replaced. From ear to ear I see that fear in your face. Tell me when the last time you felt safe, cause there's some evil people in the streets. Evil at your front door, creeping while you sleep. It's time to raise up, show that evil we ain't weak. We don't turn the other cheek, I can show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. No more running from the bad guy. I'ma stare him in the eye like, what's up? I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. Yeah, I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up. We go through bad days, hard times, low pay, high crime, pathways to a life without sunshine. I'm the lifeline. With this lifeline, gonna be the pipeline, shining in the nighttime. Bet on me to swoop down. I'ma go toe to toe. Already know that I'm never gonna back down. Bet on me to stand tall. I take on anything for my crew. Bet I risk it all. Wicked people in the streets. Corruption in the politics and the police. It's time to raise up. Take a stand against the seat. We won't take a back seat. I can show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. No more running from the bad guy. I'ma stare him in the eye like, what's up? I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. Yeah, I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up. Get back up. Get back up. Get back up. If I get knocked down, I'ma get back up. If I get knocked down, I'ma get back up. If I get knocked down, I'ma get back up. I'ma get back up. I'ma get back up. I'ma. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. Yeah, no more running from that bad guy. Don't worry about it. I'm right here. What's up? I know that journey been hard for you. Okay, I ain't giving up. We ain't giving up. I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up.
Good morning, everybody. We are live due to Griffey's wonderful donation. So you're going to get a couple of videos before I get to really talking, since I am not quite awake. And I will do anything for money, apparently. But seriously, I gotta go fill the water bowl for poor Miss Helen, who's been yelling at me since 1 a.m. that I need to go fill it. So, yes, a cat can yell. So we're gonna watch this wonderful video on the angry vet yelling at Chili's Angels again. Yay. Yeah, I think I took my Benadryl early. I'm not sure. So, good morning, everybody. Becca says, Griffey, you're misbehaving is allowed. Well, then let's play the video so he has something to watch.
YouTuber Kevin the Angry Vet Soper returned to what has become his standard format of live stream on Wednesday as he picked up fast food, drove some, and ate it on camera while pledging unity, but dishing dirt and directing insults at members of the First Amendment auditing community. Soper again directed his ire at Chili's Angels, Thomas Let's OTVO Prowitsky, and Matthew Brick Jonesy Jones, with attacks on the men for their continued snipe hunts in pursuing finding documentation of the oaths of office taken by police officers and other elected officials in New Mexico. The men claim that without a signed oath of office on file, state officials and the police are not legitimate. While signing an oath of office is seen as a formality after taking the oath orally, most state and local police departments mention an oath of office needing to be signed and kept on file as part of their records. Quasi-boy band Chili's Angels have made it their goal to expose officers in New Mexico who do not have oaths of office officially on file at the state capitol. Both men were arrested earlier in the year for trespassing in pursuit of their goal and have since doubled their efforts. Soper has provoked both men by calling their quest a snipe hunt, as he feels that their goal isn't real and they're on a quest for something that doesn't matter or doesn't exist. He feels that it's a formality for officers to sign an oath of office, and that no officer will be punished for failing to sign the oath when they've taken the oath orally. Shade was exchanged between Soper and Prowitzki during Wednesday's live stream, after Soper pledged that he wanted to unite the community, but only after certain people issued apologies to him. While eating chicken sliders on camera and smoking a cigarette and seated in the front seat of his vehicle, Soper had struggled to find a topic of the live stream before settling on his attacks on the Chili's Angels group. Prowitzki fired back with accusations that Soper faked an incident in Rockville, South Carolina last year, where Soper claimed to have brain injuries following an incident with police. Eventually, Soper dared Prowitzki to call his phone on air or back down, after Prowitzki apparently threatened to release Soper's cell phone number. Soper added a cheerful shot at Prowitzki, more widely known by his username Let's OTVO, by asking how his campaign to overturn the Supreme Court's Terry v. Ohio ruling was going. Strangely, Soper made no mention of the ongoing campaign to raise money to make a donation to the children's charity Locks of Love during the broadcast. Soper is seeking $10,000 in funding to motivate him to make a donation of 10 inches of his hair to the charity. All monetary donations to the campaign are set to go to help his Citizens for American Rights Society, or SCARS, organization. The SCARS-backed campaign has yet to take in a donation for the campaign to the GoFundMe it uses for all donations to the organization. The organizers of the campaign have also recently missed their deadline to raise $1,000 to prepare Soper's hair for the larger donation. Soper himself has come off as apathetic towards the haircutting campaign, and his failure to maintain the campaign during the stream seemed deliberate. While he pledged that he'd shave his head, beard, and eyebrows if a $15,000 goal was reached on a recent live stream, when pressed, his responses seemed to indicate that he had little involvement in the campaign and was going to do little to support the cutting of his hair. The YouTuber turned to local politics before ending the live stream. The SCARS-related GoFundMe saw no donations for Wednesday and has yet to see a donation for the year. Our own ongoing expenses campaign won the day with a $200 donation, edging out Clash with Bow's campaign's $175 take. No other campaigns saw donations for Wednesday.
Okay, we're going to go to story number 2. Helen has stopped. Oh, now she's yelling at me again for something else. This is my life. I'm the slave to Helen the cat. Kill me. I mean, wonderful day, wonderful day, wonderful day. Yes, Helen, you're wonderful.
The crowdsourcing market seemed healthy for a second straight month, as we take a look at the mid-month take that has been dominated by newcomer Clash with Bow's stunning performance to fund the YouTuber's legal defense fund. YouTuber Bow was arrested in the exclusion zone surrounding the courthouse where the Karen Reed trial was being held in Massachusetts last month. While the area is designed to eliminate protests, Bow's refusal to follow police instructions saw him arrested and held for a mental competency evaluation. Since then, Bow's campaign for his legal defense fund has dominated the crowdsourcing market, destroying all that have come before it with a take not seen in recent years since Jose Chili de Castro dominated the market in early 2024. Help BOW secure legal representation took first place for the month, with a $5,771 towards its goal of $6,500. No one has come close to BOW's overall take over the past few weeks, with contenders only recently edging out BOW to take the daily fundraising title. Our own ongoing expenses fund is in second place for the mid-month, with a $1,480 take out of a $20,000 goal in the first 2 weeks of the month. Another newcomer has placed third for the month, with Shiz's Help Shannon Mary Attend Kaiser's Sentencing Fund taking in $350 out of a $1,000 goal. Fourth place, and falling fast, comes Lane Myers' Give Send Go account, which has taken in $72 towards a $30,000 goal. Finally, Craig Hendry's To Support Craig's Work fund has taken in $20 out of a $4,000 goal to round out the campaigns that have taken in donations at the mid-month. In overall take for the year, BOW again dominates. His campaign has taken a staggering $6,386 in the last month to earn first place for the year. Our own ongoing expenses campaign placed second, taking in $4,095 for the year and $10,240 in overall funding. Leighton Myers' Give, Send, Go campaign placed third for the year so far, with a $4,087 take out of an overall total of $6,736. Sean Paul Long Island Audit Rays is in fourth place, with a $2,020 take for the year out of an overall total of $54,303 since his campaign began. Craig Hendry's To Support Craig's Work campaign continues to fall in the yearly race, earning $1,915 for the year and $7,196 overall. Newcomer Shiz's Help Shannon Mary Attend Kaiser Sentencing campaign placed sixth for the year, with its $350 total earned in the past month. Seventh place goes to Jose Chili de Castro's Craig's Freedom Depends on Your Help fund, which has also taken in all of its funding this year. It stands at a total of $265. Liberty Trolls Support the Fight for Our Constitutional Rights fund is up next, with a $205 take for the year out of a total of $4,130. BZ Watchdog continues to decline for the year, taking in $115, but falling to ninth place. The campaign itself has taken in a total of $215 out of a $2,500 goal. Christopher Cordova's Defend DMA and the Fight Against Corruption and Oathbreakers fund has taken in $105 for the year and 10th place. It has taken in $905 since its inception. Michael Blue Bacon Peratini's Cover Defense Costs Against a Frivolous Lawsuit fund has taken in $100 for the year and $19,830 overall. Kevin, the Angry Vet Soper, has taken in $45 for the year for his Citizens for American Rights Society, or SCARS, GoFundMe campaign, which sits at a total of $1,240. The unofficial Support Delete Laws from the Tyranny He Fights campaign has taken in $25 for the year out of an overall $396 take. Finally, Sean Paul Long Island Audit Reyes returns with $10 in donations towards his Unlawful Arrest and Constitutional Rights campaign. While sitting in last place out of those campaigns that have received donations for the year, it sits at a $2,443 take out of a $20,000 goal. We will revisit these tallies at month's end.
Good morning, Popester.
Good morning.
We got bribed to go early, so we're playing this morning's videos. As far as Parson, we, any GoFundMe we see, we add without comment. So we added that one without comment, and let it be. We'd be accused of ignoring it otherwise, so putting it in the list is either a damned if you do, damned if you don't in that circumstance, and whatever comes of it, comes of it. I don't really give a shit. We don't play drama games here.
We don't even play soft set bingo.
No, we don't. It's kind of boring.
I know.
You know? Kind of boring.
Kind of
But
boring.
yes, those were there's nothing else going on. I think Wanda Meese got arrested again, but I don't follow Wanda Meese, so there's so many of these idiots getting arrested again that gives me a headache at times. I didn't do nothing. Well, you were driving without a license, you had no registration, you had no proof of insurance. I don't need none because I was traveling. Okay, I'm gonna get out of the car and show you. Well,
Yep.
You're resisting us now. Stop resisting. Stop resisting. Zzz. Then the wife gets involved. Stop resisting, lady. And of course, Chili didn't go live as he had planned to go live yesterday. So we didn't have a third story and not enough for a actual newscast. So we are waiting today for day 16 of Karen Reed to begin. That crack is getting... You can see the crack now, right by the Court TV logo.
Mm-hmm.
You see where the...
Yep.
It's faint on this because you can see it right to the left of the Court TV logo. It's getting worse.
Yeah.
Occasionally when they pan up, because the guy operating the Lieutenant Dan cam is a maniac. Sometimes they pan up and you can see the whole ceiling, and it's seriously getting worse.
I think they have interns, and I think they change off interns every now and again.
Yeah, because sometimes they just... It does like a zigzag through the whole courtroom because someone doesn't know how to work the thumbstick.
Right.
It's like, okay, we didn't need to see that. Yeah. Miss Helen is pissed off at me because I just gave her cheese balls and she wants more. She's been doing this since 1 a.m. She'll finish licking off the cheese on the cheese balls and then demanding more immediately.
The papal Roddy does that. Only what she will do is she'll beg for something. I'll give it to her, and then she doesn't like that, and so then she just kind of like lets it sit there, and then comes back and goes, "Give me another one."
Right.
Well, you didn't eat the first one.
I want a better one. Like Helen here, I don't know. What's going on the side chat? Why are you guys yelling at each other? I don't want to know. So apparently John's 17-year-old niece did testify yesterday. All of Free Karen Reed attacked her on Twitter because she's got a multi-million-dollar lawsuit, wrongful death lawsuit against Karen Reed, while her brother did not participate in that one. So they're not attacking the little brother, but they're attacking her. Because, yeah, she dared defy the saint that is Karen Reed. Saint,
yes.
I say.
Saint, I say, yes.
Saint, I say.
Isn't getting much movement in the voting, though.
Means she's not going to be the next pope?
I'm just saying the voting for sainthood is not getting much traction.
Oh, okay.
In the church.
But doesn't
The cardinals are not terribly in favor of making her a saint.
Doesn't she have to die first?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Not necessarily. EU is, strange deity, so,
I was always thinking you had to die first.
Well, that is true amongst the Catholics, yes.
Yes.
But since EU isn't the Catholic, we have our own rules.
Okay, then.
That
Folks,
people
be sure to
do complain are made up on the spot.
Well, yeah.
But I assure you, they are not.
Folks, be sure to go over to our main channel, which is the watching on us now, or us on now. But you can see our whole back catalog because I haven't started making stuff members only yet. But we're gonna figure out memberships one of these days. Since so many of you have them, we've got a couple things
One
up
of
there
these days.
One of these days, yes. Like today, I woke up at 1:30. I was writing by 2. Thank goodness Pants was up early, so we had the whole thing done with videos up by 4:30 a.m. I went back to bed for a whole 3 hours.
Ooh.
Yes.
So you should be well rested, is what you're saying.
Yes, I've had 6 hours of sleep, so yay.
Yeah. So you're well rested.
Yay. Good morning, Gia. Be sure to spread that link around wherever you want. No, Griffey, well, I may sleep more. When this stupid trial's over, I'll get more sleep. But until the trials, and I'll get sleep like on Saturday and Sunday.
You'll sleep when you're dead.
Yeah. And I'm stuffed up today, so yay.
You're stuck up today? Well, you're stuck up most days.
No, I'm stuffed up, like a stuffed crust pizza, but with snot raging out of my nose.
Oh, that's so much better.
Yes, does anyone want to see the snot raging out of my nose? I don't think
yes.
so.
Yes, yes.
Raging, because you're just hoping I die, so I'd be dead on camera and you'd profit off of it.
Yes, we would have a viral video. We would blow up, and we would dedicate the play button to you, posthumously.
Except you have to pay for those play buttons yourself now.
Well, it would be worth it.
Okay. Folks, we broke another milestone early morning this morning, as we're now at 7,023 subscribers.
Ooh.
One of the chili stories has really taken off, so yeah.
People are sick.
I don't know, but we may reach 10,000 before September. Don't be surprised.
Wow.
Just at the rate we're going, Yeah, it would be a surprise if we don't hit 10K by September.
Well, don't say that.
I don't know. I said we'd be surprised.
We might have to be stopped, you know.
Well, they've already come for us 18 times. Let's see. Is there anything else going on in the world today?
Well, there are lots
Other
of
than-
things going on in the world.
Other than Karen Reed. I mean, NCR is joining us today.
Hey, I just got freed, man. It was torture, and you know it.
Apparently, Karen Reed has been keeping NCR in her basement for the last 24 hours.
Ooh.
It's not
Or
my
so he
fault.
says.
It's not my fault. She tricked me. There was a box outside my house that was man size, and it said it was full of goth girls. I went towards goth girls.
Yes, you are weak. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
But I did hear some rumors that she was interested in marrying possibly Parson or maybe Mr. Shuggy.
Ooh.
Ooh. Well, we've got them both in the room, so why don't we marry them together and then they can jointly take on Karen Reed. Dearly beloved.
Oh no. I'm smelling Hennessy and shame. I think she's outside the house again.
Oh, good Lord. Oh, good Lord. Yeah, we have nothing for you on the Karen Reed case today, other than it's going to start any minute. Is it? Yeah, it's 9:02. I've already what the hell was that? It went purple. I told you, yeah, your intern theory is true, Phil.
Uh-huh.
The whole screen went purple.
I know.
The hell. And the crack is growing, NCR. You can see it up by the Court TV logo.
Crack is whack.
You were never able to see it before, but now the crack is growing.
Crack is whack.
And one day, Lieutenant Fan is going to fall and probably take out somebody. I forget who they're actually hanging over.
Shuggy says purple is a very Regan Benson color.
Regan Benson?
What?
Is he saying we need a story on Regan Benson?
Regan Benson?
Regan Benson.
is one true love besides the long-haired rebel.
Yes. Well, let's see. He hasn't done anything in a week, so no new videos, no new lives, no new posts. It's like the Regan Benson experience has left us. Why
Has left the building?
Hello, Karen Reed.
Hello. I hear you guys have some potential men for me.
Yeah, Shuggy's inside chat. Hey,
Oh.
Shuggy, your girl's here.
Oh, hello, Mr. Shuggy. I'm looking for a new man. Could you be my My new husband.
Check that light out back.
I don't think Shuggy's participating today. He may be drunk, or he may be working, or he may be both.
Well, if he's not man enough to stand up, how about Parson? I love his puffy kids.
Parson may have left the building. We're not sure yet, folks, where Parson is. We saw him in here earlier. He might have just, I don't know, whatever a Parson does to get around the country, because Parson appears in the background in a lot of these videos. He's walking by, he gives a nod to the camera. He may not look the same every time, but you know it's him. Master of disguise. That's how he's gotten out of 123 marriages this month. He just puts on a new disguise and he leaves, because Parson leaves all the time. Our Friday show, which is already scheduled for tomorrow night, explores the secrets of Parson each week. Even though we may not talk about him and he may not show up, he is indeed within the room, watching, waiting, and picking new targets for love, including possibly Matt G, maybe Griffey, and maybe you. Should just stick around and find out. Parson is the Latin lover. And
Parsons is as Parsons does.
Oh, Parson. Are you ready to become Mr. Parson Reed?
Reed. Parson says, sorry, I have to work to get paid. Well, what are you working on? You're always roaming the countryside.
He's working on breaking my heart.
You're a heartbreaker, love taker, whatever. Don't you mess around with Karen Reed.
Well, wouldn't that be okay? So here's a theory.
Yes.
Parson is a contract killer, which is why he would be working to get paid and moving about the country.
That might be it. Parson says only if you put on a puffy jacket, Karen. Bring out the puffy jacket.
I'll wear your puffy jacket anytime, honey. So is that a yes?
There you go, folks, as my innards have all twisted. At the thought of that, let's... Why don't I have volume on this one? Okay, folks, they'll be starting any year now.
Sometime today.
Fun time in the corral. Okay, corral tonight. Tonight we'll be back with you for Jim Sucks Thursday, or whatever the hell it is. You saw me riding a motorcycle apparently in the icon, and apparently I can't do that. So I've never tried. Whoever's making these icons for us doesn't know that.
I told you to not rely so much on AI.
I know.
That damn Skynet.
Adobe AI. Adobe AI at that. Get your sidebar count in now. Griffey says 7. Miss Karen Reed, how many are you going to cause today?
She's gone. I chased her away.
Thank God.
Oh. Okay, then how many are you going to cause today? NCR, if that's your real name.
It is my real name
Okay.
on the internet. But I'm gonna say 10. That seems like an actual fair number.
Well, remember, we only had 6 yesterday.
But it's not uncommon to get to 10.
How about you, Mr. Pope Phil II?
Who do we have? Do we know who we have on tap for today?
No, we don't. As
go with
Matt
the-
says, 8 sidebars.
I'm going to go with a dozen. Let me go with a dozen.
Dozen.
Is that how many I have pre-made?
So a dozen sidebars today. Folks, get them in. Put your guess in the side chat, and you may end up winning a 1978 Chrysler Cordova. You can pick it up at Shuggy's office. You have to go backwards in time to 1978, but find Shuggy and let him know that you're ready for your new car in 1978.
With
Chrysler
fine
Cordova.
Corinthian leather. With fine
Yes.
Corinthian leather.
Yes.
8-track
And
cost.
if you put it in storage and come back to this date, you will find the car is worth a whole $5.28 after depreciation. But it's still a Chrysler Cordova 1978 with the what, Phil? What is it, Phil?
Fine
fine-
Corinthian leather.
Yes.
When did Phil become Ricardo Montalban?
I actually had a Cordova. I had a 1980 Cordova.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go, folks. The trial of Karen Reed, day 16.
Okay.
Also had a 1977 Chrysler
You
LeBaron.
are unmuted. I was told council wanted to see me.
Sidebar.
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 Sidebar number 1. What flavor of these are these today, Popey?
Well, I'm going with my Phil's butt rub, which is my own recipe. Got a little bit of this and a little bit of that, some of that, and a little bit of this, and some. So, yeah, and then you just kind of mix that all together. Put it in a little shaker.
Yesterday, as we look at not Turtle Boy in front of us, and looks like Karen Reed's father having trouble standing up straight like a real boy. We learned that Turtle Boy has been banned again. He didn't get a ticket in the press pool.
Yeah, he was not in
the
the
third straight week. So we won't see his happy little face next week.
Aww.
How do you feel about that, Mr. NCR News Network?
I am devastated by the tone of my voice, as you can tell.
Right. Oh, good Lord. Yes, for the past few days, the Reed family have had a security guard sitting next to them after Mr. Reed allegedly has been trying to communicate with the jurors. So there's always that. He fell asleep yesterday, or at least appeared to fall asleep. Sirio says 9 sidebars. Matt G, we don't know how many side boobs there will be today. I haven't seen Karen's outfit. And speaking of side eye, we've got some Gia coming in. Zoe's giving us the side eye big time.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you and how is Zoe?
Everything's cool. Slept great. Woke up at 5:30.
I got back to bed early, an hour early, because Pants read the news early, and all we had was market news today, and the angry vet attacking Chili's Angels. Chili's Angels, of course, being Let's OTVO and Rick Jonesy. They don't like the angry vet. The feeling's mutual, even though I believe all of them are veterans. But they're fighting again and giving us the news of the day. Parson wants to know what Zoe... What's that?
Can't we all just get along?
No. Parson is asking what Zoe had for breakfast. Miss Gia, what did Zoe have for breakfast?
It's only 6:15 here.
So she didn't have breakfast yet?
No. 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock, 5 o'clock.
So there you go, Parson. You should know the feeding schedule. You've been trapped at the house before. Is it the same schedule for Vlad and the people you have trapped in the basement?
I don't think that's an appropriate question.
Okay. So that's a yes.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Zoe will have a little kibble, a little canned, and a chicken dehydrated treat.
I haven't eaten this morning. I could go for the same thing.
Yeah, me neither. I just had my first cup of coffee.
I didn't have coffee this morning because I don't drink coffee, but I had some nice, wonderful Sprite. Lemon lime drink brought to you by the Coca-Cola Company.
I thought it was something else now.
No, Sprite it's the Pepsi product that
Oh yeah,
from
Yarmouth changed to Starry.
That's right. That's right.
You know, one of the reasons why they changed to Starry, lost a court case because an influencer trademarked the name Sierra Mist.
Not an influencer, a porn star.
Same thing in some cases because she's an OnlyFans.
No, it's because they let the copyright expire.
Yes, that's what I just
They
said.
They tried to they set a cease and desist letter to her because she was using that name. So what she did is she copyrighted the name because they let it expire, and then sued them.
So now we have the crappier Starry, which I'm allergic to. Yay.
I know, it's a great story. It's a great story. It's a wonderful, heartwarming story.
Well, it's got a lemon zest to it that sets my allergies off.
Although Sierra spells her name with the C.
My favorite one is the guy who invented the intermittent windshield wipers.
Yeah.
And they stole it from him. Yeah. And he sued him, and he won. Guy who worked for GM or... Was an engineer, making no money, changed the industry. What's his name? Michael Keaton played him in a movie.
I don't know.
That was a really good movie. Great story. No, it wasn't
What is
Michael
it with-
Keaton. No, it wasn't Michael Keaton. It was God, I can see his face. Oh. Intermittent windshield wiper was discovered.
It was
Jesse,
so
I
good,
might be.
you can't remember it.
It was a long time ago. I'm old.
Nick Cage, maybe? Was it Nick Cage?
It was, because I remember it now, because the guy went psycho and then like killed everyone in sight.
Oh, okay.
But
Thank you,
but
Dave.
but he was
Hold
anti-hero.
on. Thank you, Dave, for the $5 super chat. Low back to
Unmuted.
fan. Is this the most famous ceiling fan in the world? Maybe the manufacturer can get a
Yes.
sponsorship. Add another day. That's 2 days more today. Super chat.
Flash of genius.
And we've noticed the crack above on the ceiling has
All persons have
expanded.
any business before the Honorable Beverly Cadoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the county of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, council. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. We thank you for your patience. Once again, we worked out something here this morning rather than having you watch us over at Sunbar. So we appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
No.
Said yes,
Cha,
you nodded
cha, cha.
affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
No.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
I did.
Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. May we have Ms. Hartnett, please?
I can't believe they haven't kicked me off this jury yet.
Bad day for solar panels. I don't know. That's a headline I got in my
Good morning. Good morning.
email that I'm ignoring.
Go right ahead, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Hartnett, and welcome back this morning.
Good morning.
Your Honor, if I could please have Exhibit 145 that is in evidence
Okay.
Published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolk? Ms. Hartnett, you will recall discussion about the taillight from the Lexus that was discussed on both direct and cross-examination yesterday.
Yes.
And you recall the discussion with regard to the weather that was in existence on or about January 29th. I'm not going to go into it at all. I just want to sort of refresh and reorient to where we were on that topic. You recall that?
Yes.
And I am now going to reference specifically what you referred to yesterday, I believe, as the inner part of the taillight, sometimes the inside of the taillight. Do I have that parlance correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So my question is, did you find any sand or salt or any other debris in the inside portion of that taillight?
No, I did not.
Now, and you can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. You recall discussion about shards of taillight? Do you recall that discussion at all in your testimony?
No, I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay. I wasn't certain whether we had that parlance. So my question is, to your knowledge, was there any testing of any taillight alleged to have been found at 34 Fairview for biological material?
No, there was not.
And could you just please state what your definition is, inclusion, when you refer to biological material?
Those items were not processed in the criminalistics unit for any type of biological, meaning they would not tested for blood, semen, saliva, or a skin cell collection.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part that you...
Or a skin cell collection.
Now turning and changing topics. There was a T-shirt and a hoodie of the decedent. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And are you okay with my parlance of T-shirt, the yellow or orange T-shirt on the one hand, and then the gray hoodie sweatshirt? Is that an acceptable parlance for you?
Yes.
So with regard to those two items, if I could, Your Honor, have published what is already in evidence, Exhibit 151 and 150, and Mr. Wolk, if we could please put those side by side. Alrighty, so is it correct that what's on the left is the right sleeve of what we refer to as the hoodie, and on the right is the, what color would you like to call that T-shirt?
Orange, please.
All right, so the orange T-shirt. Is that what we're looking at up on the screen?
Yes, so it's the right sleeve of the gray hoodie and the back of the orange T-shirt.
Thank you. Am I correct that you included a handwritten note on your report that you found, quote, debris from each of these two items, or from these two items collectively?
I don't handwrite notes on my report, so I'm just confused about where you're asking that.
Okay, I'll ask a different question. Hopefully it will be clear. Did you find debris on either of those two items of clothing?
Yes, I performed a debris collection on each of those items and combined them.
I'm sorry, it's not your fault, it's mine. There's a HVAC noise I can't hear. If you
So
could
can we
speak up
turn
just
the
a
air
little.
conditioning off, please?
I'm okay with
I can
it.
speak
It's
up.
just
I'm
if you could
sorry.
speak up a little. I don't want to
Of course.
discomfort people. Can you move the mic?
Yes, I can speak up. My apologies.
If you could speak a little louder, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes.
Can you repeat your answer, please?
Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
Sure. Did you find debris on these articles of clothing?
Yes, I took scrapings from each of these items of clothing and combined the debris. Yes.
With regard to scrapings, can you describe how the term scrapings relates to these two items of these two items that are on the screen?
Yes. Scraping is the mechanism I use to remove any debris that was remaining on both the sweatshirt and the T-shirt. I held each up over my lab bench. I took a long metal spatula and scraped any debris that was on these items into a small glassine packet.
Is it correct that you do not know where the debris came from specifically, other than it came from one or both items of
Morning,
both
Hank.
of these two items?
Yes, that's correct.
Morning.
So the debris could be from just the hoodie, it could be just from the t-shirt, or it could be a combination of the both?
Yes, the items were packaged together, so they were already commingled. So there was no way for me to determine which debris came from which item, and it would be misleading to label them as such, so I combined them.
Exactly where my next point was going to go to, thank you, and my next questions. So what, if anything, were these two items contained in when you got them?
They were contained in a brown paper bag, and they may have been contained in a larger box, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
So when you got them and you saw them for the first time, using your term, they were commingled together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And was there any debris in the bottom of the bag?
There may have been. When I examine something on my bench, I also shake out the bag to ensure that nothing is left behind and that everything is examined and accounted for.
Now, am I also correct that there is no description of the actual debris that you found? For example, you didn't specify whether it was little fibers, little hair, little pieces of this or that. Do I have that correct?
Correct. I did not do any examination on it. I just packaged it.
And therefore, you didn't note whether any of the debris was a plastic or a plasticine nature, correct?
Correct. That would not be part of my analysis.
And there was no marker put on any part of the debris that was recovered. Is that also correct?
I labeled the debris with an item number. I'm not sure what you mean by marker, if that's what you mean.
Parts of debris, in other words, there wasn't separate identification or markers for separate pieces of debris.
No, I did not separate out the debris.
There was no photograph taken of the debris?
Not by me, no.
Do you have knowledge of whether there was a photograph taken of the debris by anybody?
I do not.
So you have, as you sit here today, you have no knowledge that there's a photograph of the debris?
That's correct. I do not.
When you received the hoodie and the t-shirt that's depicted as 150 and 151, they came in together, commingled with some debris at the bottom in an evidence bag. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if there was debris at the bottom of the bag. What I can say is that there was debris on the items, and I did shake out the bag. I don't have a memory of anything coming out of the bag. I don't know.
So there could have been debris at the bottom of the bag when you shook it out. You just don't recall.
There could have been debris
Yes,
at the bottom of
correct.
the bag.
If we
okay?
could, Your Honor, please have Exhibit 154 already in evidence published. And let's keep it there for a moment, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Wolk for you to zoom in. Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize this generally, and then I'm going to have it zoom in so you can read it, as an evidence bag?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Wolk, could you please zoom in, starting from the top, so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read this. And if you could, Ms. Hartnett, just take a moment to read it, and then I'm going to ask you some questions, but I want you to have a fair opportunity to read it. Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
And if we can then scroll down, Mr. Wolk, so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read the rest of what's on there.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Wolk, if you could just leave it where it is now. With Your Honor's permission, I don't see a need to keep the lights off, can have that on, but if
That's
Ms.
great.
Hartnett
Lights
needs
on,
it,
please.
you'll
Lights
just let us
on,
know.
please.
So, is this the evidence bag that the t-shirt and the hoodie were in when you received those items?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
You see the name of collected by someone there. Can you read who that
I'd laugh my butt off
states
if
it was
they had a
collected
clapper.
by?
Yes.
And state what that is.
It says TPR Proctor.
Proctor.
And are you able to conclude what the TPR stands for?
Generally, we use that to abbreviate trooper.
Right. So that is former Trooper Proctor that it says collected by, correct?
That is what's written on the bag, yes.
And the date of the collection, if we can just, Mr. Wolf, just focus in on that. Thank you. The date of the collection is January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it a fair conclusion from this evidence bag and your experience on the matter to conclude that former Trooper Proctor was the person who collected the evidence and put it in the bag?
I have no knowledge of who actually collected it and put it in the bag. I can only read what I see on the monitor.
In terms of, and if we could, Mr. Wolk, please take that down and put back up the side-to-side images and depictions of the T-shirt and the hoodie. Do you know the
Has he made any point
journey, if
yet?
you will, of those two
I
items
don't think
before you
so.
received them?
No, I do not.
The debris that you ultimately saw on the hoodie and the T-shirt, and that which may or may not have also been additionally in the bag, do you know
It's in the
where
bag.
that debris would have been picked up from?
No, I don't know the source of the debris.
And you were not provided with information as to the potential source of that debris, correct?
No.
Were you aware of whether or not the debris, or excuse me, whether those items had been on the floor of an ambulance or a floor of a hospital?
No, I do not have any information like that.
Is it important to maintain the sanitary condition of evidence generally to avoid contamination?
We do our best to avoid contamination once we receive items into evidence, yes.
And what are some of the protocols that are used to avoid contamination of evidence, generally?
Generally, wearing gloves, putting items in packaging, bleaching any materials or utensils that we're going to use, or using disposable materials, sterile materials when possible or necessary. We also wear lab coats when processing evidence.
Is another protocol or technique to separate out pieces of evidence to prevent cross-contamination?
Sometimes we will separate pieces of evidence. If the items are already mixed in with each other, then the items are kept together, can be kept together.
Do you know the chain of custody of either the hoodie or the T-shirt?
I only have record of the chain of custody from when it was delivered to the lab.
So before any delivery to the lab, you do not have knowledge of the chain of custody of either of those two items?
No, I just know which detective unit dropped the items off.
And which detective unit was that?
Norfolk Detective Unit.
What I would like to now do is to, we can now take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. I want to sort of speciate, if you will, separate out the evidence that you have talked about so far, so that
He's on the $10
it's
words.
clear what you submitted and what may have been submitted by others to the lab. Do you understand that concept generally?
Yes.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do is to give categories, and if you would be kind enough to say, I submitted it by some other person, that would be helpful. Any items that were collected from the vehicle, who submitted those to the lab or brought them to the lab?
I did.
The swabs from the red Solo cups,
I submitted the swabs.
the drinking glass that you were presented with at Canton PD,
I submitted that item.
the two clothing items that we just saw on the screen, the hoodie and the t-shirt.
Those were submitted by the Norfolk Detective Unit.
Were there also any fingernails that were part of the investigation and that you had knowledge of?
Yes.
Describe what those were, please.
Fingernails may be collected at the medical examiner's office, and they're clippings from the top of the fingernails of the victim.
And were those submitted to the lab?
Yes,
And by whom?
by the Norfolk Detective Unit.
And the phrase known blood standards, are you familiar with that phrase?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, please, what that means?
A known blood standard is a sample of blood that is collected from an identified person.
And which person were those known blood standards related to your knowledge in this matter?
We received a tube of blood that was identified as belonging to John O'Keefe.
And with regard to the fingernails and the known blood standards, who submitted those to the lab?
The Norfolk County Detective Unit.
So am I correct to conclude that for those items that you submitted to the lab, you knew sort of their journey, if you will, but that those items that were submitted by, I think you referred to as Norfolk County, was that your parlance?
Yes, correct.
You don't have knowledge about those other than that they were submitted by them?
Prior to them arriving at the lab, correct. I have no knowledge of what occurred, where they were stored or anything like that before that.
And no knowledge of those items not submitted by you would include no knowledge of the chain of custody of those items, correct?
No knowledge prior to them being received into the lab. That is correct.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment, please, it'll probably be 30 to 45 seconds. Thank you. Bear with me, please.
Timer. Gotta ask Karen.
What does the boss want to say? It's like when we have to do this with you, Gia.
Yep.
Have to ask the boss.
Every time.
I think they're talking about my fabulous homemade rubbed side boss. I think they're saying, have you tried that? That's delicious. That was wonderful.
I've been meaning to talk to you about rubbing the side boss there.
Yeah. I used gloves. It was sanitary.
So the questions I have for Ms. Hartnett at this time, thank you for answering my questions, Ms. Hartnett.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan, any redirect?
Yes.
You mentioned that you had an opportunity to observe a paper bag that had red Solo cups in it,
Yes, that's correct.
and the red Solo cups had a coloring of red in the cups.
Yes.
You'd never seen blood preserved in cups like that before?
Objection, Your Honor.
To the form, sustained.
Had you ever seen blood stored in cups like that before.
No.
Do you know the circumstances of storing that blood?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
When the blood was stored in the cups, do you know the circumstances?
Sorry, Mr. President. Your Honor, objection. Can we have a sidebar, please? It's important.
Okay?
Sidebar, it's
Sidebar.
important. Mr. Jackson says this is a very important sidebar.
Good, she
bet you
does
he
not
gets-
have an ass.
Well, I bet you he gets up there and farts in front of the judge, and they all have a good old laugh. That's the importance of this sidebar.
He just wants to ask the rest of the people what they do about hemorrhoids because they're tearing the ass out of him.
Good Lord. If Karen Reed was with us, or Karen Reed was with us again this morning, if she had stuck around, we could have asked her, but NCR scared her off. So,
Good.
Did he propose?
Who, NCR to Karen Reed? No. I think
The coloring
waiting
in those
for the
cups,
perfect drunk
do you know firsthand what that comprised of, what the item was?
Are you asking me if I knew what the contents specifically of the cup
Yes.
were? No, I do not.
And so the red cups with the red spots stored in them, do you know the circumstances surrounding the effort made to try to preserve that evidence?
Can you just be more specific in what you mean by circumstances?
Sure. Do you know where those red cups came from?
I was told they were collected from the scene. I don't have firsthand knowledge of collection.
And you weren't at the scene that morning, were you?
No, I was not.
Do you know what the circumstances or the challenges
Duh!
were that morning?
No, I'm not aware.
You said that you respond to active scenes and sometimes, like in this case, after the event happens?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there a difference when you're at an active scene as opposed to when you arrive at a scene that is past the event?
I would say multiple units are working at the same time, attempting to document, preserve, and collect evidence.
You were asked a few questions about the top back of the Lexus SUV.
Yes, that's correct.
When you were first asked the question, you were asked if you had studied that area, and you said you didn't recall if you looked at that area.
I did look at the area. I looked over the entire vehicle, but I didn't know anything specific in that area, no.
When you say you looked over the entire vehicle, did you look over the back of the vehicle as well?
Yes, the only part I did not look at was the roof of the vehicle.
Did you study all sides equally? Did you spend time with the entire vehicle?
I believe I made an effort, yes, to look at the entire vehicle.
When you studied the back of the vehicle,
And did you have music?
not
when
the
you were
right side, the
looking
left
at
side,
it?
the back, middle, did you find any hair?
I did not note any hair, no.
Did you find any scratches?
The only scratches I noted were ones that I had spoken of previously on the right.
When you looked at the left side of that Lexus, did you find any dents or scratches?
Nothing that I noted, no.
Did you find any hair on that side of the car?
Not that I noted, no.
Did you find any dents, scratches, or hair anywhere but on, other than the right side quarter of that Lexus?
I did not note any. I also did not examine the interior of the vehicle.
You said that you removed the hair. What do you do after you remove the hair?
The hair is placed into a small glassine envelope, then placed into a larger manila envelope, and then I signed and sealed it, gave it the appropriate case number and item number, and then secured it in our storage room.
Can that hair be further tested?
Yes.
Is that something you would do or a different person?
I don't perform testing on the hair. I performed a microscopic examination of it, and then additional testing can be performed by a different unit.
Let me ask you some questions about where you found the hair. You saw the two different angle pictures yesterday that you described.
Yes, I saw 2 pictures of that hair yesterday.
You were also shown some video where the car had snow and ice on it. Is water a conduit? Does water ever act as an adhesive?
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form of the question.
Okay. Why don't I show you a similar video that you were shown yesterday, but we've clarified it so it's more clear. I'm going to ask you to take a look
When the water
at video
freezes, it kind of helps
125.
things stick.
Can we stop that, please? And can you see that's 5:51:54 p.m. on 1/29/22?
Yes.
When you first saw this vehicle, it didn't have that snow on the right back near that taillight, did it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently, Mr. Brown.
When you saw this vehicle for the first time, did it have that snow packed into the back right of the car?
No, to the best of my recollection, there was no snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
And the hair where you found it, you see the red back taillight, the piece of red that's showing?
I do see that, yes.
In reference or relative to that red, was the hair to the right, left, below?
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. Do you see the ice or snow on the right side quarter panel of that Lexus?
I don't see it on the quarter panel. I'm not sure what you're speaking
Okay.
of.
If we could move that video forward, please, to 702. And then to 749, please. Stop. Go forward just a little bit, please. Stop. Okay. There's still remnants of snow. Did it look like that when you first saw it?
No, I believe I did not see any snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
If you could fast forward, please. Thank you. You can take that down. Thank you. You were asked if you had any information about when damage occurred,
Yes, that's correct.
and you offered us you don't have no idea, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No, I do not know when the damage occurred.
You were asked whether or not
It's not her
damage
job to know that.
existed on that car prior to that day, prior to January 29th, 2022. You remember that question?
Yes.
Did you know there are ring videos of that car from January 28th, 2022?
No.
I want to show you some photos and ask you a few questions. If we could have 147C, please. If you could close up. Do you remember what that's a picture of or a photograph of?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a tear that was on the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt.
The threads coming from the side of that hole?
Yes.
Those threads, could you pull those threads and pull them out by hand if you wanted to?
Can you repeat that question?
If you pulled on those threads, could you pull thread from that hole if you wanted to?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I don't know. I didn't attempt to pull at them at all.
Did you examine them to see if they were woven or loose, those threads?
Yes.
Okay, and what were they?
They were loose. The fibers had started to separate up from the shirt. Separate and weave. I don't want to say they were separated from the shirt completely. The weave was starting to separate.
If we could have photograph 57. 5757. Are those the red cups that you saw?
Yes.
And what color is the fluid inside?
I noted there was red-brown stains inside.
Okay. And do you see that white object, the rag or the paper towel?
Objection, Your Honor. Go.
Yes, sustained.
Well, you were asked about who, you can take that down. You were asked about who had custody
talking
of
about the
items.
item
You
on the
only have
floor?
custody of items once you receive them,
Yeah,
right?
They debated about it with the previous
Yes, that's
witness.
correct.
If somebody had access to that rag and dipped it in those cups and then smeared it on the taillight, and you went and tested, would you potentially be able to find that red liquid on the taillight?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's sustained.
If strands of cloth were pulled from those
And they'd be
clothing
dumb enough to leave the
and
rag
placed in
there.
the taillight area,
Uh-huh.
would you know when they were placed?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you get to a scene and you examine an area, if you don't see it firsthand, is there any way you can date when items are placed on an object?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Sure. When you look at an area like a
Lady,
taillight,
that was
if you found blood or cloth or another item in that area, would you know when it was placed in that area?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I think there are really just too many variables to say either way.
And if an item like blood or cloth was placed in that area, is that something you would be looking for in your examination?
In which area?
Say the taillight, for example.
If there was an object placed in the taillight, would I be looking for that? I'd be looking for any item evidence. I'm not specifically looking for anything. I'm just looking for anything that would potentially be evidence.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything further, Mr.
Briefly,
Lissy?
Your Honor. If we could, Your Honor, have 147C republished. Would it be acceptable to move it along if Ms. oh, you have it? Okay. If we could have Ms. Gilman, I have just one question, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Ms. Gilman.
I-
147C, I believe it.
Okay, I think you already had it up there.
No, it's this one, yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you just moments ago a question about this depiction?
Yes,
And to be clear, this is the right sleeve of the gray hoodie, correct?
yes, that's correct.
You didn't perform any analysis of this area of the right hoodie, did you?
I performed damage analysis on each of those tears on the sleeve.
Right, but you didn't perform an analysis as to the source of that item, what it could be, correct?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. You didn't do any analysis of what could have caused that hole in the sweatshirt, did you?
No, I did not.
Did you compare it to dog
No further
bite?
questions. Again, thank you for answering my question.
Your
All right,
Honor.
Ms. Hartnett, you are all set.
I wanted to correct something from the record yesterday. I wasn't sure when was appropriate to do that.
Okay. Do you recall which lawyer asked you the question?
Yes, Mr. Alessi asked me the question.
Your Honor, are we going to proceed along with that?
So why don't I see you outside?
Thank you.
Hit bar.
Oh, they don't know what she's gonna say, so they gotta yammer.
Yep. Yeah, jump on her.
Yep.
Don't you say nothing, lady. Don't you say nothing.
My daughter just sent me a clip from the producers. God,
Yes.
so funny. Springtime for Hitler.
Which version? The
The second one.
Okay,
Yeah.
second one.
The one with Matthew.
Matthew and Nathan Lane.
Oh my God. We
Yeah,
used to watch that movie and laugh our butts off.
Yeah, I grew up with reruns of the original.
Yeah.
With Gene Wilder.
Yeah. God bless Mel Brooks. God bless him. He made us laugh. Yeah, he made us laugh at stuff we shouldn't be laughing at, but it had a reverse. It had a reverse effect because they ruined it for the haters.
Can you imagine if Blazing
Right, so
Saddles
Ms. Hennett,
today?
I am going to let you step down because questions from both sides are completed.
Okay,
So
thank you.
you, though.
Yeah, Blazing Saddles. The sheriff is a new.
Yeah, I couldn't say that.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, who is your next witness?
Next witness is Dr. Scotty Bell.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
Yes.
Thank you.
So funny.
My favorite was always when he had the gun to himself. Help me, help me. I think he means it.
My favorite line is when he's in line for the where they had taken the Klansmen's cloaks and wore them.
Yeah.
When he's up and they see the back of his hand is black, he's, oh no, I just working, rubs his hands on his pants and shows the palm of his hand. See, it's come off.
Yeah.
Why don't I see counsel at sidebar, please?
What in the wide world of sports is going on here?
That's number 4 for today already. 4 for today.
It's 2 in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, they didn't even get this witness up on the stand yet, and they're having another sidebar. Folks, just want to remind you we did put up 2 stories today with the angry vet attacking Chili's Angels yesterday and Clash with Bow dominating the crowd tours market for the past month. Clash with Bow, who was briefly involved in this case as he was caught in the exclusion zone, refusing to leave when ordered to about a month ago. He has raised over $6,000 for his legal defense since being released from a 24-hour mental hold because they wanted to evaluate him. So, yeah, he's apparently going to be suing the Commonwealth of Massachusetts over his treatment in the forcible hold. What do you think, guys? Clash with Bow.
He's a good actor. I think he's a good actor. Just like Lane. He's a character.
When they took him to jail, would that be classified as a bowel movement?
Just a reminder, tomorrow afternoon, we do have, I think it's 1:30, we'll be taking a break from Karen Reed to cover the Lane Myers hearing. Then we'll be back with the separate, if Karen Reed is still going on, we'll return to the coverage. Lane Myers has threatened us, so we will be covering that case instead of this case for part of the day tomorrow. There are 50 other broadcasts of this that you could probably watch during those couple hours, but the Lane hearing will probably be much more entertaining. And that is tomorrow, I believe it's at 1:30 Eastern Time. Then tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, we'll be discussing that hearing and all the events of the day on Parson Friday.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Irini Scorribello. That's spelled IRINISCORDI-BELLO. I am a medical examiner employed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
How long have you been a medical examiner for?
In the state of Massachusetts since December of 2016. In general, I have been a medical examiner since 2008.
Did you attend medical school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you attend medical school?
I completed medical school in New York City at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine, now known as ICANN School of Medicine.
Did you attend a residency?
Yes, I completed my residency in anatomic pathology at Mount Sinai Hospital.
Is that what you specialized in during your residency?
Yes.
After your residency, did you go right to the medical examiner's office or did you work anywhere else?
After my residency, I completed a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology that was done at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the City of New York. And then I went to work as a medical examiner.
Is there a certain type of doctor you are? Do you have a particular?
Yes, I am a forensic pathologist.
What are your duties at the medical examiner's office?
My duties and responsibilities at the medical examiner's office include performing examinations and autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death in cases that fall under our jurisdiction.
How many other doctors work with you at the medical examiner's office?
I think there's close to 20 of us. I don't know the exact number.
The medical examiner's office, are you responsible for all counties in Massachusetts as far as doing examinations and autopsies?
No, my primary location is in Westfield, Massachusetts, where one of our satellite offices is, and we cover Worcester County and the entire western part of the state. There's 3 offices in the state, the one in Westfield, the one in Boston, and the office at the Cape, in Cape Cod.
You mentioned that part of what you do is to try to determine manner and cause of death?
Yes.
I use the word autopsy generally without too much detail. Can you describe for the jury what the process is when you're trying to determine the manner and cause of death?
You would like me to explain what an autopsy is?
Please.
An autopsy is a large surgical procedure with 2 main parts. The external examination, which is an examination of the outside of the body, where we document physical characteristics such as hair color, eye color. We document any identifying features such as scars or tattoos, height, weight, and then we also document any signs of disease or any signs of injury on the body. The second part of the autopsy is the internal examination, where we make surgical type incisions on the body and we examine the internal organs of the neck, the chest, the abdomen and the pelvis, as well as the head and the brain. Part of the autopsy procedure, and this depends on the kind of case we're doing an autopsy on, might include other studies such as taking evidence, toxicology, which is done on almost every case, and any additional dissections or any additional steps we might feel we have to take. But that's, in general, what an autopsy is.
Do you ever seek the assistance of any other doctors or professionals that have specialties in your determination in an autopsy about manner and cause of death?
Yes, absolutely. We often, well, like I mentioned before, we perform toxicology on almost all our cases, and those samples are sent to the toxicology state lab. We also have a board-certified neuropathologist and cardiac pathologist in our office, and very often we will consult with them in determining cause and manner of death.
Are cause of death and manner of death the same or two different things?
They're two completely different things.
Can you explain to us what the difference is between the two of them?
Yes. Cause of death refers to the disease or the injury that initiates a sequence of events that ultimately leads to someone's death. So that disease or that injury can be a natural disease such as atherosclerosis or coronary artery disease, or it can be some sort of injury. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances that led to the death. So there are 5 manners of death that we use in our practice. The most common one is actually natural. Natural means that the person's cause of death, the disease that killed them, was due to natural causes. And that would include heart disease, diabetes, cancer. All those are natural processes that take place in the body that lead to death. And so the manner of death is natural. If trauma or an injury is involved, then we have to decide then let me back up. If trauma or an injury is involved, then the manner of death is no longer natural. And therefore, it could be that the trauma was inflicted in an accidental manner, in which case the manner becomes accident. If it was inflicted by another person with the intent to cause harm, then the manner becomes a homicide. And if the trauma, and when I say trauma, I should include both physical and chemical trauma, chemical when it comes to intoxications due to drugs, et cetera. If the trauma was self-inflicted, then the manner of death is suicide. So we have natural, accident, homicide, suicide, and then the 5th one is what we call undetermined or could not be determined. That is when the circumstances in a case are not entirely known or clear to us, and the information that we have does not support one manner of death over another. In that case, we classify the manner of death as undetermined.
When you are conducting an autopsy and making an analysis and attempting to reach a conclusion, you said when you looked at in a case, is your case and what you do different than procedure in a prosecution's case?
Can you repeat the question? I'm not sure I understand.
I can. When you're making your determinations about cause or manner of death, do you have any limitations?
Okay, so the cause of death is something that is determined by the autopsy. That is my opinion or our office opinion as to the disease or injury that led to that person's death. So that is, I don't have any major limitations unless we're dealing with cases where, the body's decomposed and we're not able to do, all the testing necessary. But in most cases, the cause of death depends on my findings during the autopsy. The manner of death, yes, there are limitations because it's circumstance driven. And so the circumstances might not be known to us at the time of the autopsy. They might not be known to us ever. And therefore, while the cause of death is my medical opinion, the manner of death depends on information I get from other people.
Are you always able to reach a conclusion on manner of death?
No, that's why I said that in cases that we cannot, that manner of death is classified as undetermined.
I want to now ask you about whether or not you examined John O'Keefe.
Yes, I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe.
When you examined Mr. O'Keefe, Did you work with a team or by yourself?
No, we always work in a team. The team is made up of the medical examiner and a medical examiner's assistant that helps with the actual performance of the autopsy, especially when we examine the head. And then, of course, we work with the toxicology lab and, in this particular case, our neuropathologist.
The medical examiner's office, is that a division of the Massachusetts State Police?
No,
Is it a division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
no,
Is the medical examiner's office independent?
yes.
When you conduct an autopsy, are representatives of law enforcement or district attorney's office able or allowed to attend an autopsy?
Yes, they're usually allowed to attend the autopsy if they wish.
Is that an uncommon practice?
No, it's not uncommon.
Would you remember when your autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe occurred?
Yes, I performed the autopsy on January 31st of 2022.
If you have notes?
Yes, I do.
I think you'd be able to use them, but we'll just want to indicate that you're reading from your notes if that's the case. Thank you.
So you can use your notes, Doctor, just.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you began the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe, do you know who, if any, representatives from the Massachusetts State Police or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office were present?
I don't remember their names. I do believe there were two individuals, and every person who attends an autopsy has to sign a log, and their names would be logged in our records. I don't remember their names.
What is the role of law enforcement relative to the actual physical autopsy? Do they have any role?
No, they're not part of the autopsy. They don't have a role. Their role is to observe. Sometimes they will ask questions, and based on my findings, they might, go on and do their investigation.
Does your office photograph things of interest, like injuries on the person that you're doing the autopsy on?
Yes, we do.
Is law enforcement allowed to take their own photographs as well?
Yes.
Did you in fact memorialize your findings in this case?
I did.
Are there a number of different ways in which you memorialize your findings?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I took notes, physical notes, pen and paper. There's a report that's issued within 90 days of the completion of the autopsy, and then photographs, digital photographs.
You mentioned a report is due in 90 days. Is that often referred to as an autopsy report?
Yes.
Why 90 days?
That is the standard that is set by the National Association of Medical Examiners. We're part of NAME, and therefore we try to have a finalized report for all our cases within 90 days, because we know that families are waiting for these reports, and therefore we do our best to finish a report within 90 days.
Did you in fact complete a so-called autopsy report in this case?
Yes, I did.
In addition to the autopsy report, well, included in the autopsy report, do you make handwritten notations about locations of injuries?
Yes.
And share with us how's that done. Is there a picture or a graph?
There's a diagram, a body diagram that we use to mark the location of injuries.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
Do you generally recognize what these documents are?
Yes, these are my diagrams from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy.
And could you just very basically describe each one of them?
Some of them. Yes, the first one is a body diagram. A lot of things have been whited out, but it's the diagram that I would use to make note of any injuries. The second one is a diagram of the face and the skull. I would also use this diagram to make notes as to any injuries on the face. And the third one is a diagram of the inside of the skull, what we call the base of the skull, as well as different views of the brain itself. Again, I would make notes to point out different injuries.
As you are noting injuries in your autopsy report, these diagrams, they start off blank?
They start off blank and then they're filled out as we go along.
And you fill out all the details you find important in your report?
Correct.
For reference, and to assist us, I have some blank diagrams that I may ask you to point out things on the blank diagram for us.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I'd ask permission, I've spoken to defense to use these simply as a chalk.
Sure.
No objection, Your Honor.
Before you begin an autopsy, do you seek any medical records if available?
Yes. When a case is called into our office, depending on the time and the day that it is called in, our intake department, who are the people initially on the phone taking the information, will start asking for both medical records as well as police reports. So in the morning, when we start the autopsy, it's possible that we have some records. Sometimes if a decedent is brought to us from the hospital, there might be some records that come along with the body. But to answer your question, yes, we always ask for medical records, what we call PCP records, which are primary care physician records, any records from a hospital where the decedent may have been, and investigative reports, police reports.
Do you recall whether you had access to John O'Keefe's medical records from Good Samaritan Hospital?
I did have access, yes, in the day, I believe the day of and the following day.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Subject to any later reactions, I would move the Good Samaritan medical records.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 155.
This time I would move for identification all photos of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries at Good Samaritan Hospital, just for identification.
Okay. Exhibit JJ for ID.
Further, this time I'd move for identification all OCME, Office of Medical Examiner photos.
Okay. Exhibit KK for ID.
Thank you. One more. Your Honor, at this time I'd move all CSSS photos for identification.
May I just have an understanding of the acronym?
With the court's permission, Ms. Gilman, if you could put up the diagram, full body. Could enlarge that a little more. Thank you very much. Could you explain this to us?
Yes, this is the diagram that we use during every autopsy. As you can see, we note the name of the decedent. Every case has its own number. In this case, it was 22-1697. And then we take note of, as I mentioned, during the external examination, physical characteristics such as hair, eyes, teeth. And then on this diagram, we would note any scars we see on the body, any tattoos we see on the body, any injuries we see on the body, and any therapeutic interventions. Those would be things that are sometimes done either by emergency medical personnel or at the hospital. Everything would be noted on this diagram.
Now, if you could take us through, I'm going to ask you, we'll go body part by body part, if that's okay. I'm going to ask you to begin with Mr. O'Keefe's face, the front of his face. And if you
Yes.
if you could enlarge that, Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. Did you notice any injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face? And if so, could you, I think there's a pointer available for you, doctor? If you could
Yes.
point out on the diagram what you observed.
So on the diagram, well, first of all, there was medical intervention on Mr. O'Keefe that included an endotracheal tube that had been placed to help him breathe. But once all the intervention, all the medical devices were removed, I observed on his right upper eyelid a 1 centimeter laceration. So as we're looking at the diagram, this is the right side and this is the left side. So on his right eyelid, there was a small laceration. I also observed abrasions on the anterior and the left aspect of the nose. So the nose would be here on the front and the left aspect. Abrasions are scrapes. Lacerations are tears in the skin. I should probably explain that. Then there was some bleeding and some swelling of the eyelids of both eyes.
Does that complete your analysis?
For the front of the face, correct, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, this is a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's face.
Does that photograph depict any of the observations or injuries you made that you just described to the jury?
Yes, it shows the small laceration that I noted during the autopsy on the right eyelid. You can see some of the swelling and some of the bleeding over his eyelids. And that's pretty much all I can see because it's a side view.
Is there an apparatus?
There is what we call an endotracheal tube, as well as a C collar or a C stabilization collar. That's something that would have been placed on him by medical personnel.
All right, well, this is the evidence that asks for instruction.
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right. So, folks, during the testimony of Dr. Scorti-Bello, photos will be introduced to you. They're photographs of John O'Keefe that Dr. Scorti-Bello from the autopsy. So you'll have them in the jury room with you. I'll put them in an envelope, or I'll ask that they be put in an envelope. So if you don't want to look at them now, you don't have to. At some point, we'd ask that you make sure you look at it. These photos are not pleasant, and you may find that they're graphic. But what's important for you to know is that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not based on pity or sympathy for Mr. O'Keefe, which might be occasioned by these photographs. So consider the photographs only as they draw your attention to a clinical, medical status, or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, or to the nature of the incident itself. So they'll be displayed up on the screen for you as well.
Okay.
The last exhibit is Exhibit 156.
Thank you.
Ms. Gilman, could you show the jury? And Doctor, can you point out the injuries you were describing by using the diagram, or when you were using the diagram?
So the laceration, the small laceration that I previously described would be here on the right upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. You can see some discoloration that's bleeding under his eyelid and what I would describe as swelling. The endotracheal tube and the neck collar are also present here. And the other injury, which I noted, was on the front and left side of his nose, which you cannot see here because this is looking at the right side of his face.
Okay. Take that down, please. You mentioned that there was something about his eyes that was notable?
Yes, there was bleeding or hemorrhage, as we call it, on the eyelids, as well as swelling.
I'm going to ask you more detail about that later, but was that observation important in your ultimate diagnosis or conclusions? Yes. May I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is another picture showing Mr. O'Keefe's face. Again, the medical intervention is present, and you can see more clearly now the discoloration on the upper eyelids.
Is this vantage point helpful for your ultimate conclusions and diagnosis?
Yes.
Your Honor, move this one down.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 157.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show this to the jury.
Yes.
P645, please. Doctor, could you point out what was significant regarding Mr. O'Keefe's eye area?
So I noted that there was discoloration, that's bleeding, that's blood, that's under those eyelids. The eyelids appear puffy, that's what we call edema or swelling. And then also there were two abrasions, two scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's nose. You can see one here and then the other one on the more front part of his nose.
Okay, could you take that down, please? If we could move down a bit to the chest and stomach area, did you make any observations about this area, Dr. Scotabella?
The observations that I made on the chest were that there was, as I mentioned before, there were defibrillator pads on the body, and there was an abrasion that's very commonly seen in people who have undergone resuscitation. Internally, that abrasion and the whole resuscitation apparatus was associated with some anterior rib fractures, which are also seen in cases of resuscitation, but I didn't make any other notes in terms of trauma on the chest or abdomen.
Okay. I'd like to move to the arms and the hands. If we could come down just a little bit. Let's begin with Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands. Did you make any observations regarding Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands?
Yes. On his upper right arm, I noted that he had a superficial abrasion. So it would have been, you can
Could we move that down a little bit,
move it
please?
down a little bit. Yeah, thank you. Doesn't seem to be doing a very good job. Okay, somehow doesn't want to
Sorry
work.
if that's not working well.
It's projecting here, but not on the actual picture.
Okay. There may be a second pointer.
I can do it here.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So on the right upper medial arm, that would be the inner side of his arm, there was a superficial abrasion. Again, that's a scrape. Then on his right posterior arm and forearm, so not exactly on this aspect of the arm, but on the back side of the arm, which would be in the back of the diagram, there were multiple abrasions, which I described as ranging from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters. Then, yeah, if you could move the diagram down, please. Again, there is a back to this diagram. I don't know if you could put that on the screen. There we go. So this is now the right side, and this is the left. I noted that there were 2 bruises on the back of his right hand, also a faint scratch on the back of his left hand, and then moving down to the lower extremities or the legs. If you could please show the front. There was a small abrasion, a small scrape on the side of his right knee.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, I believe.
Is that fair and accurate depiction of how his hand appeared when you examined him?
Yes.
Move this as evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 158.
With the court's permission, I'd show P647 to the jury.
Okay.
And could you explain, you said there were 2 bruises. Could you point those out for us?
Yes. There's one here and one here.
Did you attempt to assess those, determine whether you could conclude or opine on a cause of those?
No, I did not. Well, I take that back. I'm sorry. So this particular one has 2 small little pinpoint defects in the middle, which we sometimes see when emergency personnel tries to get access to a vein for fluids, for intravenous fluids. So, but I did not put that in my report. I just described it as a contusion.
Is it common to see that type of coloration where medical personnel put intravenous or other types of support into somebody's hand?
Yes, it's very common for the skin to bruise when someone tries to get access to a blood vessel.
The other coloration that is unrelated to those 2 small points, would you have a description of what those are?
No.
I'd also like to show you exhibit number 1. Exhibit number 1, please. Thank you. You used the word superficial. What does that mean?
Superficial means that the abrasion is on the superficial layers of the skin, usually the epidermis and sometimes the dermis, but there's no penetration of the skin.
When you're assessing to determine whether there's any penetration, do you measure the length of the wound, of the abrasion?
Penetration would be measuring the depth. If there was actual penetration, I would have to measure how deep into the skin. For example, when we assess stab wounds, we have to measure the depth of the wound. In this particular case, you can see that these are scrapes or scratches, and there's no exposed underlying fat or muscle. And therefore, to answer your question, I measured their length and gave a range, but I did not measure their depth.
As a routine practice during an autopsy, doctor, if there was penetration or depth, would you, as a routine, measure that?
I would make a note of it.
Are there any such notes in any of your autopsy findings or reports about depth?
No, I did not make a note on the depth of these ones.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how those superficial abrasions occurred?
I do not.
And I asked you about the hand, which we just saw, and I should ask you the same question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that coloration, aside from the medical intervention, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how the other discoloration happened on Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
I can state to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that that's a bruise, a contusion, but I cannot tell you how it occurred.
And to summarize finally what we've been through so far, regarding the scrape on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye, can you provide an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that scrape occurred?
No, I cannot.
You mentioned for us that when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's legs, you observed bruising on his, or a small scratch on his right knee.
Correct.
I don't want to summarize it. Can you describe that
Can we turn
more
the lights on,
specifically?
please?
Thank you.
Yes, I described it as a 1/2 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you see any marks or abrasions on his left knee?
No, I did not.
Was the mark scratch on Mr. O'Keefe's right knee on the inside or the outside of the knee?
It was on the lateral aspect, which would be the outside.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's lower extremities, his legs.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of how his knee appeared when you did the autopsy?
Yes.
All right, we'll get to the evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
159.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury 9467.
Yes.
You used the word lateral and you talked about abrasion or a scrape. Could you look at this photograph and could we enlarge it, Ms. Gilman, and could you point out to the jury and explain what it is that you saw?
Yes, you can see the abrasion here with a little bit of adjacent discoloration, but this is what I was describing.
If you could zoom back out, please. And you didn't see any similar type bruising or abrasions on the left knee?
No.
During your autopsy, did you notice any injuries internally to Mr. O'Keefe's rib area?
Yes, I did note that there were rib fractures on the anterior, that would be the front, of his 4th and 5th ribs.
And so would that be his left or right side?
It would be both the right and the left, and it would be the part of the rib that is closer to the sternum.
Is there a number of ribs that had fractures, or are they connected as one?
The fourth and the fifth, both on the right and the left, close to the sternum.
Have you, in your experience, seen ribs fractured during first aid or medical intervention?
Very often, yes.
Given your experience and your study of Mr. O'Keefe's body, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those rib fractures were obtained?
I believe those rib fractures were due to resuscitation.
And you have that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I'd like to show you a different diagram, one of the head area. If we could enlarge the bottom right. Thank you. Using that diagram, could you assist us, doctor, and explain to us any observations you made about the back of John O'Keefe's head?
Yes. The main observation was a laceration that is a skin tear on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head to the right of midline. So this would be the midline. The laceration was somewhere here, is what we call the right occipital area. And associated with that, there was an abrasion over it that would have been here. So this was what we call a compound injury, an abraded laceration.
We'll turn in a few moments to your autopsy observations about the inside of Mr. O'Keefe's skull. But first I want to just show you a photograph relative to what you described to us. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, this is a picture taken at the time of autopsy. This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. The hair has been shaved off so that the injury can be clearly photographed, and it's a laceration with an associated abrasion.
Thank you. Your Honor, move this into evidence.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Here.
Exhibit 106.
When you examine the laceration, do you measure it?
Yes,
And did you measure it in this case?
I did measure it.
How long was the laceration?
I measured it as 2.5 centimeters, which is close to an inch.
Do you examine a person's body before you begin to intrude? Do you examine the outside of a person's body first, or is there a certain procedure or order?
Yes, the external examination is done first, and the internal examination is done second.
I want to show you that photograph that you just recognized, and I would like you to explain what you see to the jury. Ms. Gilman, with your assistance, thank you.
This is the laceration that I noted, and this is the scrape that's associated with it.
Take that down, please. after you make observations, what are your next steps in an autopsy?
The internal examination, after the external is performed and pictures are taken, then we proceed with the internal examination of both the, as I mentioned before, the torso, the body, as well as the head.
I'd like you to take us through the internal examination. Did you have a chance to look internally behind the laceration you saw on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Yes.
And when you did that, could you describe for us what you saw?
Yes. The way we examine the head is we make an incision with a scalpel behind the ear from one side to the other. That allows us to reflect or pull back the scalp, and that will expose the skull underneath. We do this carefully so that we don't disfigure clearly the face. And when we reflected, or when we pulled back the scalp, I noted that there was blood, what we call hemorrhage, under the laceration or associated with the laceration on the back of the right head. And then furthermore, there were skull fractures associated with that laceration, abrasion on the right side of the head.
Were the skull fractures in the same or different area?
The skull fractures were in multiple areas of the skull, what we call the base of the skull. Imagine the base of the skull is sort of a bowl, and the brain sits on top or in the bowl. When the brain is removed, you can have a very good view of the base of the skull. So when the brain was removed and we were able to look at the base of the skull, I noted that there were multiple fractures that appeared to be originating from the area of the laceration, or what would correspond to the area of the laceration.
When you made your examination of the fractures in the skull, did that lead you to your opinion, or was there more you needed to look at before you came to an opinion about the cause of death?
Well, that was part of the findings that led to my opinion. But yes, I removed the brain, and as is our protocol, I saved the brain in a special solution called formalin that allows the brain to become a little harder so that our neuropathologist in Boston could go ahead and examine it. Because when I did look at the brain, I noted that there were injuries. There was bleeding on top of the brain. And therefore, I saved it. The brain ultimately went to our Boston office, and our neuropathologist, Dr. Stonebridge, examined it and issued a report.
Did you engage in any type of analysis on your own about any injury to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I noted the kind of injuries I could see superficially on the brain, and I have looked at the brain after it was fixed and pictures of it, but I did not issue a report on it. The whole point was for our neuropathologist to examine it closely and issue a more detailed report.
I have a few more photos. Would now be appropriate time for a break, Your Honor?
Yes. So, jurors, why don't we take 15 or 20 minutes, okay?
Would all rise for the jury?
Break time.
Break time. We're going to throw on some music for a few minutes and then be back with you. 1, 2, or 3, Hank. 1, 2, or 3?
2.
Okay. I'm not doing a sidebar, hopefully. Let's go with number 2. And we'll be back with you in a few.
Bye.
And we are back from break. That was NCR's Backdoor song. I'm not going to be asking what his backdoor is or what's coming through it, but that was in through the back.
But she really wants you to bang on her back door.
With the following song being Do It Anyway. So I don't know. I'm not going to comment on anybody's life. Anywho,
No
we
kink
are
shaming.
back. No kink shaming, yes. Let's pull up a drunk girl.
For just a 15-minute break?
Maybe. It'll be 15, 20, but they usually take 25. So we can get one started. So NCR's latest bride is on the screen right now.
No. God damn you, stupid. Knock it off! Why do you think this is going to help you?
On July 20th, 2024, officers were dispatched to an Airbnb property in response to a report of a woman refusing to leave after being asked to vacate for causing a disturbance and fighting with neighbors.
Hi there.
Sounds like chili.
What's going on? We've got a call from an Airbnb owner.
Nothing. I'm literally living here.
He says that you're just here for the weekend, basically.
I am only here for the weekend.
NCR has volunteered to marry 5 people today. 5 people, including those in
No,
chat.
I've been sitting here. I've done nothing wrong.
We
Like,
might even marry NCR off to Lisa.
I'm really trying to
or Pants or
people
Matt
that
G
live there
today.
had a problem with me.
We don't know where this is
I didn't
going.
say a single thing.
Do you?
And there's nothing wrong with me staying here. And if they want to refund me, they can refund me the whole price. I'm not going to just refund everything.
And that's something that's going to be between you and them.
Right, I get it.
So
and,
we can't.
But I'm not gonna leave.
Well, they want you gone, so we can take you to a hotel.
They can pay for my whole hotel.
Well, they can't do that. No.
Well, I'm not gonna leave. That's what I'm trying to understand. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. I came here for both champagne. I can show you everything, but I did not bother them. They came over here because they had a problem with. I don't even know where. Not even with me.
We're okay.
I don't even have my car here. I don't have my car.
And that's why
here.
we can facilitate
And
you.
I don't care. But I'm not gonna leave here just because they have a problem. They were coming over.
You don't own this.
I understand that, but they don't have a problem with me. They don't have a problem with me. You're trying to act like they have. I did not say anything.
That's not what.
But I'm trying to tell them they don't have a problem with. I didn't
It doesn't
say
matter,
anything.
homeowner.
Can I don't really want to talk to both of you because I don't think it's fair. I'm not trying to talk to two people.
NCR
I did
is
not
either
do
marrying
anything.
this
I did
woman
not do
or
a single
the
thing.
police officer with
Two
the
people.
beer. You
Have you ever stayed at a hotel before?
Can
You got kicked out?
I don't want to talk to you anymore. I
I'm
don't.
going
I'm
for the guy
sorry.
with the beer.
I don't.
Okay.
Well,
So
for
I can
NCR,
talk to
that
him.
is.
I'm not talking to you anymore.
Okay.
I have stayed at a hotel before. I have been where I've been kicked out. I don't care.
Okay, well that's what's happening here.
And I don't care. But
So
I need to
what
be
we're-
kicked out.
Gia says the lady
I've
is
been
black,
kicked out.
so
I don't
that's
care.
a vote for NCR.
Everything I've been kicked out of, everything it needs to be. I don't understand what you want me to do, because I've been kicked out of here.
seems to
This
think
is
he has
where I
a
came out of
choice
here
of free
for 2
will.
weeks.
In the
What am I
words of the
supposed to do?
Amityville horror,
Because I don't think that's fair.
And NCR has not read his contract recently. Abby Pullen, the update on the trial has been the coroner has been testifying to some gruesome stuff and probably will be on the stand most of the day. And
Yes.
NCR will go ahead.
Would not be a good time to try and take in a bite to eat.
Yeah, when Parson was asking about Zoe's breakfast while some graphic stuff was going on, it just wasn't appropriate to comment. So, anywho, NCR, according to his contract, will marry anybody, anywhere for the sake of the show. So, it's either the lady or the gentleman on screen this morning. And if we don't get to it during this particular break, we'll get to it during the afternoon break, as NCR wants to be married in the worst way.
Frank would like to ask, is this a lady or a tramp?
I have not determined that yet. So, she has been kicked out of a lot of hotel rooms, she says, much like a tramp. So, you decide. Yes, Parson, they are on their morning break. Abby, they are not airing the photos of the body. Just the reaction to it.
They've shown a few.
NCR again, check your contract. You cannot sue anybody but Hank. And do you really want to sue Hank? I mean, Hank will probably make you disappear somewhere in his backyard.
I pay out in lead.
Yes, he pays out in lead. We can marry. Actually, Parson, I said, we can marry NCR off to anybody in this whole attendance, including you. In fact, Parson, we've married you to NCR before. So, let's hit up the rest of this video.
To sit here and say that I'm supposed to just sit here and just, it's stupid.
Do you even know what we're trying to tell you right now?
You're telling me I'm gonna leave. I get it.
You know why we're saying that?
Because somebody called the cops. They called the cops saying I need to leave because they were saying I was disturbing them. I was not doing it. I was not
quiet. The homeowner called. Hey, Pickerel, they're alarmed and disturbed by your actions.
Okay.
Alarmed and disturbed.
Go and put your hands behind your back. Step out.
No, I'm not. I didn't. No, I didn't do anything. What did I do? Ow, I didn't do anything. No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. Now you're gonna get resistant.
No, I'm not.
Now you're getting resistant.
Stop. I'm not. Wait, I'm not. Ow. Wait, I'm not doing anything. Wait, ow. Stop.
Stop fighting.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to. What am I doing? For
We
what?
are indeed alarmed
Come on.
disturbed by
What? I don't
NCR.
have my shoes on. For what?
Walk.
No, I'm not.
Stop moving.
I'm not moving. I'm not even moving.
Stop so I can adjust these so they don't tighten on you.
Don't
Shut up for 5 seconds.
me. I'm not
Shut up for 5 seconds.
I'm not yelling.
Listen to what he is saying.
I'm not
okay?
yelling. I'm not yelling. He's yelling at me.
Listen
Yeah,
to
because
what
you're not
they're
listening
saying.
and you're moving.
I'm not
You're moving and you're not listening.
I'm not moving. I'm not moving.
Turn.
Do you understand?
Stop.
I'm not moving.
So
I'm not
Stop
NCR
moving.
is marrying
Stand there
Parson.
so I can
I'm
adjust
not
these.
moving. I'm not
Okay.
moving. Please. I'm not moving. I'm not yelling. I'm not.
Take a seat on the ledge. Take a seat on the ledge. What all do you have in here?
I don't.
Take a seat.
I don't. What is
Walk.
what? What?
Take a seat right there. You were fine.
Ow! You don't need to tell me to sit on the ledge. I don't have anything.
Yes.
I don't.
Parson
Why are you
is
talking
marrying
to me like
NCR
that?
today,
Because
Parson.
you're not listening.
I
You need to listen.
I don't have any. I don't.
So if you wish to marry this woman, we
Shut.
can marry
No,
you
please
off
don't
to
talk
her
to me. I don't.
too.
I can't talk to you anymore.
Okay, that's
I
fine.
can't. I don't want to talk to
You're
you.
gonna go to jail. I was gonna give you an NTA with a piece of paper
I
and you're gonna be
don't
free to
have
go.
anything.
But now you're gonna go to jail. Come on, stand up. Come on.
I'm.
Walk.
Can I?
Walk. You have shoes. I'm gonna
No,
go.
it's in the house. Can we please go,
Go
get
get
my?
your squad car or something.
Please, I don't. Please, I don't want to.
Stop moving. We're not doing this.
No, I'm not. No, please.
Quit.
Stop targeting me like
Turn
that.
around.
I'm not doing anything.
Stop.
I'm not doing anything.
Would you stop moving?
I'm trying to get my shoes.
We will get them for you.
Well, can I get my
Stop.
shoes? I don't even live here. Why are you throwing me like that? Why are you throwing me like that?
I'm not throwing you.
You are. I'm trying to get my shoes.
Walk this way. Walk this way.
Why can't I get my shoes?
Walk.
No.
Okay.
You're a piece of shit.
Well,
I
that's
don't
fine.
want to talk to you.
That's
fine.
the
I don't want
same
you to touch me anymore.
day.
No, I
really
have the
don't
right.
care.
I don't really care. I have the right.
Go
You're
ahead,
the one
Hank.
that got yourself in this predicament.
Yeah.
Your actions.
After he
care about
told her
any
to
of you.
walk this way, I was expecting him to ask her to talk this way.
And NCR for objecting before the halfway point in this video. You can automatically marry this girl, or you can marry Parson. One of the two. One of the two.
You have to say this,
Okay.
because
He can
you
go
know
for
what?
both.
I have the right.
Probably. She won't stop talking long enough to notice, so does it matter?
Okay. I am trying to help
Please,
you right now.
please help me.
I'm
No,
trying.
can I say something?
But I need you to
Can I?
you saying something.
Can I
is the whole
please
reason
say
we are in
something?
this situation.
Can I please say something without you,
You
talking
saying
and interrupting
something?
me? No!
Why we're here.
I don't want him interrupting me. I please. Can I just Can I just say
Listen.
something to you, please?
I'll
I've
give
been
you one
trying.
more chance to say something.
I've been trying to.
Okay, what are you trying to say?
I'm not trying to interrupt anybody. I'm not trying to interrupt anybody. I just want to. No, please.
Stand up, buddy.
Ow.
Stand up now.
Ow!
Stand up.
Ow! No! Ow! Stop!
Edward 9 from 24. You're free.
I
Ow.
don't care what you. Don't touch me!
Get up. Get up. Get your door open.
Ow! Ow!
The morning break is too early for this training.
Yeah.
Don't touch me! Don't touch me anymore! You're gonna go to jail! You're gonna all go to jail! Don't touch me!
You're all
anymore.
gonna go to jail,
My
officers.
dad is a
You're
dad!
all going to jail.
I don't care!
Watch your knee.
No, I don't care!
Watch your knee.
I don't care! You're gonna go to jail! My dad is a god! I don't fucking care! I don't care! Ow! Ow! Ow!
The door's not even.
She's
Fighting. Fucking
In the car.
I can't wait for you guys to go to jail.
You gotta go to jail.
knock it off.
I don't care. Give a f what you have to say.
You're gonna get more charges.
I don't.
Stop.
No.
Any marriages in side chat are not official.
And
You
knock
have
it
to be
off.
on the air. NCR does not have the power to marry.
Okay, so that's gonna be
inside
criminal
chat.
damage to government property.
I don't care. Go whatever you want. Don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Just whatever. Just get me out of here. I don't care.
You're not getting out of anywhere.
Don't care. You're actually. You should not touch me in the crotch. You should
I didn't
not.
touch you in the crotch. It's
You
on body
did.
cam.
You did.
No, I didn't.
It's on. He said not to. He said not to.
Okay.
He did. He did. He
Over
did. You
24.
should
She
not
just
have
picked up
that
23
too.
back one.
The woman was transported to the hospital for medical clearance, where her disruptive behavior continued.
Hey, girl, the howl's in front, so you can grab that. Yep. Alright, put your butt in there. Have a seat.
It smells so good in here.
No. No. No.
Stop trying to kick. Stop trying to kick.
No.
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 God damn it, you stupid fucking. Knock it off!
Why do you think this is gonna help you?
God damn it. Fucker.
the views of police on the street are not necessarily the same as those watching or those presenting these videos.
Got it? Okay. Pull it tight. Try to take it tight. Nope. Down. Alright. Drop it. Alright, put your feet in, huh?
How am I supposed to put my feet in?
You need to sit up.
How
You need to sit up.
How can I sit up? You're actually.
Sit up.
How can I sit?
Sake.
How am I supposed to sit up when you have me on my? I don't understand how you tell me to sit up. I'm actually not. I'm not trying to be rude.
Roll your left side.
Roll your left side.
Roll onto your left side.
Roll onto your left side.
Ow.
All right.
Okay, there's no need to be rude.
Honey, just shut up and do what we tell you to do.
No, I am. I'm not.
Pull your feet. Kick your feet
I'm
in.
not being rude, but there's no need to choke me.
No one's choking.
You guys are.
Oh, hey, guys.
Yeah, pick all those people.
Congratulations. Hey, walk that
Watch. Watch.
Yeah.
Watch. Everybody's going to jail, losing their jobs.
Jail.
You know Jim Martinkus? You know Jim Martinkus? You guys are all losing your license. Jim Martinkus is the one. He's the one. You guys are all losing your license. You know how many cops he's got arrested and lost their jobs? I cannot wait until Joe hears about all this. He's gonna.
You're going to jail.
You know how big my
person.
lawyer is? I pay thousands of dollars, and you guys suck. And I didn't do shit about any of it. Airbnb,
Jail.
you gotta pay me money, and you're gonna pay me money. It's actually insane. Hello?
Jail.
She's just headbanging the Foo Fighters.
That's right.
We might have to slide her over. Well, the problem is we can't just let her bang her head.
Yeah, you can't. Right. Oh.
Alright, we're just between the arm. Yeah. Really? Are you really gonna make everything?
Not doing anything. I'm actually not doing anything. You're actually. I feel bad for your children and your wife. You're a woman beater. Woman beater. I can do whatever I want.
Okay, try it.
Okay, try it.
You loser! You thought something was gonna come out of that, but it didn't. Nothing came out of it.
Alright, let's see.
Did she take the seatbelt off?
No, I didn't.
It looked
But
like
I
he was.
can. But I can.
Looked like he
I
was
can take
reaching
it off.
into a stick and was hanging her head.
Watch, it's off of me. You see that? It's just got off of me. I just took it off of me. I just took the seatbelt off of me. You understand? But good job. No.
Okay, then. Really, beloved, the entire side chat is
Really
now
bad
married
at
to
the
each
car.
other. Hank, do you agree that they're all married?
I'll just pee all over.
Why not?
Then by the power vested in me by the Church of Everybody, NCR is now married to 15 other people inside chat. You may feel weird about the marriage. Yay!
Let's go over the car now.
The woman was charged with disorderly conduct, criminal damage to property, and resisting arrest. Share your thoughts below and remember to like and subscribe for more videos.
Believe it or not, Hank, that was 15 minutes. That video. Plus we had 6 before that. So they're going late on this break.
I hate when that happens.
So because you're all married, we must elect a leader. Gia is by default the leader. Therefore, she can designate roles inside chat.
Only with the permission of Zoe.
Yes. So, anywho, folks, it's one of those wonderful days. I have a sinus headache out the wazoo. I have 2 more cat litter boxes, or 3 more to clean.
Yeah, I overslept this morning. Then when I did wake up, I had a damn chest congestion.
Oh, jeez.
Which just now starting to clear out.
I actually got up early, finished the 2 articles for the paper. Pants was on. We got everything taken care of by 4:30. Was back to bed, and almost slept through from 4:30 to the start of the show. So I got on about 10 minutes before Griffey convinced me to go live early. So I got about 6 hours of total sleep, which was pretty good for me.
It wasn't the quantity of sleep that screwed me up. It's the quality sucked.
Right.
You ever wake up from a night's sleep and it feels like you didn't sleep at all?
Yeah,
that's me.
I've done that. I was dreaming they were relaunching MTV. They were having a big festival for it. And then somebody noted, why do you need MTV when you have YouTube? And it all fell apart.
Well, the downfall of MTV was when they stopped showing music.
Yep.
Became all about game shows and reality shows.
Yep, this was going to be, they were going to be putting music on 24/7.
The way MTV was originally.
Yes. So yes, Gia, you're married to everybody who was in the room when we had 16 people there.
When I watched the original launch of MTV, I never thought it would go where it went.
See, we didn't get it till we moved to Maryland in '86. That's when we first got cable. And by then, they had already started stuff like Headbangers Ball and dedicated shows.
Well, I had no problem with the shows like Headbangers Ball because that was a show about, it was just heavy metal music instead of the normal stuff they would play. My problem was they went from the game shows to the reality shows to just shit with nothing to do with music.
Yeah. Early 90s, they had cartoons and all sorts of weird stuff. Though Beavis and Butthead, okay, I give that a pass.
Well, it was a cartoon that had a music theme to it.
Yeah, it played music videos.
Yeah. They made fun of the music videos all the time, but so did most people that were watching MTV from their own couch.
Right. We're on sidebar number 5, folks. Number 5. Looks like Mr. Reed is going to fall asleep again.
Maybe the bailiff will let him lay his head on her shoulder.
Aw. True love, folks. True love. Gia is in charge of everyone inside chat today. Everyone. Oh, well, let's take a look. Remember tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern, Jim Sucks Thursday. We'll be back with you to discuss the day's events. Tomorrow morning, we'll be back with Karen Reed for half the day. Then we'll be going to the Lane Myers coverage at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Then back with Karen Reed coverage if they're still going. Followed by a discussion of the Lane Myers events at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Only have one show for you on Saturday. That's our Saturday night show. We're off Sunday, then back with you again on Monday. If you'd like to help contribute to keeping me and Touche away from my favorite foods for the next almost 4 years now, for every $5 collected via PayPal, Cash App, GoFundMe, Super Chat, Super Sticker, Super Thanks, or membership gifting from now until June 5th, we'll add a day for me not to eat from the following restaurants: Popeyes, Subway, Chick-fil-A, Taco Bell, Long John Silver's, Arby's, and KFC. So far, it's close to 4 years.
Soon to include Burger King.
I forget how long we have until the Burger King ban takes effect, but that will be 4 years. At 5 years, we get to add Jimmy John's. After 5 years, should we make that, we will start adding specific types of food, except for ice cream, as my ice cream ban is done on Sunday.
So you're going to have a Sunday to celebrate?
I might. I'm not sure. I don't know what's planned. I might have one of those. Burger King has Hershey's something Sundays on special right now. Let's take a look.
Yeah. The only ice cream I order from delivery is malts or shakes. Because it might be the worst case scenario. They're just thawed enough that you can drink them easily.
Right. I don't know. This doesn't look very good. Hershey's Sundae for $1.99, 230 calories. Vanilla ice cream with Hershey's syrup.
Doesn't sound that bad.
Doesn't look that good.
I'm going to give you those. Those were both marked for ID. So one will be coming into evidence and one will be a chalk. So you may need to have them available for the witness. You consider stand wherever you're more comfortable, Doctor, for now.
That sounded like a Karen Reed fart.
It may have been. Looks like Karen is laughing and joking. Probably not appropriate with the autopsy photos that they've been displaying all morning. But that's just me observing.
Looks like Miss O'Keefe might have opted out of showing being there this morning.
Yeah, she's
Can't
not,
blame her.
not there.
No mother should have to watch her son's autopsy results.
Let alone seeing Karen smiling and happy reactions as this is all going on. I wonder what the delay is. Here we go. But the audio problems is them, not us. Their feed is on mute.
Lieutenant Fan.
And more importantly, Coke Dog will be banned one day for every $5 donation / membership gift.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Doctor, when we left off, you had described all the injuries to the exterior of Mr. O'Keefe, and we had talked about your observations of both the fractures in his skull and also your observation of Mr. O'Keefe's brain. You mentioned earlier that you use other resources, other testing. Did you ask for any type of assistance on toxicology analysis for Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is routine, and it is protocol to submit toxicology specimens to the lab for examination.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. Doctor, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the report of toxicology from the State Police Crime Lab for Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy.
Have you seen that document before?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the report we saw before?
Yes.
Do you want to introduce this as the next exhibit, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 161.
Thank you. I have that in front of me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In your experience, Doctor, are you familiar what the toxicology report and the testing involves?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Are you familiar in your experience with what is involved in a toxicology test?
In general terms, yes.
And if you studied Mr. O'Keefe's toxicology report, was that important or part of your analysis in your ultimate conclusions?
It was one piece of evidence that I took into consideration, yes.
In the toxicology testing, is there a search to see if there are any type of drugs or medications in Mr. O'Keefe's blood?
Yes.
Okay, and was there any?
There were no prescription medications, there were no illicit drugs in his system.
In a toxicology, is there also a testing for blood alcohol content?
Yes.
What is the difference between ethanol in heart blood and ethanol under 1102?
In vitreous humor?
Yes.
So we usually submit multiple specimens for toxicology. Some of the specimens are used for screening of classes of different drugs, and then other specimens are used to confirm, the presence and quantify a particular drug. So in this particular case, the lab tested the heart blood, which showed that it had an ethanol level of 0.21 grams per deciliter. And they also tested the vitreous, which is the fluid that sits behind the eyeball. And in that specimen, the ethanol was slightly higher at 0.28.
Thank you, doctor. After your autopsy and observations of Mr. O'Keefe's body, inevitably, did you come to a conclusion about the manner and cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death? And I'll ask you first about the cause. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did you reach a conclusion about the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes. The cause of death was determined to be blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
You mentioned two different things, blunt impact and hypothermia. Was
Correct.
there a primary cause of death in your opinion?
The blunt impact injuries of head.
Hypothermia, was that sufficient to be a primary cause of death in your opinion?
In the absence of head trauma, hypothermia is a cause of death, but I'm not able to make that determination in this case because we do have the blunt impact injuries of head.
So if I understand, you are not saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that hypothermia was the cause of death?
Not the primary. It contributed, but the primary cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head.
Did you learn what Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was when he was brought to the hospital?
Yes, some of the medical records stated that his body temperature was 80.1, I believe, degrees Fahrenheit.
And what is a normal body temperature?
98.6.
Regarding the blunt force injuries as the cause of death to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point when you were conducting your autopsy, or even at the end when you drew your conclusions, were you able to reach a conclusion as to the manner of Mr. O'Keefe's death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No, I was not.
After you complete your findings, including the manner of death and the cause of death, even if undetermined, are you required by statute, by law, to file a report or a document?
Yes.
And what is that document?
It's the death certificate.
Did you do so in this case?
Yes.
When you file a death certificate, do you include your ultimate conclusions regarding cause and manner of death?
Yes. There is a death certificate that is issued immediately after the autopsy. The death certificate is a document that is necessary for the family in order to make funeral arrangements and proceed with their plans. So a death certificate is always issued at the end of the autopsy. If the cause and manner of death are known at that point, they are stated on the death certificate. If they are not, or if we need to do additional studies, then both the cause and the manner are listed as pending. And that death certificate is sufficient for the family to make arrangements. Later, as we get more information, as we get more results from our studies back, we issue an amended death certificate. So that amended death certificate will have a cause and a manner. The amended death certificate, in this case, stated that the cause was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and the manner was undetermined.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is the final or amended death certificate for Mr. O'Keefe, stating that the cause of death is blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and that the manner of death could not be determined.
Do you recognize that document as accurate?
Yes.
Your Honor, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Exhibit 162.
After issuing the death certificate and after the 90 days passed, have you done any further study or investigation on this case, Doctor?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Leslie?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
We have not had the pleasure of meeting, so good morning, Dr. Scorti-Bello.
Good morning.
With regard to cause of death as opposed to manner of death, is it correct that a forensic pathologist is tasked with determining that cause of death that includes contributing factors, injuries, and circumstances regarding the medical legal death investigation? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And I'm using the term medical legal. Is that a term that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And is it correct that medical legal means, particularly for medical examiners, that there's a medical aspect to the investigation that you perform, and there's also a legal aspect or a law enforcement aspect to it? Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's a little different than what physicians usually do, right? Because isn't it the ordinary course that it's mostly just medical, but medical examiners by statute and law need to have both of those prongs taken into consideration? Do I have that right?
Yes.
So, in other words, the forensic pathologist, which you've indicated you are, is tasked with determining the cause of death, which answers the question as to why, in more layman's terms, why did the individual's body stop functioning at a particular time, correct?
Yes.
So more broadly, the cause of death is generally defined as the disease or the injury that resulted in the death of a person.
Correct.
So let's now, if we could please, move to the manner of death. And I'd like to summarize, I know you covered it on direct, but I want to put it in a slightly different context, and hopefully I'll get it right. So medical examiners, as you've stated, are also tasked with, if they can, determining the manner of death or the circumstances under which the death occurred, correct?
Correct.
So manner can and does involve the circumstances under which the death occurred.
Yes.
And that causes one to go a little, the medical examiner to go beyond just medical analysis. You take into consideration other factors which we'll get to. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you talked about, and I'm just going to go through them quickly, but if you could just check me on this, the 5 main categories of manner of death. So you talked about natural causes, correct?
Yes.
You talked about accident. Correct. You talked about suicide. You talked about homicide. And then the last category, undetermined. Do I have that correct?
Yes, you do.
So what I'd like to do is to focus on the undetermined category. And my understanding is, doctor, that that's where you landed, that's where you concluded with regard to manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
So undetermined is a term that is used and that you use, and does that mean that when the information pointing to one manner is not more compelling than other reasonable possibilities, or the death investigation lacks sufficient information to opine on a manner of death, at the time of death, the certificate is signed? Is that generally correct?
Yes.
So, as we've talked about, I'm just trying to follow or just develop some logic and see if this is in agreement with you, that as a medical examiner, you're specifically tasked with conducting that medical legal investigation, and what we've just talked about is a bit of the method of analysis that you go through for that, correct?
I conduct the autopsy, and I request information information from the investigative body that is out there investigating the other aspect of the case, not the body itself.
Yes. So, is it correct that there's 4 general components to a forensic pathologist death investigation? Is scene investigation one of the components?
It depends on the jurisdiction where you practice. Scene investigation is part of forensic pathology in certain jurisdictions, and it is the responsibility of the district attorney and law enforcement in other jurisdictions. In the state of Massachusetts, we are responsible for the autopsy, and the DA's office and law enforcement are responsible for the scene investigation.
Excellent. So scene investigation in the state of Massachusetts is not within your domain in the office of the medical examiner. That is the domain of the district attorney and law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
How about another aspect, forensic autopsy and laboratory testing? That's within your domain, correct?
Correct.
And how about police reports and witness statements?
That is not under my jurisdiction. That is under the district attorney's office and the police.
Do you consider information, nonetheless, from police reports and witness statements in your analysis?
Yes.
And do you also consider, even though it's not within your jurisdiction in Massachusetts, do you also consider information about scene investigation?
Yes.
So it's correct then that you consider, whether it's within your jurisdiction or not, you consider scene investigation and police reports and medical statements, correct?
Yes.
And then forensic autopsy and laboratory testing is right within your jurisdiction, and therefore, of course, you consider that. And then lastly, medical history and hospital records, is it therefore, am I correct that that's something within your jurisdiction and that you consider in performing your forensic pathologist death investigation?
Yes.
So now let's move on to the application of those principles. So in order to conduct a proper medical legal investigation, the medical examiner has to have certain qualities, if you will. Is one of them being well-grounded in general medical knowledge?
Yes.
Is another appropriate training and experience in forensic pathology?
Yes.
In other words, you wouldn't want a specialist, for example, in cardiology without anything more to be conducting a death investigation. Is that correct?
I would not want them to be conducting an autopsy, correct?
Right. Would you want a neurologist to conduct a death investigation?
Personally, or are you asking me that? No, I don't think every physician has their specialty and their training, and forensic pathologists are trained to perform autopsies, and cardiac surgeons are trained to perform cardiac surgery.
Would you want a neurosurgeon to be conducting a death investigation?
To be performing an autopsy? No.
So you wouldn't want a neurosurgeon to perform an autopsy?
No.
Because you don't believe they're qualified to do so, correct?
I don't believe they've had the appropriate training to perform an autopsy.
Going back into the many qualities of a medical examiner and attributes, they also have to have the ability to form opinions based upon all the available information using the scientific method along with sound reasoning. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the term scientific method?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that the scientific method generally is sort of a systematic pursuit of knowledge that involves recognition and definition of a problem? Is that fair?
Yes.
Is it also involve the collection of data through observation and experimentation where appropriate?
Correct.
Does the scientific method also include the analysis of data?
Yes.
Does the scientific method also include the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses?
Yes.
And does it also, where possible, include the selection of a final hypothesis after considering other hypotheses?
Correct.
So what we've just discussed is a fair explication, a fair explanation of the scientific method. Correct. And the scientific method is part of the autopsy and forensic pathology analysis, correct?
Correct.
Now, applying one concept, that medical legal concept we talked about, just holding for a moment, if you could, the medical and going to the legal, if you will, law enforcement that you said in Massachusetts is not under your jurisdiction, but nonetheless you consider information arising from it.
Yes.
Are you familiar with a person named Michael Proctor? Is that name familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And at one time, Michael Proctor was a trooper, correct?
Correct.
And so did former Trooper Proctor inform you of the working law enforcement theory at the time of the investigation of this matter, namely his working theory, collision of a motor vehicle with a pedestrian? Did he inform you of that?
He informed our office of that, yes.
He informed your office. And is it fair to say that he informed your office or provided that information to your office in or about February of 2022?
That information, part of that information was provided to our office at the time of the autopsy. One of the pieces of information that had come in, and there were multiple sources calling into our office, providing information, was that this was a possible person struck by a motor vehicle.
And the time of the autopsy, if I have it correctly, was that around the end of January of 2022?
The autopsy was January 31st.
Your Honor, if I could, with your permission, please publish a photograph which Your Honor has and the parties have stipulated, or that's in evidence. And this is the one. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I show that to the witness?
Okay. All right, so we will mark this as the next exhibit. There's no objections to Brennan?
No objection.
Okay, so we'll mark it first and then you can display it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 163.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Squirty Bello, if I could hand that to you, please. You could take a look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, you can just look back up and I'll proceed at that time.
Yes, I recognize the picture. Well, I've never seen this picture before, but I know what it's depicting.
Thank you. What is depicted in that picture?
It's a picture of two individuals standing in a morgue setting, which looks very similar to our morgue at the Cape Cod office.
Very good. If you could just hold that for a moment, and with the court's permission, could I publish that for the jury?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? And if you could please zoom in on the two individuals in that picture. Dr. Scorti Bello, do you recognize any of the individuals in that picture?
To be perfectly honest, no, I don't.
With regard to the person on the right, do you recognize that person?
No, I don't.
And you said you recognize the setting, correct?
Yes.
And you, if I heard you correctly, you said this is the Cape Cod facility?
It appears to be, correct.
Right. So you testified earlier, if I recall correctly, that the autopsy was performed at the Cape Cod facility of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes, it was.
And you're normally in, as I recall, the Westfield, in an office that covers Western Massachusetts, it's Westfield?
Correct.
But you were at the Cape Cod facility, as I understand it, because there was a staff shortage and you had to travel down to Cape Cod for this. Is this correct?
Correct.
So you weren't at your normal home base sort of facility. This is a facility that you went to for this autopsy, correct?
For this autopsy and multiple others, yes.
Yes. And you were covering a staff shortage, and that was the reason you went to Cape Cod, correct?
Correct.
And what's depicted in this picture are two individuals. For two individuals to be present, is there a protocol that they had to follow to be present for that, like a sign-in or an authorization?
Yes, there is a sign-in sheet that individuals have to put their name and their shield number and before they can come into the autopsy room.
So they have to put a shield number down, correct? You mentioned a shield number.
Yes.
And does that therefore mean that even though you don't know who they are, that they are with law enforcement? Are you able to determine that?
Correct. I believe they were with law enforcement.
So those two individuals were with law enforcement, but you don't know who
I
they are.
don't know who they are specifically and what their actual position was.
But they were with law enforcement.
I believe, if my memory serves me right, there was a person from crime scene investigation and someone from state police.
Thank
But I'm working on a 2+ year memory.
Fair, that's fair, that's fair. I'm not going to ask you more questions to probe the memory. We can take that down. And yeah, we are finished with that. If you could hand that to the, thank you. Now, we were speaking about former Trooper Proctor. Do you recall former Trooper Proctor sending you a copy of scene photographs and wanting to schedule a phone call with you so that he could explain the status of his investigation? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that occurred approximately in March of 2022?
Yes, approximately.
Right, and the method of communication of that was that by email, to the best of your recollection?
I requested that our medical legal investigator, we have our own investigators at the office that are responsible for obtaining medical records and sometimes being the liaison between us and law enforcement to get reports. I requested that she contact whoever was in charge of the investigation and set up a meeting, a phone call. So since it had already been a few weeks since the autopsy, I wanted to make sure that if there was any additional information that could be provided to me, I could take it into account because I had 90 days to issue a report and a death certificate on this case.
Now, you've mentioned the 90 days on direct, you just mentioned it now. Is the 90 days a hard and fast rule, or is it just something you aspire to as a matter of good practices?
It's not a hard and fast rule. It's something that as an office we try to achieve. Again, the reason being that there are family members, next of kin that are waiting for these reports and these death certificates for various reasons. So is it possible to go over the 90 days? Absolutely, if necessary. But we do try to finish our part in those 90 days.
So it's possible to go past the 90 days, but there would, given the considerations you just articulated, there'd have to be a pretty good reason why you'd want to do that, right?
Correct.
And in this situation, you concluded that you had sufficient information on the medical side and the legal side to come to the conclusions that you needed to come to. Is that fair?
Well, I had sufficient information on the medical side because I did the autopsy and I had those findings. I did not have sufficient information that pointed to one manner of death over another manner of death. And therefore, I stated that the manner of death was undetermined.
Exactly. So the manner of death is undetermined, and I want to, if I could, with you pursue that a little bit in a moment. But when you came toward the end of that 90-day period, you had information from the law enforcement side on their theory of what had happened, correct?
Correct.
I'll let that one stand.
You had performed all of the medical investigation and analysis that you needed to perform, is that correct?
Yes.
There wasn't something more that you wanted to do on the medical side. You had mentioned, to be fair, you had Dr. Stonebridge involved as well. You had what you needed on that side, correct?
Yes.
And you therefore concluded on the manner of death that there was a not more compelling or more likely than other reasonable possibilities. Is that fair?
Yes.
So in furtherance of that, on April 14th of 2022, you issued a death certificate, correct?
Yes.
And please feel free to check your report of any dates or any other particular as I go through.
Okay. I issued my final report on April 14th, correct, and I would assume that the death certificate was on or around that same day.
Thank you. Now, to back up a little bit with regard to the autopsy, as you stated, it was conducted, I just want to do a little bit of a timeline, on January 31st of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And we discussed that the body of Mr. O'Keefe was presented to the Cape Cod location, correct?
Yes.
And you also discussed that you brought Dr. Stonebridge to work with you on this matter, correct?
She didn't physically come to the office. The way Dr. Stonebridge was involved is at the time of autopsy, when the brain was removed, having seen that there were injuries, I saved the brain in a special solution, and then the brain was transported to our facility in Boston. That's where Dr. Stonebridge examines the specimens. And after examining the brain, she issued a report.
Who asked Dr. Stonebridge to become involved in the matter?
I did.
And Dr. Stonebridge is triple board certified, correct?
Correct.
She's a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
That means she's achieved board certification in forensic pathology like you?
Do you know that?
I do.
I'll allow that.
Yes, she's board certified in forensic pathology.
And she is board certified in general pathology, correct?
Yes.
And she's board certified in neuropathology, correct?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe to the jury what neuropathology is?
Neuropathology is a subset or specific additional training in forensic pathology where the person spends a considerable amount of time, usually 1 to 2 years, examining brains and learning all about the diseases of the brain as well as trauma to the brain.
Now, you asked her to be involved, as you indicated earlier, correct?
Yes.
And you determined that she should be involved because there was a brain injury, correct?
There was trauma to the brain, correct?
Trauma to the brain. Is it a fair characterization that Dr. Stonebridge is sort of the brains of the brain area of autopsy? Is that fair?
I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on.
So, with regard to Dr. Stonebridge, would you agree that she's really uniquely qualified in some ways? Or how would you describe her qualifications, Dr. Stonebridge?
Sustained.
With regard to Dr. Stonebridge, what did she do?
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sidebar. Sidebar number 6. Sidebar number 6. Well, folks, during the testimony, I found out that our cat Jack, the 7-year-old kitten, is kind of a freak. As I was cleaning the litter boxes, I was putting them in their bags and stacking them in the bathroom so I could go get the garbage can from outside and put it on the porch so I could dump the stuff into it. By the time I returned to the bathroom, he was digging in one of the bags filled with dirty cat litter and apparently trying to pee in it. He got cat litter all over the bathroom. So, joy to the world, joy to the world. I've been cleaning for the past 20 minutes. Yay. Jack the super freak. Oh, good golly, Miss Molly. And yes, we do have one of the kittens is named Molly. Oh, thank you. I was just handed lunch. Yay. Yes, Pants, cats can be so helpful at times. They are at the 6th sidebar of the day. For those who didn't get their sidebar estimates in, no, Pants, it's at 6, so you can't say 0. Go ahead and get them in sidebar. Side chat. Sirio, Jack is a black short hair. Suver says 8 sidebars. Lisa says 12. Pants is streaming 0. For those who weren't part of the mass marry-off an hour ago, consider yourself lucky. We reserve the right to marry anybody to anybody at any time. In the news that we broke in the last few minutes before I went to clean cat stuff up, Jason Dollahide, a longtime associate of Chili DeCastro, who had been suing the Oklahoma State Police for $250 million, had his case dismissed. The case had been sitting inactive for the past 2 years, since Dollahide is doing 15 years of time in prison for 2 actual 15-year sentences for attacking a police officer. Abby says 12. Lisa says 12. I think I already said Sue Bear says 8.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, have you, are you aware of an attorney named, or excuse me, a doctor named Zeke Wolf?
No, I'm not.
Now I'd like to move on to another category. Based on the information that was presented to you as part of your examination and analysis, is it correct that you presume that because Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in the snow and his body temperature was 80 degrees, that he died from hypothermia as one of the causes?
I reached that conclusion after performing the autopsy and after seeing some findings that were consistent with hypothermia and then combined with the information that was provided to me about Mr. O'Keefe's body being found in the snow, I came to the conclusion that was one of the things that contributed.
Did you consider whether there may have been other reasons as to why his body reached that temperature of 80 degrees? Sort of applying the scientific method and seeing if there were other reasons?
Other than being out in the snow? No, I did not.
Do you know whether there are other alternative reasons how his body could reach the temperature of 80 degrees?
People can become hypothermic for other reasons such as sepsis, but in this particular case, I didn't have any reason to believe that that was part of the circumstances.
You're familiar with the medical phrase differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
And a differential diagnosis is a term that's used by doctors to pursue other potential causes of a medical injury. Is that a fair general statement?
Yes.
So, for example, if somebody is having difficulty breathing, a doctor may say, I think it's the heart is their primary hypothesis, but they may want to differentially diagnose this and look at the lungs. Is that an example of a differential diagnosis that let's look at the lungs to see if that may be the problem? Is that a good, fair example?
In the example you're giving, yes.
So applying that concept, and do you believe the concept of, well, applying that concept to this situation, did you perform a differential diagnosis as to the cause of the death and question whether there was hypothermia as any cause of the death of the decedent? Did you make that analysis?
I looked at the anatomic findings that I had at the time of autopsy, the information that was provided to me based on the circumstances and where the body was found, and I came to the conclusion that there were hypothermic changes in Mr. O'Keefe's body.
So you just used the phrase hypothermic changes. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Can there be hypothermic changes without a cause of death being hypothermia?
Yes, of course.
So you can have signs in the body of hypothermia, but you can also conclude that a cause of death is not from hypothermia, correct?
If the person is deceased and I am examining the body and there are multiple things that I believe contribute to the death, then I tend to include all of them. Meaning that if this was a drug intoxication and the body also showed signs of hypothermia, I would include both of them on the death certificate because there is no scientific way of teasing out whether it was just one or the other or both. In this particular case, I had two processes that were going on. One was the head trauma, and the other one were these hypothermic changes. I put all that together, and again, included or took into account the investigative information of where the body was found, what the temperature was when the body was found, whether the person was still alive or not. And I came to the conclusion that the cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head. And I included the hypothermia because I saw during the autopsy that there were changes consistent with hypothermia.
So I want to break that down a little bit if I could with you. So you testified on direct, and I think you alluded to it here, that the primary cause of death, use that phraseology on direct, was blunt force injury. Is that correct?
Blunt impact injuries to the head, yes.
blunt impact injuries to the head, and that's the primary cause, right?
Correct.
And then there's, and I'm not clear on what you referred to on direct as a secondary cause of being of death of hypothermia, but you used a little different phrase in some of your answers, and I want to make sure I got it right. Hypothermic considerations. Can you repeat what it was?
I said have hypothermic changes.
Hypothermic changes, and we agree that you can have hypothermic changes without a conclusion of hypothermia, correct?
No, hypothermic changes are what I'm referring to are actual things that I can see in the organs that are consistent with hypothermia. They're anatomic findings. They're things I can see with my eyes.
So you can, I'm sorry, did you finish?
And those changes suggest and are consistent with someone being hypothermic.
As you sit here now, with regard to, you used the phraseology consistent with hypothermia, signs of hypothermia, that's what I want to pursue just a little bit with regard to further information. We got started on this by asking whether you used the concept of differential diagnosis and hypotheses to determine the cause and manner of death. And you said in one of your answers that you relied upon law enforcement information, correct? Is that
Yes.
part of it? It was, you brought that up, you're the one who said you relied upon that, correct?
Yes.
And you've brought that up on your direct testimony and earlier in the cross. Is that correct, that you relied upon the investigation of law enforcement? So,
Sustained.
so now what I'd like to do is to ask you whether, using the concepts of differential diagnosis, scientific method, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have died somewhere other than where the body was found and been moved and placed in the snow? Did you consider that?
Objection. Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Move along with this. We can approach in a bit.
Thank you. What, if any, alternative diagnoses did you apply to Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't understand your question.
What alternative scenarios did you look at, if any, for the cause or manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I'll allow that question. What, if any?
At the time of the autopsy, I documented injuries and signs of hypothermia. I was provided with a set of circumstances, and at the end of the investigation, or at the end of my timeline, I concluded on the cause, but I did not conclude, or I did not determine a manner. The manner would be the circumstances you are speaking about, whether I considered other causes or circumstances. That's not how it works. I don't come up with hypothetical scenarios on how those injuries occur. I try to state the injuries, describe the injuries, state the cause of death and why that person died. And then I use all kinds of other investigative information that is provided to me to determine if I have enough to make a determination on the manner.
Did anyone provide to you any alternatives as to the finding of the body of Mr. O'Keefe in the snow?
Personally, to me, no.
Did you ask for any alternatives to the nature and location of the injury or death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I asked for all the information that was available.
Understood, but my question is, did you ask for any alternatives to
Why the hell would
information
she
that
ask
was
for
provided to
alternatives?
you as regards the location of the
That's not how that
injuries?
worked. That's not how any of
Did
this
anyone
works.
provide you any alternatives to where the injuries could have occurred?
No.
So,
I'm going to let the answer stand. So the answer is no, so there's no evidence of that. So next question.
So you talked about the information you had at the time. What time is that?
The information at the time was a preliminary police report and verbal communications regarding the circumstances of how Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And when I asked about the time, I'm not calendar time. Was this January, February, March, April of 2022?
The preliminary police report was on the day of the autopsy, and then information, I don't remember exactly how long, but in the weeks following, information was, coming in.
Do you have the ability to amend a death certificate?
Yes, I do.
And you can amend a certificate if you obtain further information with regard to the circumstances surrounding the death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In your previous answers, you were talking about the information you had at the time. And I'm concluding that the latest that would be is April of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you obtained or been provided with further information, in other words, information after April of 2022 regarding the cause or manner of death?
What do you mean, have I been provided? Has someone physically provided me with a report on different circumstances?
Well, what I'm just talking about is any other information that you have received or considered in terms of the analysis with regard to the cause or manner of death.
Received in what way?
Here's what I'll do. I'll be a little more specific. What I want to do is to get at the head injury of the decedent, okay? Is it fair to say that the head injury, you called it a traumatic, state what you phrased that as, because I want to use your phraseology.
Blunt impact injuries of the head.
So blunt impact injuries of the head. Is it fair to say that that was a very severe injury?
It was a severe injury, correct?
And would Mr. O'Keefe had been rendered unconscious nearly instantaneously with death following shortly thereafter?
It's very possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that's what would have occurred?
I can't tell you how quickly he would have been rendered unconscious, but at some point after that injury, yes, he would have been rendered unconscious.
Is it possible he could have been rendered unconscious immediately?
So she's answered it this way. I think you need another person for that. Let's move on from that, Mr. Lessie.
You made your own determination of the cause of death, correct?
Yes, that's my job.
Understood. And what I want to do is to pursue the basis of your determination. So you used the phrase brain impact injury?
Blunt impact.
A blunt impact injury. Have I got that correct?
Blunt impact injuries of head, yes.
Of head, right. And that's your conclusion, correct?
Yes.
Based upon your conclusion, did you make any determination as to whether the decedent would be able to carry out any purposeful movement after that injury?
Define purposeful movement.
Sure. I'm talking about the ability to perhaps manipulate their hands.
I don't know.
Did you make any determination as to whether they would be able to engage in any cognitive functions, meaning processing things and making decisions?
I did not make that determination, no.
Did you observe any pattern to the injuries to the head of the decedent?
A pattern? I observed that there were injuries to the back of the head as well as other internal injuries to the base of the skull, as well as the brain.
Your Honor, if we could please publish, I'm just going to check to make sure they're in. If we could, Your Honor, publish 160 that is in evidence. But before we do, Mr. Wolf, I would like to approach Your Honor and let you know in case there's anything further that needs to be done. Thank you.
Is there, did you show it to Mr. Brown?
It's already been agreed to as in evidence. and
Okay.
it is in evidence.
Oh, it's in evidence?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure if there was any statements that Your Honor wanted to make.
So why don't you come over here because, why don't you come over to the sidebar?
Sidebar. Sidebar number 7 for the day. We surpassed yesterday's 6.
Yep.
Over in the real world, the Angry Vet is now fighting with DirectD in a Manuel Mata live stream. They're both in side chat with Angry Vet saying that he sent a letter to DirectD, and DirectD needed to follow the letter. DirectD's like, "What letter?" And now they're screaming at each other. That's the excitement of the morning. Manuel Mata has lost a front tooth somewhere, and he was checking in with his parole officer as his parole was supposed to be vacated due to time served. Back here at the Karen Reed case, we've been listening to the coroner report, or the coroner's report on John O'Keefe's death. The defense is cross-examining her at the moment.
If you're on parole, is it a good idea to show yourself breaking the law on a regular basis on public YouTube videos?
Well, that's what got Lane Myers put a felony, committing felonies on YouTube while being out on felonies in the state of Arizona, get you locked up indefinitely.
Well, we'll see what Massachusetts does with
Turtle Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. As far as Turtle Boy, yesterday he tweeted that the Albert, Jen McCabe and the Albert brothers and Ryan Higgins definitely killed John O'Keefe, period. That's the truth. Yada, yada, yada. So a libel suit against him will be pretty much easy to bringing
But
it.
do you sue the worthless?
Well, actually, he's taking in quite a bit of money from merchandise sales and promotions and all sorts of stuff. He's making a mint off of this Caribbean
Yeah.
case.
Well, hopefully his wife gets a good chunk of that through a divorce, if she's
Yeah,
smart.
I hope so. I hope she does. Yeah, he's making bank. He wouldn't be in this if he weren't making money. Gothic Sparrow says sidebars are going to get to 13 today. Yeah, Turtle Boy, with all the exposure, his Turtle Club is seriously helping him support himself after his wife threw him out earlier in the year. Oh, Lord. Meanwhile, we'll be back with you tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern, for a wrap-up of the day's events. Plus, we're marrying off NCR at least 10 more times by the end of the week. We had a group marriage earlier where the entire side chat got married to Parson. So, you're all married to Parson legally. You can make claims against his estate, and he may owe you alimony and palimony, depending on who you are. You also were shared the story of Jason Dollahide having his $250 million lawsuit against the state of Oklahoma tossed. Today, he was given 2 years to file an amended complaint after requesting it. Never did. They finally tossed the suit without prejudice. So maybe if he's out, because he's serving 2 15-year terms for assault of a police officer, maybe if he's out, he could refile it. Maybe the
There is
have
nothing
passed.
There's nothing from keeping him to do the lawsuit while he's behind bars.
Except he can't afford shit because Chile de Castro's no longer backing him. He was getting money from Chile on a regular basis, and that suddenly stopped, apparently.
All right. I wonder why.
Yes. Thank you. With your honor's permission, I would like to publish Exhibit 160.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, if you could please draw your attention to what is depicted on both screens, pick whatever screen is most convenient for you. And what I want to do is to go over what is depicted there, and I'd like to start with just some basics. What is that white rectangle that is on the photograph?
This?
Yes.
That's a ruler.
And what's the purpose of the ruler?
To show a scale. When I measure the injury, I use the ruler to document that.
And if you could please draw your further attention to what I will refer to, and you use your own term, but just to start it, the horizontal line that is appears to be a laceration. You know what I'm referring to?
This, yes, this is a laceration.
Right, so it's fair to say that that's a laceration.
Correct.
And just so we get all that's depicted on this, you referred to earlier up above that, the red area, is that an abrasion?
Yes.
And do you also denote to the left, almost like a J-type item going vertically up? Yes, and going up. Do you see that?
Yeah, that I did not note that specifically. I just noted the whole injury as part of the abrasion.
That's my point. So you didn't make a separate note of what appears to be a J, and it might be easier to see it in the screen over there. It's your conclusion, but is it easier to see there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, and so You didn't make a separate note as to what that was in your report, correct?
No, I did not.
Do you consider that an abrasion or something else?
I believe that's still an abrasion.
Do you conclude that that J is different in any manner from the abrasion that you've noted above the laceration?
I believe it could be part of the whole abrasion, or it could be something different.
Fair enough. Would a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground produce a circular and not a linear abrasion as depicted here on the back of an injured person's head?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Assume a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground.
Assume the position.
Would such a fall and impact present that type of pattern, or would it present a circular pattern, perhaps with something like a starfish in the middle?
I'll allow that. Can you answer that?
I can say that a fall backwards could very well produce that injury.
My question is more specific, and that is a fall backwards where the person impacts the back of their head on flat frozen ground. Would you expect that type of a laceration from that type of a fall? Not just a general fall backwards, but specifically a fall backwards where the back of the head hits flat frozen ground. Would you expect that?
I could, yes.
And under what circumstances could a laceration like that and an abrasion, all of it together, what circumstances could cause that type from a fall backwards on flat frozen ground?
Well, the laceration is due to the blunt impact, and so is the abrasion. The abrasion is friction. So depending on the type of surface, you mentioned flat frozen ground, it's quite possible to have an injury as the one depicted. There's nothing inconsistent with this injury and a fall on someone's, on the back of the head with a blunt surface.
Is there, are you familiar with the phrase pattern recognition in medicine?
Yes.
And isn't pattern recognition something that requires training with regard to being able to recognize certain patterns and determining what could be causing that pattern?
Yes.
And just merely recognizing whether there is a pattern takes certain specialty training, etc.?
Correct.
And isn't pattern recognition a principle that you apply in the medical examiner's office?
Yeah, we do.
And so example of pattern recognition could be a knife wound, correct?
Yes.
Could be a gunshot.
Correct.
And there's certain patterns that you see on a decedent that can be consistent with those types of causes of injury, correct?
Correct.
Assuming a fall backwards onto frozen ground and there being on a lawn with grass, would you expect to see any grass at all in the injury site?
It's possible to have grass.
Is it possible to have well, are you familiar with the height and weight of the decedent generally? And if you need to look at your notes, please do so.
Yes. Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 6'1" and 216 pounds.
So, assuming a fall backwards and an impact to head on, a ground with grass, a person who's 6'1", there is going to be significant acceleration forces that occur as they're going backwards. Is that correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
And therefore, the more acceleration forces, usually there's a correlation with the force of the impact?
Correct.
And in terms of force of impact and assuming grass on the ground, would you, do you believe it's more probable than not that one would then see some grass on the head?
Sustained is that form.
Given what you testified regarding the height of Mr. O'Keefe, and assuming what I just gave to you as a fall backwards and acceleration and forces, would you expect to see anything else on the back of his head?
You have to be more specific than that.
Right, I thank you. So would you expect to see, is it possible if that was the manner of the fall that there should be grass on the head? Is that possible?
Sustained.
Did you consider at all in your evaluation well, let me back up. Do you see any evidence of grass in this depiction?
No, I do not.
Did you recall ever seeing any evidence of grass when you were performing the autopsy?
I did not see evidence of grass.
Did you consider at all in performing your autopsy whether or not grass should be present given what was reported to you by law enforcement?
Sustained.
Did you make any considerations at all regarding grass in regard to your autopsy report?
I did not see any grass. No, I did not make any determinations.
And was grass at all even a consideration in your analysis?
I had very limited information as to the exact nature of the surface at the time of autopsy.
So the answer is no to that
No.
question. Thank you. Did you have any information regarding the circumstances that you said you look at in trying to determine manner of death as to whether there were any stones or rocks around the scene?
That I did not have any information.
So meaning you didn't have any information, you saw no information that there were any stones or rocks by the scene, is that correct?
Sustained in that form.
What, if any, consideration did you make in your assessment of cause and manner of death with regard to stones or rocks?
I did not make any.
With regard to any other potential causes other than ground, did you consider any other possibilities that could cause the type of injuries that are depicted on the screen?
There's a number of possibilities that could cause the injury.
My question is, did you consider, not whether there are, but whether you considered them at the time you were performing the autopsy?
I'm always considering at the time of autopsy what could have caused a certain injury.
Did you put in your notes or your autopsy report any of those considerations? Are they documented?
No.
Now, in terms of differential diagnosis that we talked about, did you determine whether there were any other possible explanations for the injuries to the decedent other than what law enforcement presented to you?
I'll allow that.
Internally, I consider all kinds of other explanations. I have to look at the findings and the possible ways that those injuries could have been sustained and decide whether I have enough information and whether I am satisfied with the information that I have in order to conclude or determine a manner.
Did you make any notes at all about the considerations you were just speaking about, other considerations? Any notes whatsoever in any document in your autopsy report?
Not in my autopsy report, no.
Did you make any other notes of those considerations in any document that you created for this case at all?
No, these are considerations that I've had and discussions I've had with colleagues in terms of evaluating these injuries and...
And I don't want you to go into what other people said, but I want you to finish your answer.
Right, no, I did not make physical notes of my considerations.
Your Honor, I'm going into a different category, so I just wanted to...
If a coroner had to write down, make notes of all their considerations...
Oh, yes.
Okay.
We would have no trees left on the planet from all the pages.
We're seeing about 45 minutes.
Rise for the jury.
Lunch break! Wake up, Jim!
I was
Jim,
dealing with cat
unmute.
litter. I was dealing with cat litter. I'm back.
Sounds like a shitty thing to have to deal with.
Goodbye.
I'm sorry, G. We didn't see you. I was out of the room. Please pop back in. We're gonna go to music for a few minutes while I finish up, because Jack is insane. So we will see you on the flip side. Let me get music back up.
Excuse me.
And we'll see you in a few.
big win. Hop in the whip for a spin, spin. Headed for the top, yeah. Cute the violins. Let her go on a roll. Watch me shine, watch me glow. This is the love life, so nice. Luxury, luxury. This is the love life, so nice. Luxury, luxury. Coming in on the scene, looking so fresh, looking so clean. Everybody talk about a glow up, yeah. Cause they love to be seen. Baddest in the whole crew, so fly, so new. Get that bag, money green. Out with the crown, I'm that queen. Let her go on a roll. Watch me shine, watch me glow. This is the love life, so nice. Luxury, luxury. This is the love life, so nice. Luxury, 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 luxury. This is the love life, so nice, so nice. Luxury. This is the love life, so nice, so nice. Luxury. So nice, so nice. Luxury.
And we are back. We'll be going to Drunk Girl in a second. All the cat stuff is taken care of. Jack had decided to pee on... the cats are very literal, so they know wherever there's cat litter, it's okay to pee. Well, there was some cat litter on the silicone mat I put down under the litter box in here. The litter box itself was in the bathroom being processed when Jack saw the cat litter on the silicone pad and peed all over it. So fun times here. Fun times. Everything is now taken care of. But he was trying to get Molly, who has been trained the same way, to join him in a pee party. Pee. So we're going to go to some Drunk Girl to take care of the break. They're not going to be back till 1:35, so we've got about half an hour to kill. So let's take a look. And there's Gia.
Yo.
Guess what, Gia?
Wait.
When we upgraded the StreamYard the other day, we have a fourth chair that you will be getting, so you can add yourself and remove yourself at will. So you no longer have to wait for me.
Oh, more power.
But, yes, Pope Phil will have to grant you it, so he will meet with you as soon as he gets back from his work meeting.
Alrighty. Cool.
But I think he just needs the email address that you do YouTube with.
Okay.
So don't say it on the air. Give it to Pope Phil when he asks for it.
You sure you want to give it to me? You can give it to somebody else.
No, because you're the one who frequently comes and goes, and we miss you. So
yeah, I have to.
So we need you to have that power. Plus, in case, like if I'm on break or something, you know, like I was just dealing with cats, you can let people up or kick them down at will as well.
Okay.
So we will be giving you that party. So we're not ignoring you. Usually we're doing something. So this way you can add and remove yourself at will.
I understand. Yeah, I leave and come back a lot just because of what I'm doing.
Yeah. And you rank higher than NCR, so he doesn't get the power.
Oh, don't tell him.
Yes, you rank higher. So
telling him is half the fun.
Yeah. So we're gonna go to a controversial one, but hell, what else could happen today? Let's go to Undercover Cop. Good Lord. I have not reviewed this one, so I may have to fast forward through parts.
Cameras going on 5-4 and Manning.
So for those just listening, it's an undercover West Palm Beach police officers with the Special Investigation Division conduct operation to combat prostitution after numerous citizen complaints.
Northbound.
Lonely wives complaining.
Southeast corner, 5-7 and Broad. At the stop sign. I'm gonna try to make
Maybe
contact.
person was in the area
She's
again.
walking westbound towards Broadway.
Be funny if they picked up Jennifer.
White female. Yeah, yellow socks, black top. I'm gonna attempt to make contact right now.
Undercover officers were patrolling the area looking for women involved in prostitution. One woman got in the car and
Damn, you're fine. What's up, beautiful?
Something for $40.
What's going on? Hey. What's up, beautiful? You trying to party tonight or what?
What's up?
What's up?
Troll.
What?
Troll.
Why the fuck would I be troll? Get in the car. Oh, my fault. What's your name, girl?
$40.
Sarah? Yeah. No, so nice to meet you.
$40.
So I'm being wifey's upset, and I'm just trying to bust these nuts. I'm trying to just, you know what I'm saying? Nah, cause she don't want to give it up. That's why. Can you please wear your seatbelt? I don't know why she wanted to get this fucking car. It's so annoying. So I got $20. What's up? You trying to party or what? What?
Yeah, I can't buy nothing else.
What? How about 40?
40's fine.
40 for, I'm trying to get sucked off. You good with that? 40? Alright, thanks. Hey, yo. Nah, I hope not. Alright, let me get condoms real quick. Where you from, girl, with that accent?
That girl on my last fucking car.
I'm sitting here putting away
I ain't new to
groceries.
this, baby. I ain't new to this. I got my own stuff.
No, you good, baby.
Yeah.
What's that, Hank?
I'm sitting here putting away groceries that just came in, and I got a bonus gift of a dozen cronuts.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
It's kind of a waste since I won't be able to finish them before they go stale.
Right. But still, you can flaunt them. You can turn on the webcam and put them on webcam and show us all what we're missing.
And I can eat them with some ice cream.
Yes.
Yeah. Which I have 2 more days. Or 3 more days.
And some
till my
Popeyes. And
well, Popeyes band doesn't start till the 5th, so I'm good. I can get Popeyes.
okay,
So
so I'll get Popeye. Just put it on my calendar to get Popeyes on the 5th.
Yeah, all of that stuff. Popeyes, Arby's, KFC. Yeah. Actually, yeah, it's June 5th, so June 5th. You can have one big mass food thing.
I had some, but she.
I think there's a gas station on.
Yeah, let's get out of this.
Yeah.
No, he said he wants to bust a nut. Not her.
But not a
Yeah, it's not
cronut.
personal against you, so I just,
No,
I can't be bringing nothing to wifey. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm definitely.
I wouldn't kiss somebody on the cheek for $40.
I hope so. I think the gas station on 45th has condoms. I'm gonna go over there. Hot out here?
It's hot as fuck. And I got all
Pants, we were watching a police.
Where you from with that accent?
I'm from up north.
What's up north?
New York.
On Florida Cocktail.
That ain't New York. That's not New York.
Definitely New York. Yonkers, Mount Vernon.
That's not New York.
Oh, come on,
Fuck. Alright, just chill. Yo, we grew up in the same city. You're from Queens. You're from Queens. Patrol's pulling me over.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. Chill out. Just chill out. Don't get out the car and chill. Chill.
Okay, my real name is Victoria.
Okay, I don't give a fuck about your name. We're not best friends. We just grew up in the same neighborhood. We're both from Queens. The fuck you think this is? Pen pals or something? I was just trying to get my dick sucked. Alright, chill. Hey, what's up, man? What's up, bro?
Sit down in the car for me, dear.
Yo.
Yes, step out of the car. Take your seatbelt off. Step out of the
The guy is the
Yo, that's my best friend. We good? Okay.
Yeah.
Just chill, dog.
Yeah,
just
set
chill.
up. Just set up. Yep. No, they're fake busting him.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, brother? Don't worry about it. Come on, step out of the car for me, Jim.
Yo.
Yes, step out of the car. Take your seatbelt off. Step out of the car for me.
Yo, that's my best friend.
Yeah, I don't care. Step out of the car. Let's go.
Chill, dog. Just chill.
Yeah, it's a
Turn
sting.
around.
It's a sting.
Yeah, it's a
What
stick.
did I do?
Come back here for me. That's fine.
What did I do?
He thinks the
we'll tell
other
you in a
guy's getting in
second.
trouble
Bring it
too,
behind your back.
but he's a police officer.
That's fine. You're placed under arrest for solicitation.
Solicitation?
Yes, ma'am.
How? I didn't do it. What is this solicitation? What is solicitation?
Solicitation for prostitution.
I don't even have fun. What do you mean?
Okay.
How?
Just stop moving.
Sir, how? I'm not even a prostitute.
Okay.
How?
And the guy just drove off.
You have anything on you? Huh? Where?
Can I get it out of my pocket?
Which pocket is it in? No, you're not going to get it. Where is it? In your back pocket or front pocket? Front pocket right here?
Yeah.
Is that a pipe?
Yeah.
Okay. Come on back here.
He was a cop. I don't get it.
I don't know what he was. We watched you.
I was just walking. I dropped off the bike to my friend's house.
Okay.
I didn't do anything.
Okay. That's fine.
I'm not a prostitute. I'm not a prostitute.
Okay.
Define prostitute.
Yeah.
I'm not a prostitute.
Okay. Let's walk this way. She does have a pipe in the right pocket, she said. You can see it right here. We'll let them take it out right there. It's open. These are going to be blusher. Drop it.
They all cry the same way.
Blusher's got mine. Yeah, so. Actually, do you want to switch out to yours just so I can have a pair? Step back outside.
I'm not a prostitute. I don't get it. What's going on?
Step outside. Turn around. Where he pulled.
I live out here on 59th Street.
Okay.
I'm not a prostitute.
Okay. Put the hand on the car. Yeah, her bag, front seat.
Any other property?
This is my book bag.
We got an ID in there?
I have an ID of Victoria Candelaria.
Another one walking across Broadway and Cynthia.
I'm not understanding.
Okay, real quick, what's your name? Hold on, what's your name?
Sounds like they're
What'd you
doing
say?
a massive sting. Sounds like they're doing a massive sting from the radio chatter. There's another one walking across the street at what, such and such and such and such. That guy must be busy.
I live out here, but I'm not a prostitute.
Okay, Victoria.
He see me, he picked me up.
What is your date of
November
birth?
12th,
For the license?
Yeah.
Do you know it?
ID. I don't know my license number.
Do you know your social? 4.
Please explain this to me.
Everything will be explained to you when we get over to booking, okay?
This is like, this can't be right. I swear this can't be right. I live out here. Why can't I walk around? I just seen him too, and I walked to the bus.
I'm just amazed that she hasn't figured out he was undercover yet.
Right, especially the way that he got out of there so fast. Nobody stopped him.
That just happens all the time, doesn't it?
I guess, yeah.
Right now we're going to headquarters for booking. We'll finish your paperwork, and then after your paperwork's done, you'll be going to the county. Yes. Yes. I said yes.
Yes? Why?
Why?
Was he a cop? My friend was a cop?
That guy was a cop?
Just wait till we get to booking, everything will be explained to you, okay?
One thing I don't see as being fair, whenever I read about the stings that happen in the area,
right?
The Johns are all cited and released,
right?
Usually, but the prostitutes go to jail.
Right.
I just don't see that as being fair.
Right.
They're both equally fucking up.
Right. Yeah, that's just the way they do it for whatever reason.
I forgot how delicious a cronut was.
Step out for me. Stand right here, face the car. Go around the back of the car. Go to that door.
Hank Pants wants to know what a cronut is.
It's a croissant donut.
Croissant donut.
Yeah.
Any sort of flavoring on it? Any?
The only cronuts I've ever had have just been plain glazed.
Okay. There you go, Pants. Pants, you better get to the store before they close the sandwich shop on you again.
I'm making homemade sloppy joes for lunch.
Ooh, sounds good.
Oh, they're yummy. So easy.
Yeah. Do you make your own sauce, or do you buy the?
I buy ground turkey. Add a can of tomato soup, like 3 tablespoons of Worcestershire, half a cup of ketchup, and 2 tablespoons of mustard. Delicious.
Sounds good.
So easy. So much better than any jarred manwich stuff you can get. And then season it however you want.
I use tomato paste in my sloppy Joe mix.
Yeah, you can do that too and add a little water. Yep. I just use tomato soup for convenience.
I had a grilled chicken fajita sandwich Mom brought me from Dominic's in New York, which makes it fresh right in front of you. It's not processed.
Yeah, I gave Lisa the recipe. They're so good.
So I ate, well, not healthy, but it wasn't fast food. It was local sandwich shop. Does it right in front of you.
Well,
Yes, tomatoes and tomato soup. You are being spoken about. Yes.
And Tomatoes, you missed. I know you were following it over on the Chili DeCastro board. If you haven't seen it, Jason Dollahide's $250 million lawsuit against the state of Oklahoma was dismissed without prejudice. As he had 2 years to file an amended complaint, it did not. Mainly because he's in jail for 2 counts of assaulting a police officer, which resulted in 2 15-year sentences that I believe he's serving concurrently.
Is that from the incident in the park with deer?
Yes. Yes.
No. Well, the lawsuits from it, yes. But the what do you call it? The assault on the police officer was what we saw back when we were on the other channel 2 years ago in July.
When they came to get him at the house, and he had apparently assaulted somebody with his car.
Yeah, he had attacked the police officer there with his car.
Yeah.
So
counts
of that.
They were after him because he attacked somebody at the grocery store with his car.
Right.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he hit the police car, with his car, which resulted in the one of the I don't know if the officer was injured or not, but that's what these charges stemmed from.
Doesn't need to be a felony, or doesn't need to be injuries for a felony in that case.
Right, but they chased after him, followed him home, and that's when everything went down. He got 2 counts for 15 years each. So he was convicted last year.
Yes, I know why you are called Tomatoes. Tomatoes. He.
And it's a good place for Catfucker to be for the next 30 years.
Well, well, it's actually 2 concurrent, so it's 15, but he's still racking up. He's still got like 7 other cases in the system that have yet to be determined, which are all adding years onto his sentence. So they're adding it at that. So by the time he gets out, that little girl he had, she was like 7 or 8 back then. She's 10 now. She'll be in her 20s by the time she sees her dad again. So, yeah. The wife's had a troubled couple of years after Chili stopped supporting them. Remember, Chili had promised he would help. Then he reneged on the promise after the incident with Floyd Wallace, where he had to pay off Heather Dollahide. And Dollahide's been in and out of drug treatment programs since then. She's really had a bad time with it. And she was on trial at one point for stealing a car. Those charges are still pending.
Yeah, I don't have too much in the way of sympathy for her. I feel for the kid.
Right.
The kid is the innocent one in this.
Right. And she had already permanently lost her 3 other kids from before Dollahide for other drug charges before any of this even happened.
Well, didn't she lose the little girl for at least a little while?
Yes, the little girl is currently living with relatives. She doesn't have custody. She, like I said, she's been in and out of drug treatment programs and faces all sorts of charges, including Grand Theft Auto. And the fake divorce, Tomatoes, never happened. Chili had convinced her to take the bond money that they had raised for Jason and put it in a divorce lawyer so she could divorce Jason, pretend like they weren't together, convince the Child Protective Services that, oh, no, I'm not dealing with Jason anymore, get her daughter back, and then remarry Jason.
You mean Chili's attempt to get her as his woman?
His brief attempt to get her as a woman, his woman, before Floyd Wallace screwed that up by allegedly SAing her and her friend, and Chili had to pay something like $5,000 to make it all go.
Do you have any? I don't have proof, but I have zero problem believing that Floyd would have done that.
Yeah. Looks like they're coming back early, so we will finish this drunk girl later tonight. Let's stop screen. Present. Share.
Yeah. I'm not too into the watching the stings like that.
Right. Well, yeah, and Floyd is still gone. He's disappeared after taking out all those loans from his fans a little over about 2 months ago now. He was supposed to have a job, and when he didn't get the job, he stopped live streaming for some reason. He had promised his fans that he would give them double their money back on all these loans to fix his car. And we know he's alive because his channels, other than Foreign Only, are getting his revised content on a regular basis. But he's abandoned the Foreign Only channel. He hasn't live streamed in 2 months now.
Yeah, that's if he doesn't have somebody working those other channels with the revised content while he's out of country.
Right. Well, he was so desperate for money, and he didn't have a job, so he apparently disappeared. Like I said, Parson Floyd, remember this was 2 months ago when he was taking all those loans in a side chat and offering double the money back because he for sure had the job at the UPS place, which he didn't get.
Unless UPS has really dropped their standards down for who they'll hire, no, they wouldn't hire him with his background.
He said it was at their shipping out, not like at the UPS store, but at the sorting plants. They do hire felons on a case-by-case basis. And Floyd has a couple of felony convictions. Or at least one I know of terroristic threats.
Because I worked with them while I was in college for a holiday job.
Right.
And no, if you had a felony in your background check, you were next.
Well, one of the problems Floyd is also facing is he's a felon on parole who is living with another felon. His cousin is a felon as well. And in the state of Nebraska, I believe there are rules that convicted felons can't live with each other like that.
Well, depends on how some states have clauses for family relations. I don't think cousin would qualify, but it might.
Right. That'd be interesting to see. Yeah, Floyd just disappeared, Parson, so you may have to go to the Omaha, Nebraska area and hunt him down. See where Floyd Wallace is. But like I said, his other two channels get regular content. You know, all he's doing is recycling old content at this point. But
if YouTube ever figures that out, he's gone.
Yeah, he was down from making about $4,000 a month to about $2,000 a month after going to jail in February or early March. And Surrender Monkey, yeah, I maybe, who knows. But Floyd, yeah, we haven't heard from Irish Demon in a while either. He does his own. He does regular content. He just doesn't do lives anymore.
Huh? I wonder why.
He does about 8 or 9 videos every 2 days, and it looks like brand new stuff. But
well, and the other person we all know that has started going live again just ignores people when they try and ask him questions about
that
he
person
did.
I checked over on his coverage of this earlier. He's not even on panel. He doesn't go on panel. he has the person restream on his channel, but he's not even on panel. And I was the only person in his room when I was there for about 30 seconds. So, yeah.
I saw that he was. I thought that he was doing the coverage on this. I didn't. I haven't gone to his channel since the date we found out
last year. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a new partner. He was doing a 3-way partnership with Miss Mandy, but Miss Mandy dropped out of that, I guess.
You mean even Miss Mandy might have gotten standards?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't.
No, she hasn't. She is a turtle rider now.
Oh, God.
Yep.
So
all caps on Twitter. Yep.
That's the last thing.
Lost her mind.
Well, it's one place you can go that anytime somebody from our side of things complains about what she's done in the past,
right,
none of them will believe anything that we say.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah,
But
she has lost her mind again.
We don't tend to go this far in the weeds, but that's just gossip for today. Remember, we're back at 8 o'clock Eastern tonight with our normal show. We'll be back at 8:55 a.m. Eastern tomorrow with more Karen Reed coverage. And Saturday,
are we back in another sidebar?
What's that? No.
Are we in another sidebar?
They're still
Karen
at lunch.
Reed.
Yes, they're still at lunch. Then we're back Friday night. We just hit 7,000 subscribers last night.
Yay!
Thank you, Gia.
I hope none of them are injured too badly.
Thank you, Gia, for bringing in all your fans.
Yes.
So Gia's helped significantly in the growth. So
yes, there's so many. Hundreds and hundreds.
Yes. We are hoping to hit 10,000 by the end of the year. We have optimism that we hit it by September.
So when you're hitting all these fans, are you using a rental car, or do you just got a good body shop?
Yeah.
Pants is dressed like a ninja. That's all I'm going to say.
Yep.
And it involves a 1978 Chrysler Cordova that you can pick up in Shoogie's office in 1978. So that probably would mean he was still in the Navy. But go back in time and find it.
Well, I went back in time and I decided to lift his wallet and it got nothing but some moths.
You mean you opened his wallet for the first time in 100 years?
My OnlyFans. That's a frightening thought.
Yeah, all I found was a death moth that from his days of hanging with Wild Bill.
Dear Lord. Well, hopefully we get 10,000 Surrender Monkey. We've come this far. It's been a year and we got 7,000. Hopefully we can double that by next year. We are on the move. We are getting mentions here and there, and we're trying to make some, trying to help out a bit by providing information to other channels for stories that we may not cover, things I see while I'm walking around.
Yep. I'm going to start sharing other kinds of videos and suggestions, not just drunk girls. Yeah, I'm going to start doing that today.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Tomorrow we'll have the special Lane Myers coverage at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. We will be taking a break from Karen Reed at that time, just for the hour or two it takes to get that wrapped up. Then we'll be returning Karen Reed coverage. Then tomorrow night we'll do a wrap-up about what we saw at the Lane Myers hearing, since we only provide audio of those. And we may or may not have Judy tomorrow because Judy has a doctor's appointment at the same time. But with any luck and any phone calls the doctor might receive, she may miss that appointment. And, oh, darn. He'd have to go to Lane Myers. Oh, sorry. I was thinking out loud. I was thinking out loud.
Oh, dear God.
Yes. Yes. So, yeah. And Lisa, it's not just my success, it's all of ours. We've got a great team here. Everyone is contributing, and, you know, it's a good team to have, good people to have around you. The strength of our channel is built up over both the participants on this side and you guys out in chat. Your support means the world to us. And we're still at court will resume shortly. I know, Lisa.
I ordered my daughter a breakfast sandwich to get delivered. Yeah.
Yeah?
And an apple juice. Yeah, she still doesn't have keys. So I'm trying to be as supportive as I can.
Well, like I said, I had a local sandwich for lunch and it was pretty good. It is one of the alternatives to any of the things that I'm...
Artisty pants. Cute pants.
I had a bowl of oatmeal with some blueberries in it for breakfast, and I won't have lunch until this is over today.
Did you get a pork chop?
That will be Saturday when I can go to...
Oh, good.
Because I'm here doing this while I've got to go in the morning to the butcher while the butcher's still there so I can get the chops cut the thickness I want them.
Nice. Surrender Monkey asks, how good are you at whiskey? I bought some earlier and it tastes like toenails. How do I fix this?
I don't know. Check and see what the reviews on the whiskeys are before you buy them. And when they're half the price of all the other bourbons or whiskeys on the shelf, there's usually a reason why.
There you go.
Although I've had some whiskeys that are top shelf priced, but not top shelf quality, in my opinion.
Karma. Just read a news article. There's this guy who was arrested, I say maybe last year or a year or two ago. He was a road rage guy, driving a Tesla, getting out with a sledgehammer and hitting people's cars and breaking their windows and scaring them.
Yeah.
Well, he went to jail. He got out of jail. He lives in Hawaii now. Well, he just did it again.
Oh, God.
And he's back in jail, and somebody beat the shit out of him in jail.
Oh, wow.
Good.
Yep. And there's a picture of him on the news. His face is all beaten in. I'm thinking, karma, baby. Yep.
Yep.
Same incident. Got out of his car, scaring a woman and her daughter in traffic, and he got arrested again.
Yep. The county my wife worked for, I made the request with the sheriff for the next female drug dog they get in, to name it Karma.
There you go.
That's perfect.
or supervisor. Anytime somebody demands
Yep.
to see the supervisor,
Yep.
they get a firm missile.
Hold my bone.
Back.
You want to see me? I'll see you at sidebar.
Followed by pound.
Sidebar number 8. Doesn't seem like she's really cutting down the sidebars like she's been saying she's trying to do. Just saying.
I don't see Grant in there today.
No, I don't either.
Yeah. And Turtle Boy didn't make it again next week, I don't think.
No, we didn't.
No. Aw.
I know what I'm going to have for a snack. I got, in my groceries, I got cotton candy grapes.
There you go.
It'll be interesting to see if we ever watch Grant practice law in the courtroom.
Oh, good Lord, yeah. I just need it. I need to get the bed under my desk like George Costanza. Just take a nap. So we had the Angry Vet go at it with DirectD over on Manuel Mata's side chat. Mata was trying to get his probation taken care of because he had time served and should have taken care of the probation. He had an extended confrontation with security for some reason. While in side chat, the Angry Vet and DirectD were trying to kill each other with the Angry Vet saying stuff about serving DirectD with paperwork, and DirectD was like, what paperwork? Someone would have had to come all the way out here to do that. So it didn't resolve, but we will keep an eye on this. The Angry Vet being previously had given a bounty on the head of DirectD for his address, because he wanted to personally or have DirectD served with some sort of paperwork. Here, I thought a bounty was just a thing in pro wrestling.
No, it's also a paper towel.
There you go. Thanks to your donations, next week when the money's deposited, we may be returning to Twitter, streaming on Twitter. With our upgraded plan on StreamYard, and you have enough to cover a year's Twitter membership,
You are
we may
unmuted.
return to streaming on Twitter. We made that a pay service last year. Otherwise, we were getting 80 or 90 people over on Twitter for each of these broadcasts. We also may return to sticking stuff up over on Facebook, since we do have the plan now to do 4K content across all of our platforms.
I was waiting for you to say you're going to stick stuff up something.
There you go. But if we, instead of doing premieres, if we use them on stream, if we release content via StreamYard, it'll stick it on Twitter and it will stick it on Facebook for us. So yes, the return of Facebook feeds may be coming. We do these live streams
you can
on
always,
Facebook, but nothing else.
You can always pimp NCR to OnlyFans.
That's right. We'll see if there's a link to his OnlyFans. We'll get exclusive NCR coverage on his OnlyFans. I wonder what they get the jury to eat. You know? They're not
I would imagine it's
sequestered,
food.
but they get, you know, they have catered for the morning break and then for lunch. So I'm always wondering, I'm like Stanley from The Office, who always wanted to be on a jury just so someone would buy him lunch every day.
I don't know. The jury's here. The jury selection that I was on, we had to buy our own lunch.
So they'll, right now, probably the GoFundMe. Because the GoFundMe is not taxed at the end of the year. They're considered donations. I still will have to pay tax on
All right, Mr. Leslie, whenever you're ready.
PayPal.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Scorti-Bello, and welcome back.
Thank you.
I want to move on to a slightly different aspect of the hypothermia discussion. So,
How long does it take to die in the cold?
That hypothermia is a very difficult diagnosis to make, correct?
Correct.
And you acknowledge that in your grand jury testimony in this proceeding, correct? Do you recall that?
I do.
And you indicated in that grand jury proceeding, generally that diagnosing hypothermia is based on contextual clues. Is that correct?
On autopsy findings and investigative information, yes.
Right. And the last part, investigative, and that's that legal part, sort of the law enforcement contribution. Is that correct that you're referring to?
Correct.
You diagnosed Mr. O'Keefe with hypothermia based upon certain medical data that you believe you observed in the gastric area and the pancreatic area. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just for, I think most people will get this, just be clear, gastric is sort of synonymous with the stomach.
Stomach.
And then we know the pancreas is a separate organ. And in your autopsy, you observed for example, the lining of both the stomach and the pancreas. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the word you used?
Let's start with the stomach. Did you observe the lining of the stomach as part of Mr. O'Keefe as part of the autopsy?
Yes, I observed some hemorrhages in the lining of the stomach.
We'll get to that, right? But I just want to talk about the organs and what aspects of the organs first, and then we'll get to that. And with regard to the pancreas, what aspect of the pancreas did you observe?
I examined both the external surface and the tissues around it, as well as the pancreas itself by making several cuts.
And there was also a histopathology report that was relevant to both the stomach and the pancreas, correct?
Correct.
Histopathology?
Spell it, Mr. Leslie.
HISTOPATHOLOGY.
Good afternoon, whatever it is.
So that histopath information informed your hypothermia
analysis, is that correct?
The histopathology was done to further confirm my finding or my determination of hypothermia.
So, do I have it correct, and let's start with the pancreas, that you noted the pancreas was congested and
This is the
diffusely
coroner,
hemorrhagic?
Rose.
Do I have that correct?
And we're on cross-examination.
And you feel free to look at your report, please.
I will.
And I specifically, if it helps, I'm
Yes.
looking at
Page 4.
the report of autopsy. It's not numbered pages, but it would be 4. And you see liver, gallbladder, and pancreas is 1, and then you go down a couple more and you see digestive system. That's what I'm focusing on.
Okay.
And the next page is the histopathology.
Yes.
All right, are we sort of oriented in the same location?
Yes.
All right, so let's start with the pancreas. So if you look at the histopathology page, it says endocrine and exocrine pancreatic tissue with vascular congestion and patchy parenchymal, that's PARENCHYMAL, hemorrhage, autolytic changes. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And I want to go at these one at a time, so now I'm going to jump back to the previous page where you discussed the heading liver, gallbladder, and pancreas. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see the last sentence says the pancreas is congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. You see that?
Yes.
So now what I'd like to do, and is that what you're rooting in, if you will, the analysis of hypothermia?
The determination of hypothermia was made, yes, based on these findings and the circumstances I was provided. Yes.
Right, and thank you. I'm going to get to the circumstances, but it's sort of the medical legal construct that we were talking about. I want to just start first with the medical, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
So then let's now move to the organ of the stomach, a synonym gastric in terms of your report. So let's go to, please, back to the histopathology section. And under that, under pancreas is stomach. And there's a bulleted one sentence that says gastric tissue with vascular congestion and focal mucosal hemorrhage. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then let's go back, as we did with the pancreas, for the stomach, go back to the previous page in your report under the heading digestive system. And the second sentence states the gastric mucosa shows focal areas of linear hemorrhages. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So we've got hemorrhage discussion with the pancreas, we've got hemorrhage discussion with the stomach and the gastric area. Your diagnosis of hypothermia was not based just on gastric and pancreatic hemorrhaging alone, though, was it?
No.
And you did fairly refer to other circumstances just moments ago in your answer, correct?
Correct.
And we're going to get to that. So that means that your diagnosis of hypothermia was also informed by the information we discussed earlier that was provided to you by former Trooper Proctor in his investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And one aspect of that information is that he was found, Mr. O'Keefe was found in the snow, correct?
Yes.
So let's go to the death notification report. Am I generally correct that you were, I'm sorry,
Rephrase it.
I will. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall the death notification report in this matter?
I do recall, the very initial first information that comes in. That's the death notification given to our intake. staff.
Do you recall the contents of that death notification report?
Would you like me to summarize? I don't recall I don't have it in front of me, but I can tell you what the gist of it was.
Would it be helpful to you if I showed you a document that might refresh your recollection on what that, a document that may refresh
She
your
said
recollection?
sure. I don't
Thanks.
think you heard her.
I did. Thank you, Your Honor. May I approve?
Yeah, the judge seems to be rushing him along a little bit. Just a little.
Yeah, put your.
Yep,
Thank
just
you.
show Mr. Brennan. Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, what I'd like to do, you can read anything you want, but I'm just going to reference to the section that says circumstances of death.
Yes.
What I'd like you to do is read it to yourself, not out loud, and then when you, just that section up to here, and once you're done, if you could kindly look up and let me know.
Okay.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, did that refresh your recollection with regard to the circumstances of death section of the death notification report?
Yes.
And you could please state now what your refreshed recollection is on that topic.
Yes, the initial intake death notification was made by a physician at the hospital, and it stated that we were dealing with a adult male that was found in a snowbank. There was note of having been at a party. There was some information as to the decedent was walking to a house. There was reference to some sort of altercation or dispute with
Sustain. Jurors, disregard that. Move on with this, Mr. Leslie. With this, but just move on.
Yeah, yes. In terms of the differential diagnosis concept that we were talking about before, based upon your refreshed recollection of circumstances of death as discussed in the death notification report, based upon that, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have been injured and died somewhere other than the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
Yes. I'm going to allow that.
Initially, no.
Let's go to significance, if any, of hemorrhaging of the two organs we were talking about, the pancreas and the stomach. Is it correct that the hemorrhaging of a pancreas can be caused by many different things?
Yes, it is.
And to be clear, you found evidence of hemorrhaging of the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe in the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And is it correct before the grand jury, you yourself were evaluating whether the injuries had been sustained in a different environment? Well, let me ask it this way. Do you recall what your testimony was in the grand jury about hemorrhaging of the pancreas and possibilities of injuries being sustained in different environments. Do you recall any testimony on that subject?
Okay. All right, I'll see you at 10.
Happy sidebar, folks.
Sidebar number 9. Number 9. Number 9. Sidebar number 9. Club for Men. Sponsorships. Dear Lord. Not that I have that problem, but maybe Phil does. Phil can be our spokesperson for a hair club for men. For Keeps. Remember when Keeps used to be on like every sponsorship deal?
If I go bald, I can just use my beard as a comb over.
Well, that's what we were watching the other day. This guy he was
The
bald
dreads.
up top, but the dreads on the back, and then he put the dreads on top of his
Yes,
head
I
for
was
his
there.
mugshot. Yeah.
I was there. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm describing it to the audience.
That's why I made the crack about my beard.
Yeah. So yeah, folks, we're having sidebar number 9. I didn't hear what flavor we had today. It may be leftover Cinnamon Toast Crunch from yesterday. Pope is actually at a retreat today with the Vestal Virgins. He didn't tell us about it till he said bye and was out the door.
It has been a while, but now I'm kind of craving them. I make Captain Crunch battered chicken chicken fingers.
Ooh. What kind of Captain Crunch? Just regular?
Regular Captain Crunch. And then a habanero ranch dipping sauce.
There you go. The new taco battered nuggets at Taco Bell come with Hidden Valley Ranch fire sauce. So I guess it's ranch and fire. The fire sauce.
It's ranch in the Taco Bell fire sauce, which is a crap hot sauce.
Is it?
Yeah.
See, I'm not big into hot sauces, so I just,
I like good hot sauces, but the crap ones you can keep.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I never was into hot sauce that much growing up. Then again, we never had it in the house, and we never had a local Taco Bell till we got up here.
Well, when I started going to Taco Bell, you had mild and hot.
Yeah, now it's mild, hot,
Diablo.
Fire, Diablo. Yeah, about 5 different.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and none of them are hot.
Yeah, they're just different.
At the grand jury, did you testify as follows? If the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. You recall that?
Yes.
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can also be caused by blunt force trauma, correct?
Correct.
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can be caused by CPR, correct? Cardiopulmonary resuscitation?
It's possible.
Do you know what a Lucas machine is?
Yes.
And a Lucas machine is an automated CPR machine, correct?
Correct.
And it's a rather large device, correct? It gets strapped down to the chest of someone. So instead of someone having to exercise, etc., you put on a Lucas machine that goes over the chest and it automatically does the compressions, right?
Correct.
Lucas machines can cause hemorrhaging, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, wasn't a Lucas machine applied to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe so.
And wasn't the Lucas machine applied from when the first responders came to the scene and he was in the ambulance continually and through when he was in the hospital?
I believe so, yeah.
So, when a Lucas machine is used in resuscitation efforts, you'd actually expect to see some hemorrhaging, wouldn't you?
Where?
In the stomach? In the pancreas? Would you expect to see it there?
Not in the mucosa of the stomach and not as extensive in the pancreas.
Let's talk about and pick the pancreas first. So you would agree that from the use of a Lucas machine, you would expect some degree of hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Not always.
But it's certainly possible that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging of the pancreas, correct?
It's possible.
And now let's move to, and there was evidence of hemorrhaging in the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now let's move to the stomach. Isn't it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Personally, I have not seen it in that context.
But do you rule that out?
I can't rule it out. I can only tell you my experience.
So your personal experience is you don't believe you've seen that, but you can't rule out that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging to the stomach. Is that correct?
I don't believe a Lucas machine causes hemorrhage to the mucosa of the stomach.
Right. I'm not yet at the mucosa of the stomach, which is a subset of the stomach, right? You're talking about the gastric rugae.
Talking about
Quit
the inner lining of
quit
the stomach.
trying to change the doctor's
correct?
Yes.
So I'm just
observation.
talking about the stomach in general, not a subset of the stomach. Is it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Not in the stomach, around the stomach, in the soft tissues of the torso.
Okay.
In other words, asshole, not where she was looking.
So you've said that you're aware that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of the length of time that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine?
No, I am not.
Do you know how many compressions per minute a Lucas machine causes?
I would have to say close to 60.
Would 100 compressions per minute be a reasonable amount of compressions for a Lucas machine to cause?
Sure.
For a child, not an adult.
37 minutes of a person hooked up to a Lucas machine, and assume 100 compressions per minute, that would result in 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine, correct?
Correct.
Could
There's an awful lot of
3,700
assumptions in there,
compressions from a
asshole.
Lucas machine explain hemorrhaging in the pancreas?
You could.
And that explanation could be why there's hemorrhaging in the pancreas as opposed to hypothermia causing hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Possible.
Did you consider that at all in your autopsy report, the effect of the Lucas machine? Is it written anywhere in your autopsy report?
I do consider changes due to cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The rib fractures that were observed were attributed to CPR. Usually we will see some amount of hemorrhage in the soft tissues, but in this context, with the gastric findings, the pancreatic findings, and the information that he was found in the snow with a body temperature of 80 degrees, my opinion was that those hemorrhages, along with the gastric hemorrhages and his body temperature, were consistent with hypothermia.
My question was, does your report state anywhere the words Lucas machine?
No.
And you agree that a Lucas machine can cause hemorrhaging to the pancreas?
It can cause hemorrhage in a lot of tissues.
But including the pancreas?
Including the pancreas.
But as she stated, not to the degree that she found.
Right.
If you see hemorrhaging of the pancreas and you believe that hemorrhaging is a contributor to hypothermic deaths, wouldn't you also expect to see Wisniewski ulcers?
I did note gastric hemorrhages.
So the court reporter needs to have a spelling of that. Doctor, can you give us the spelling of that?
Would you like to give it?
If you'd like me to, I'm prepared to
ahead.
give it. Thank you. WISCHNEWSKI. So, can you just tell the jurors what Wisniewski spots or Wisniewski ulcers are?
Wisniewski spots are small hemorrhages, small areas of bleeding in the mucosa of the stomach that are thought to be associated with hypothermia, among other things. They're believed to be either a reaction to stress due to the hypothermia or some form of what we call reperfusion injury.
Is it correct that if someone is believed to die, at least in part, from hypothermia, that in 90% of the cases of death from hypothermia, you would find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I do not know the exact number.
So you're unqualified, huh?
Yeah, she was going in that she found something in the lining that, but he wouldn't let her
Calling
finish.
what the percentage is for how many, the percent of cases for death of hypothermia that you would expect to find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I don't.
Do you recall? Do you recall?
Hold on. Move on. The objection sustained. So
Okay.
you're asking it, yes, go
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you. There were no Wisniewski's ulcers present in Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
I believe there were.
Can you point anywhere in your autopsy report
where the word Wisniewski appears.
I did not call them Wisniewski spots. I called them gastric hemorrhages.
Right, so you didn't use the term Wisniewski and you didn't use the term ulcer, correct? In your report at all?
No, I used gastric hemorrhages under the title of hypothermia.
Do you believe that all hemorrhages in the pancreas are Wisniewski ulcers?
You mean the stomach?
I want to start with the pancreas.
Wisniewski ulcers are, the term is used to describe the gastric hemorrhages.
Right, so I wanted to clarify that. So now I want to move to the stomach.
Okay.
No, you just fucked up, and you don't want everybody else to know that you're fucking not nearly as smart as you think you are.
Wisniewski ulcers.
Not all of them.
Therefore, there can be Wisniewski ulcers and not be hemorrhaging, correct? Just by logic?
And not be hemorrhaging?
Correct. You can have a Wisniewski ulcer but not have hemorrhaging.
You could, but ulceration would manifest in what we call hemorrhage, the
kind of in the definition,
actual appearance of it.
What I'd like to do now is, Mr. Wolf, what has been in evidence, what I'd like to do is to, with your Honor's permission, publish some depictions of first the gastric mucosa, and then start with that, Your Honor, publish that.
All right. So this is the one that we have not introduced into evidence openly, but at sidebar, right?
What I'd like to do is I'll start out with the one that is in evidence, which is the gastric mucosa.
Okay,
start with that.
What number?
They got a different lady with the little face mask thingy. I think.
No, it's the same lady. It's the same lady. She just did her hair differently today.
Your Honor,
Okay.
Okay, so that was the one I was
She's
referring
lost
to that we
weight,
did
though.
at sidebar, not in open court.
Okay.
Okay.
I was gonna say she looks like she's quite a bit lighter and looks younger than the what I remember.
I noticed it the other day. She's lost weight, so that may be it.
All right.
Oh, okay.
All I'll say about this, jurors, is that this may be considered graphic. You satisfied with that, Mr. Alessi?
I'm satisfied with that, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, you satisfied with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
164.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Stubello, I'm handing you Exhibit 164 in evidence, and I'm going to also, with the court's permission, have it published on the screen. So whatever one is best for you to look at on the screen, please feel free to look at either one. Mr. Wolk, if you could publish 164. Dr. Scorti-Bello, do you recognize 164 as the, well, you describe what 164 is.
This is a picture of the stomach of Mr. Keefe after it was removed and opened and the contents were removed. And what you're looking at, this pink red surface is the mucosa. That's the lining of the stomach. And you had used the word rugae before. These are the folds. The stomach has a lot of folds. And what you can see here are small areas that are redder than everything else. That's hemorrhage, that's blood. And these are the gastric hemorrhages that I described.
Right, so those are what you just showed. There's darker areas, there's just a few of them.
That is what you refer to as hemorrhages, correct?
Wisniewski's was, correct.
Well, you didn't use Wisniewski's in your report, correct? You referred to them as hemorrhages.
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do now is to, if I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
For the chalk.
Exhibit MM.
With your Honor's permission, may I show Dr. Scorti-Bello the chalk that's marked for identification? Is that it?
Yes, and let's see what she answers before we use it for more questions, okay?
Yes. May I hand it to you?
Yes.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, could you please take what's identified as Exhibit M and see if you can identify what that depicts?
Yes, this is a picture of a stomach, again, the mucosa with hemorrhage.
Just hold for these, sorry. Not your fault.
Sounds like Chili's current studio.
Can we take a break?
Yes. Yes.
Rise to jury.
Well, we've got another break.
Jurors, right this way, please.
I missed what's going on that they're taking the jury out.
The one of the security guards just said, "Can we take a break for the jury, please?" So something going on.
I'll see
with the
counsel
jury.
at sidebar, please.
But we're having a sidebar too. So let's add the sidebar.
Maybe the jury wanted to get some air before they had to look at any more of the gut shots.
Yeah. That's sidebar number 10. Yeah, this is, I bet they have this woman on tomorrow as well. This is going to go all day.
Which she could have been finished yesterday if he didn't stall so much in the afternoon.
Well, that's what they're doing with all these, you know? They don't have a case.
Yeah.
Their case is
And-
this didn't happen.
And they're trying to do the gotchas of, you didn't notice that? You're incompetent.
Yeah.
Oh, so all ulcers are Wisniewski's. No, that's not what she said.
Right. Folks who are awaiting updates on Lane Meyer's case, there still has been nothing filed officially, or at least nothing in the system. I know Lane had photocopied a bunch of motions, gave them to the judge, and gave them to the prosecutor on Monday. That's what he used his high-powered attorney for, was to do photocopying. But nothing has shown up in the system since Monday. We'll see if they show up later today or tomorrow before his 1:30 p.m. Eastern hearing. Tomorrow they're going to determine if he is eligible for a second bail hearing. Despite his claims, the very passages he was saying in court, number one, have been revised since whatever he was reading in court, and number two, did not say what he said they were saying. Go figure.
Well, currently it says the court cannot change it, so haha.
Yeah, well, according to the Arizona State Constitution, if you're out on a felony and you get more felony charges that were committed while out on the felony, you can't be considered for bond, period. But he is stating another rule where it says that if you're denied bond and then you change courts, then the court, he says must, but the actual ruling is may, and there was nothing to his, you have to do it within 7 days. There's no 7-day rule. And he was demanding that the judge take action right now and grant him his motion right now based on what he was saying, because it was verbatim the truth. And the judge was like, no. I'm going to have to go and read what you're citing for myself.
Yeah, even if that was coming from a seasoned lawyer, which he knew to be truthful,
right,
he would still wait until he read it himself.
Well, that's the problem with Lane Myers. Everything he says turns out to be a lie, or a misstatement, or something that needs to be qualified. You can't believe a damn thing out of his mouth. And he's proven time and time again that even though he can make a compelling case with the lies, and if you half listen to him, it half sounds good, but then when you actually investigate what he's saying, it's total malarkey. So,
he really believed. He's a good con artist because he at least makes it sound like he really believes the bullshit he's trying to pass on.
Yes. And he convinces his little, his followers who do no research because Lane said so, when it literally took me, Merv alerted me on his video that, you know, he cited the wrong passage because it's been revised and it's now this passage. It literally took me a minute to do a Google search, find the passage, and read what it actually said, which we put in the paper the other day. The correct, what he was citing. And none of the bullshit he was going on about. Oh, you have to, it's a week. You have a week, and the prosecutor can't say shit about it because it's a must. So I'm just glad that this judge is a little level-headed, you know, and doesn't act out of emotion. He's like, no, Mr. Myers, we're gonna do this by the book, and you can yell, you can scream, you can do whatever you want. Because remember, Myers had his breakdown afterwards, after the judge had left, in front of Judy and everybody else. He was first saying he was going to not show up on Friday, and then he said if he was going to be there, he was going to cause a major disruption. And there'll be hell to pay because he didn't get his way. Because he didn't get the 7 days.
Does he realize any hell to pay is going to be coming out of his own butt?
I don't think he does. I think Lane Myers lives in a world where Lane Myers is the alpha, the omega, and all parts in between. And whatever he says is his word. But we're finding out stuff like, okay, the wife went to the cops and said there was a restraining order against Christopher Ruff, Direct D. No one's found that restraining order. They did a search within the system and they're like, well, okay, we wouldn't have it if Direct D was never served, but it doesn't make sense because it was only good for 45 days if she got one, and he would have had to be served it for it to be good. So we would have had it by now. You know, she literally, allegedly lied to the police. And I could see him putting her up to that, or badgering her to the point where she just does it to, what do you call it? To just get him to shut up. And welcome back, NCR. And hey, Becca. And I'm still wondering why he said his wife is leaving the country. He said she would be gone by the July whatever court date. So is that another lie? But I would like to see the motions that he filed as well before they're argued tomorrow. Oh, Lord. And this is an extended break as the jury asked for a break. I think they needed something after seeing the graphic photos. And we are currently on the cross-examination of the coroner in the case, which has gone for a couple hours now. And remember, we're back with you tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern. And our ongoing campaign is at the bottom here of the screen there. It's going till June 5th. And we are nearing the 4th year where I will lose Burger King. 5th year, I will lose Jimmy John's. And then after that, I will lose various food items. We have to determine those.
Pizza.
Nope, that's not happening.
Now I know what the target is. Thanks, Jim.
We're not losing pizza. I gotta have some form of pizza.
You can have the cauliflower crust pizza.
No, that's not gonna happen.
But I've got a pretty strong stomach. I mean, unless I'm already ill.
Yeah.
Those type of photos really don't do much to me. I don't want to look at photos like that when I'm trying to eat, but
right.
I do know, I understand some people just see that stuff and it turns their stomach.
Right.
I can understand it. And is there any real need for them to have shown this when they could have just taken what she had, her verbiage?
No, he just wants to show to the jury and make as graphic of an impact on the jury as possible.
Yeah, and he wants to make everybody think that he knows better than a fucking ME because he read something about some Waninsky, whatever they're called.
Right.
Which those, yeah, a lot. An ME will probably not call them Waninsky spots unless they have absolute proof that that's what they are.
Right.
So, to me, I understand that why she's calling them gastric ulcers or whatever term she used. Because it is a term that describes what they are.
But why didn't you use it?
Because she can't. I don't. You until you can prove what it is.
Well, it's not like he conducts autopsies and knows the ins and outs of it. And he's just using random phrases he's looked up to say, aha, I gotcha.
Yep. And police procedures that I'm not even sure if he's looking up the procedures from the departments he's, because procedures aren't the same across the board.
Right.
Might be similar, but they're not the same.
Look who's joining us. Hello, Mr. Popeville II.
Hello, boys.
We are on the jury asked for a break because they were reviewing graphic photos.
Oh.
And all of a sudden we had a strange voice of the security guard saying, Your Honor, can we take a break for the jury? And we've been at it.
Either that or get a janitor with a mop.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we're up to 10 so far. I might have to make
Yes,
some
we
more.
are.
I might have to make some more. We'll see how it goes. I might have to make them to order. So, have they finished up with the medical examiner, or are they still on the medical
Nope,
examiner?
still on her.
Even though she should have been done yesterday. Because none of the questions he's asked her that I've witnessed today are really that fucking relevant. Like right now, he's trying to prove that she's wrong about the death being hypothermia.
Okay. Because he knows.
Well, I think they want to push the theory that he was killed in the house and left there until shortly before they arrived.
Right.
Which the only way to have not left tracks going to and from the body was if they would have pulled him in the house right when he left the car, killed him, and drug him out there and left his body. So they would have waited much longer. The snow would have been leaving tracks.
Right.
So, Popeville.
Yes.
You missed the big announcement that once the next round of money hits my account, we will be going to be streaming on Twitter again.
On Twitter.
Yes, we will be buying the year of Twitter service.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And if we get past the Jimmy John's, then our next target is that no pizza.
Oh.
Yeah, but it won't be no pizza for 5 years. That's not fair. That's humanely not fair. No, not going to happen. No. 5 years of pizza, not going to happen.
You can. I said I would go ahead and support you having the cauliflower crust pizzas.
No, that's not fair. It is not fair. That is a staple. It is a staple of my diet.
Well, that's
plus I have a small child in the house, and going without pizza is not avoidable.
They can have as much pizza as they want.
That's not going to happen.
You can feed the leftovers to your cat for all I care, as long as you don't eat it.
All right, Mr. Alessi, you can continue where you left off.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I reapproach the witness?
Yes.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, you have in front of you, which has been marked for identification as M. And you were discussing that. Do you recognize that document? It sort of started over to reorient. You recognize that?
I recognize what it is, yes.
And what is it?
It is a picture of a stomach, of the mucosa of a stomach with multiple hemorrhages.
And does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict a stomach with what you have referred to as multiple ulcers?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence. I object to use it as a public, a chalk
Yes, you
publication.
can.
Yeah, that's what I'll do, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. President.
So you can have it displayed.
Thank you. And again, I'll leave this hard copy with the court reporter, and we'll use the
Oh, so it's not in evidence?
It is not.
It's marked for identification?
Yes, marked for identification, and we are with it. Mr. Wolf? Dr. Scorti-Bello, is that the depiction that you were just describing at your witness stand?
Yes.
And could you please, with the laser pointer, state what you see in this depiction?
So this is a stomach. This is the mucosa, the folds of the stomach. They're not very folded in this particular picture, but you can see these distinct areas that are that have a darker coloration. That's blood. These are hemorrhages.
And to be clear, this is not the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe. This is a medical reference depiction to sort of generic or some other
Dramatic
depiction other than Mr.
reconstruction.
O'Keefe's stomach, correct?
Correct.
If we could, with your Honor's permission, Mr. Wolk, put side by side this chalk with what is in evidence as the actual gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe.
The objection sustained.
Could we, with your Honor's permission, publish simply Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes.
gastric mucosa?
Yes.
Isn't it correct, Dr. Scorti-Bello, that there are much less dark spots in this depiction of the gastric mucosa than there were in the chalk that we just displayed? In other words, that green depiction of what I'll just refer to as a generic stomach. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, you can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Isn't it correct that
never interrupt your enemy when they are
hypothermia
making a mistake?
in the presence of Wisniewski's
Never.
ulcers or spots, that you have to have a predominance of the stomach covered by the spots for them to be Wisniewski ulcers?
I think there's different levels and different grades.
In hypothermia, particularly death from hypothermia, wouldn't you expect to see a predominance of those ulcers, meaning they take up most of the stomach lining? Isn't that what you would expect to see?
Not always. I have seen that. I have also seen cases with much fewer spots, as you refer to them.
But isn't the majority of the cases that you have seen where someone has actually died from hypothermia that the ulcers predominate, take up greater than 50% of the stomach?
Yes.
And what percentage of the, and I'm trying to avoid putting it up again, so what percentage of the gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe would you estimate is taken up by the ulcers that you have identified?
I would say somewhere between 10, 15%.
Just 10 and 15%. Thank you. Now, if we could look to the issue of continuing with hypothermia. Let's go to frostbite. Did you note any evidence of frostbite on the deceased, Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
Do you know what the weather conditions were in Canton, New York?
Oh God, he's back to that sing-song dialogue.
I keep saying Canton, New York.
Did you know what the conditions were in
Know the
Canton?
weather conditions in Canton, Massachusetts, starting at midnight on January 29, 2022, going through 6 a.m. on January 29, 2022.
It was very cold. There was a blizzard coming.
They called it a nor'easter, right?
Correct.
And when you say very cold, in addition to very cold, do you recall whether there were gusting winds?
I believe so.
And do you understand that when there's a very cold temperature in Fahrenheit and you add gusting winds, that is called, when you apply the two together, that's called wind chill, right?
Correct.
And with wind chill, doesn't the phenomenon of wind chill mean that the wind combined with the temperature brings the actual temperature down, and in addition to bringing it down, temperature in a wind chill
No, it
calculation,
doesn't.
it also has a physical effect on the body, correct? Wind chill. Doesn't
No.
wind chill also cause greater effects than if there was no wind?
Correct.
So in
That's not the
medical
question he
terms,
asked.
the wind synergizes with the temperature and exacerbates the effect on a human.
Correct.
And with a wind chill, isn't it correct that you would have a greater chance of frostbite than if there was no wind chill effect at all?
Yes.
So, you saw no signs of frostbite on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
At the time of my examination and at the time of autopsy, no, I did not.
Did you see frostbite at any other time with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I only examined him at the time of autopsy.
So, at the only time you examined him, which is at the time of autopsy, you had zero signs of frostbite, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, now that you have gone through this part of your examination here today, would you like to amend in any way your opinions as to whether hypothermia was any cause of the death of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I don't. I still believe that there were hypothermic signs.
Hypothermic signs, correct?
Yes.
You mean the same thing she's been saying all day?
Yeah.
I'd like to move to another topic area, please. You did not include in your autopsy in any fashion any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you?
No, I did not.
In fact, there were no injuries consistent with a motor vehicle impact on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Sustained.
Did you evaluate it all in your autopsy whether Mr. O'Keefe had any injuries consistent with a motor vehicle accident? Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did examine his lower extremities. That is protocol in any case of suspected impact with a motor vehicle. So I did examine his legs and I did not see any evidence of an impact site.
And could you elaborate to the jury what you mean by no evidence of an impact site?
I'm going to sustain that objection.
What do you mean in your answer, no evidence of impact injuries?
Mean?
I'll allow that.
What I look for is some sort of bruise, either on the outside of the leg or bleeding on the inside after the skin is reflected in the soft tissues, or any fracture of the bones of the legs. I did not observe those things.
That was going to be my question. You did not observe any of those things, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to turn to, please, the face of the decedent in your analysis that you discussed on direct examination of that area of the decedent. You talked about ecchymosis, you recall that?
Yes.
In medical literature, there's a synonym for ecchymosis. It's sometimes referred to as raccoon eyes. Is that correct? Ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to an eyelid, does it?
No.
Ecchymosis does not cause a laceration to a nose, does it?
There was an abrasion on the nose, but no, the answer is no.
Correct. So ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to the nose. Correct?
Correct.
Did your report at all evaluate whether there was any significance of the laceration to the eyelid that you spoke about in your direct testimony?
What do you mean?
Other than just noting that there was a laceration to the eyelid, did your report at all evaluate the potential significance, if any, of that laceration to the eyelid?
I noted it and photographed it, and it was part of the totality of the blunt impact injuries that I noted on both the face and the head.
Do you believe that the laceration to the eyelid could be caused by a blunt impact injury?
A laceration, by definition, is a blunt impact injury.
Do you believe the eyelid laceration was caused by a blunt impact injury from falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Not from falling backwards and hitting one's head, but that area at some point came in contact with a blunt object or surface.
Okay, if I could follow up on that, please. So you agree that if a person falls and hits the back of their head, that they cannot sustain an eyelid injury, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And if somebody falls backward and hits their head, they can't sustain, from that impact to the back of the head, a laceration to the nose, correct?
Correct.
So if we could, Mr. Wolk, and with your Honor's permission, publish which is already in evidence, which are depictions. Let's start out with, please, the laceration to the right eyelid. And Dr. Scorti-Bello, is this the laceration to the right eyelid that we've been talking about of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it did. Yes, it is.
And that injury could not be caused by a fall backwards and one hitting their head, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, we'll just need, and then I'm going to repeat the question. Can you state your answer again? Let me that injury to the right eyelid, that laceration, could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting their head, correct?
Correct.
Bear with me one moment, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Brennan.
Your Honor, I erroneously assumed that that picture was in evidence, and I would like to now properly lay the foundation if I could. Dr. Scorti-Bello, you see what's in front of you. Can we mark this?
So, Mr. Brennan, are you objecting to that coming into evidence? Okay, so let's just put it in evidence.
Exhibit 165.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, I place before you what is in evidence now is 165, and Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolk publish
Yes.
165? Thank you, Mr. Wolk. So, Dr. Scorti-Bello, that laceration to the right eyelid could not be caused by a fall backwards where someone hits the back of the head, correct?
Correct.
So that injury, you've called, what do you label that category? Traumatic, did you use that phraseology?
Blunt
Blunt
impact.
impact. So that's a blunt, in your opinion, that's a blunt impact injury, correct?
Correct.
So is it correct that that injury had to occur in some manner other than falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Yes.
And is that injury consistent or inconsistent with a punch?
I'll allow it.
Could be consistent.
If we could, Mr. Wolk, have the laceration to the nose. I'm sorry, hold off on a moment. Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has agreed to stipulate that this going.
Okay, so like we can mark it.
Exhibit 166.
Oh, thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, I have put before you what is in evidence is 166, and Your Honor may, Mr. Wolf, publish.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict the laceration to the nose of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, it's an abrasion. I described it as an abrasion, as a scrape.
So you would classify that as a scrape?
Yes.
That scrape could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting the back of their head, could it?
Not by a single event, no.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. On your direct testimony, you talked about injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And is it correct that you, in your autopsy report, did not determine the cause of those wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
That's correct.
With Your Honor's permission, I would like to Mr. Brennan. Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has agreed
Okay.
stipulate into evidence these two photographs. May I please have them
Yes.
marked as next to evidence?
Exhibits 167 and 168.
Thank you.
I'm going to do the same thing, if I may, Dr. Scordy-Bell. I'm going to leave these with you, but I'm also going to, with the court's permission, have them published.
Okay.
Use whatever one best allow you to answer the question. Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolf publish those two? Thank you. With regard to what is on the screen, am I correct that you noted these injuries to, and these wounds to Mr. O'Keefe in your autopsy report?
Yes,
And am I correct that you noted that there was a pattern to those wounds?
correct.
And although you noted there was a pattern to the wounds, you were not able to determine the cause of those pattern wounds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are those injuries consistent with a dog bite?
Based on our answer to the last question, ask something else.
I'm sorry, couldn't hear you.
Ask another question, sustain.
Can you identify any cause of those injuries that would be consistent with what is depicted on the screen? Okay.
Hello.
Can you answer that, doctor?
I cannot.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Do you recall discussing at all on your
kind of wondering
direct
why nobody in the
examination-
court was reacting to the phone ringing.
Well, let me ask it this way.
Yeah.
Did you
Hank.
evaluate at all in your autopsy a gray hoodie sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
I had to hide
So-
the puppy.
Were you aware that there was clothing associated with Mr. O'Keefe when he came as part of the autopsy?
He did not have any clothing that came to us. The clothing was removed at the hospital and was packaged and I believe submitted as evidence.
So the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, a t-shirt or a hoodie, didn't make its way to you?
No?
Isn't that normal procedure? People don't tend to be clothed for autopsies. I don't know why this is such a surprise to him.
But when Ducky gets the bodies for autopsy in NCIS, they'll have clothing on them. He's got to send it up to Abby.
To reach a determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That is correct.
So you have doubts about the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, and you consider those doubts reasonable?
Sustain. Sustain.
So you have reasonable doubt.
You were not able to reach a determination as to the manner of death
He's gonna do this
of
4 times.
Mr.
Watch.
O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And manner of death, as you've testified, includes the circumstances surrounding death in addition to the medical analysis that you performed. Okay.
I'm sustaining it, asked and answered.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Asked and badgered.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Mr. Leslie, Mr. Vernon.
Doctor, how many autopsies have you performed in your professional career?
At this point, more than 1,200.
When the person is brought to you, are they usually clothed?
It depends on the circumstances. If a person comes directly from their residence, they may or may not be clothed. If the person comes from a hospital where they went first for treatment, many times the person is unclothed. They may be wearing a hospital gown, but in most cases that clothing has already been removed.
If that clothing has already been processed, is it common that it would be brought to you for inspection?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to the front.
Is clothing that is not accompanying the person's body commonly brought to you for observation?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's move on. Or ask it.
You were asked questions about your opinions relative to spots in the organs of Mr. O'Keefe, and you were asked about part of your statement in the grand jury. When you provide statements, is it important to have the statement in context to understand it?
Yes.
Is it important to have a complete statement rather than just part of a statement?
Yes.
And when you were asked the question that counsel asked you, do you remember that grand jury testimony you gave?
I remember it was a long time ago.
Okay.
But I do remember most of it.
Do you remember when he read part of your answer? It was in response to a grand juror's question?
Yes.
And he read part to you, right? I understand your question, and my answer is that I don't know, but given the environment, so if the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The doctor can answer that.
Do you remember Attorney Alisi read you that part of your statement?
Yes.
Do you remember that you had more to that statement that was left off when he confronted you with it?
I'm sure there's more to this.
To complete your statement, you said, but in the whole context, I believe that those are signs of hypothermia and not caused. Do you remember that completion to your statement?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. You can show her the statement.
Okay. I can approach. I'm going to ask you to take a look at part of your grand jury testimony. Do you remember Attorney Alisi reading part of your answer back?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'll strike that. Have the witness look at it and go from there.
Were you asked about your entire answer or just part of it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Would you read the rest of the answer that you weren't given when it was read to you?
Objection, Your Honor.
So this is phrased as refreshing recollection, so follow it appropriately.
Do you now remember there was more to your answer?
Yes.
Could you share with us the rest of your answer?
Without reading
Objection,
it.
Your Honor.
Without reading it. Turn the paper over, please.
I can take it, Your Honor.
Ask the appropriate questions to whether.
Do you remember the part that was left out?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement to the grand jury?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
After looking at this, does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement you made to the grand jury?
Yes.
And could you share the rest of your statement with the jury, please?
The rest of the statement was that I have to take those findings in the context which was presented to me. So in the case of this particular case, those hemorrhages, in the context of a body found in the snow, I believe they were due to hypothermia.
Is your answer more complete in context?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were shown a photograph of two individuals that were in the room at the time of autopsy. Do you remember that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And you were asked about certain names?
Correct.
You said that there would be a log identifying names?
It would be a log, yes.
A log. Do you remember exactly who logged in to that autopsy?
No, I don't remember their names.
May I approach?
Show Mr. Lesson.
Part of the end of the report. Take a look at you have it. Your Honor, if we need sidebar to explain, we just need a moment to take a look. I can move on and we'll come back to it, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was a little under 81 degrees when he was brought to the hospital?
Yes, that's what the hospital records stated.
And again, a normal body temperature is?
98 degrees.
So there was, is it fair to say there was over an 18-degree drop in his body temperature?
Correct.
And that's
You shared with us that you
after
then
however
understood it
long
was
he was in
blizzard
the
and cold
ambulance being
outside?
warmed up.
Do you have any experience on how rapidly a body temperature will drop outside?
The body temperature?
Yes.
No, it's within the scope. Let's see if she's got the basis for it.
The rate that the body loses heat depends on a number of factors. Depends on conditions, weather conditions. It depends on the original temperature of the body, and the higher the gradient between the body temperature and the environmental temperature, the faster the drop will occur.
You were asked if there was any signs of frostbite. There was no type of freezer burns or anything on Mr. O'Keefe's body, was there?
Sustained.
Was there any type of burns on his body that would suggest that he was put in some type of machine or environment where there was cooling, mechanical cooling?
Sustained. Sustained. Move on, Mr. Brennan.
You were shown a photograph, a chalk, that had spots on them. Do you know where that photograph came from?
I do not.
Do you know who that was from, what person that was from?
No, I do not know the context of that picture.
Do you have any information on the circumstances which led to that condition?
I do not.
Do you have any information about what caused the condition that you saw on that chalk?
I have seen similar pictures in textbooks depicting gastric hemorrhages or Wisniewski spots.
You were asked about your role as a medical examiner, and there were a number of...
Whoops. That's me. I clicked the wrong window. Be right back to it.
Oh, darn.
Damn it. That might have been the key question of the trial that we're missing the answer to.
I know. I know.
Darn you, Jim.
Yes.
You mentioned that you had information from a police report.
Yes.
How many police reports were you given?
There was
for
a
that, you're going to
preliminary
have
police
to
report,
eat
I believe, the day of the autopsy, and
cauliflower crust
communications
pizza with anchovies and
with
pineapple.
law enforcement in
Yeah,
the
that's
days
not
and
going to
weeks
happen.
following.
I reserve right to have my stand-in host do that, so Pope, up to you. Anchovies and cauliflower pizza.
Nope, I'm going to give you a knuckle sandwich pizza.
That's not going to happen. You can pass it down to
Yes.
your stand-in, which is
This
Hank.
is a police report.
I'm going to
on
have the
this
raccoon
particular
army
case.
force feed it to you.
And Hank's stand-in is NCR.
Okay, NCR can have it. He
Uh,
won't
and
eat it. He
other
hates everything.
information, yes.
No, there's no pizza left. There's not going to be any pizza left because the raccoon army is going to force feed him.
11.
Can't be found. I have moved.
This was initiated
How'd the people
on
Roddy
January
track you down?
29th. It says at 1941.
I have this marked for identification, all right?
Okay,
And in the witness another document?
let us mark it.
Yeah.
Just gotta ask. Just go town to town asking delivery drivers. They'll find you eventually.
May I approach her on?
Yes.
Second document, is that another document in your file?
Yes.
And is that another report that you considered?
Yes.
How many lines is that report?
Have you seen a whiny, snivelly guy that looks like John Wayne Gacy?
I'd move to have this marked for identification, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit RR for identification.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'm going to go back to the questions I asked you about logging in and refreshing your memory.
Mhm.
I'm going to hand you a document. I'm not going to ask you to read it aloud. I'm just going to ask you to look at it. Does it refresh your memory on the people who attended the autopsy?
Yes.
And who were they?
I believe one person was Mr. Keefe and the other one was Mr. Corner.
Are you part of the criminal investigation team?
No, I am not.
Did you go to the scene and evaluate any evidence?
No, I did not.
Did you do any of your own detective work or investigation in this case?
No, I did not.
So when you were asked questions about your role as the medical examiner in your medical evaluation of Mr. O'Keefe's body, you were also asked whether you considered any part of the legal aspect. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
You would never, well, let me ask you. You submitted the death certificate on April 14th?
Correct.
I want to talk about some of the things that you may or may not have known about or considered at the time you wrote your death certificate or filed your death certificate. Were you informed or were you aware that before you filed your death certificate, there was information in the investigation that police spoke to a first responder by the name of Timothy Nuttall, who reported that the defendant,
I'm going to allow it.
that the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Were you aware of that
I became aware of it at some point.
during your 90-day window?
I believe so.
Were you aware that there was another first responder by the name of McLaughlin who provided information that the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
Yes.
Were you aware of statements made by the defendant, to Miss McCabe, that she said, may have I hit him? Did I hit him?
Objection, may we approach, please, briefly?
Okay. Thank you.
Sidebar. We're up to sidebar 11.
The defense doesn't like when their own tactics get thrown back in their face.
Yes.
I can hear Jackson now. Anti-Bev, they can't destroy our defense.
What are you doing?
You can't let them.
They're making it
use our
really
words
hard for us
against
to
us.
bring our conspiracy theories in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So jurors, I want to let you know that like other evidence that was let in previously, this is not coming in for the truth of what's in the statements. It's coming in so that as it goes to Dr. Scortivello's knowledge and state of mind at the time of her report.
Thank you. At the time of your death certificate that you filed, were you informed that a Jennifer McCabe had reported that the defendant said, "Did I hit him or could I have hit him multiple times?"
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I don't believe I knew about Miss McCabe.
Did you learn that Ms. McCabe reported later that the defendant, while speaking to first responders, reported that she had hit him? Did you know that?
I was aware of that information later on.
Were you aware of the investigation regarding alcohol consumption?
Yes,
Were you aware that the police or Massachusetts State Police spoke to other witnesses about their observations that night?
about their,
Their observations?
yes,
Were you aware of an interview by Trooper Buchanan with firefighter Daniel Whitley on February 7, 2022?
I don't remember.
Were you aware that Mr. Whitley told the police that the defendant had expressed that she had gotten into an argument with the defendant that night?
That was part of the information I was given, yes.
Were you aware of a report from first responder Anthony Flamate about statements made by the defendant to him?
I don't recall that particular first responder, no.
Were you aware of statements provided by Kerry Roberts to the police that the defendant had called her, citing Kerry, John is dead,
Yeah, I was given that information,
and the questions of did I hit him? Were you aware of that?
yes.
Were you aware of information that troopers had an opportunity to go and speak to the defendant?
Yes,
Were you aware of the statements that she made to the troopers?
not in detail.
Were you aware that when they spoke to her on January 29th, she informed that she had a broken taillight on her vehicle but did not know how it happened?
Objection, Your Honors.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I was provided with that information.
Were you provided the information that she had never observed John enter the residence?
I believe that was part of the original information, yes.
Were you aware that she informed relative to the broken right taillight she didn't know how it happened?
Yes, I was.
Were you aware that members of the Massachusetts State Police obtained John O'Keefe's phone and did a forensic data analysis on it?
I was not aware of that until much, much later.
After you filed your report?
Correct.
Were you aware of location data that was obtained from John O'Keefe's phone before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of...
Just breaking in, we have some good news for tomorrow. Pope, any guesses?
We're off tomorrow?
No, but Judy Jr. The offspring of Judy will be in the courtroom covering the trial tomorrow.
Yay!
She has checked. She will not be missing anything. So Judy Jr. will be in court tomorrow.
Oh, well, that's wonderful news. That is wonderful.
I just wish there was cameras available to see the look on his face when when reality finally hits in. If it ever hits in.
Yeah. It probably will never hit him. He'll probably be in jail for 5 years and not get it.
It hit him.
Yeah. And we now return you to coverage.
Healthcare data on John O'Keefe's phone before you filed the death certificate.
No, I was not.
Were you aware of battery temperature data on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of voice messages left on John O'Keefe's phone from the defendant before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe before you filed your death certificate?
No.
Were you aware of statements from the defendant to various media outlets before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Did anybody ever come to you after you filed your death certificate and ask you to change it?
No.
Did anybody ever provide you any of this additional information you weren't aware of at the time, ask you to evaluate it, and then reconsider your finding?
No.
You were asked some questions about impact injuries. In your experience, are most pedestrian collisions where there's injuries to the lower legs, either frontal or rear impacts?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that because I'll allow that.
Most pedestrian fatalities that we see are with impact with the front of the vehicle.
When you gave the perspective that you looked for impact injuries, was that with consideration of your experience that most collisions are frontal impact injuries?
Most collisions involve frontal impact, yes.
How about cases where you've had an opportunity to observe people who sustained injuries from being clipped? Not hit, but just being clipped. Is your opinion any different in your experience?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
Okay. How about a side swipe injury? Is that different relative to your expectations to lower extremity injuries?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
A bruise on the knee, is that consistent with a side swipe impact?
Could be.
Did you do any type of biomechanical analysis of any alleged collision in this case?
No, I did not.
Were you asked to?
I'm not qualified to do that.
And so when you talk about injuries from a collision, are you in part speculating about what could happen to somebody?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
Are you giving a direct opinion in this case about how the injuries were caused?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked questions about a nose laceration.
Yes.
And you offered that was not consistent with falling backwards on the head alone.
Correct.
You were asked if that was consistent with a punch.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's not the testimony. That's your objection, Mr.
That
Witness.
is, Your Honor. There's not a question.
Did you provide an opinion that it could be consistent with a punch?
I did provide that opinion.
Could it be consistent with broken glass?
It's possible.
Could it be consistent with sharp shards from broken plastic?
Possible.
Could it be consistent with first aid?
I'm sorry, what was
Could it be consistent with first aid treatment?
Anything is possible.
Do you have any firsthand knowledge of how the laceration on the nose happened?
I do not have firsthand knowledge.
Did you know at the time you filed your death certificate that there was plastic pieces of taillight found near Mr. O'Keefe's body around 5:45 p.m. on January 29, 2022?
I do believe some of that information was communicated to us, yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Scorti-Bello, Attorney Brennan just asked you questions about alcohol consumption. You had the opportunity to evaluate the medical records of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you had, in terms of the medical records, information with regard to the medications that Mr. O'Keefe had taken, is that correct?
I believe I reviewed those records at some point prior to issuing my report, yes.
Do you recall the list of medications that were in the medical records that Mr. O'Keefe was on?
I do not recall.
If I were to show you a document, might that refresh your recollection as to the list of medications?
I'm going to allow it. Is in connection with alcohol too, you said, right?
Correct, Your
Go right
Honor.
ahead.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. May I?
Yes.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, may I stand by the witness here?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, I am providing you with a document. Up at the top it says John O'Keefe, and I would like to draw your attention to medications. And to expedite it, I am going to focus on the fourth item on that list. Can you state what that medication is?
The fourth item is omeprazole.
Does that refresh your recollection as to one of the medications Mr. O'Keefe was on?
Yes.
And that medication is?
It's an antacid.
Right, and so omeprazole is the trade name of omeprazole Pepsid?
I believe so.
And Pepsid is a proton pump inhibitor?
Correct.
And a proton pump inhibitor stops the proton pump in the stomach from releasing acid, correct?
Yes.
And we're going to come back to that in just a moment, but do you also recall testifying at the grand jury with regard to alcohol consumption and potential alcohol consumption of Mr. O'Keefe?
I do remember testifying, yes.
And do you recall what your testimony was with regard to alcohol consumption and small ulcers in the stomach potentially associated with alcohol consumption?
Alcohol consumption, I don't recall my exact words at grand jury, but alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers.
And alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers, and what medications can treat gastric ulcers?
Well, they don't treat them, they prevent them, but that would be a proton pump inhibitor such as omeprazole.
Right. So, isn't it correct, therefore, that the ulcers that are observed in the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe that we talked about, the gastric mucosa, could have come from ulceration due to alcohol consumption?
It's possible.
As opposed to hypothermia, correct?
Correct.
Attorney Brennan asked you questions moments ago, and actually several of them, of which included the words, did I hit him, could I hit him? Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And isn't it correct that you had that information before you issued your final findings in this matter in April of 2022?
Yes, I did.
So, even though you had all that information, you still were unable to conclude the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
All right, doctor, you are all set.
Thank
Thank
you,
you
Your
very
Honor.
much. I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Sidebar. Sidebar number 12.
Well, that's all the pre-made ones I had, so hopefully I don't have to make any to order. We're almost done for the day.
Yeah, we got 15 minutes. We may end up going early. So yes, tomorrow we will have our junior Judy in court, and she will probably join us at the 8 o'clock show. So we will not miss out on all of the freaky things that Lane Myers may do tomorrow, especially if he holds true to his promise to disrupt the court proceedings. Court proceedings themselves will be re-air or re-streaming the audio only of the court proceedings tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, and then we will have her on at 8 o'clock. It looks like 8 p.m. Eastern. As long as she's okay with it, and as long as she's free, because I do know she's got finals. So.
Well, she's excited, but we'll see how long that excitement lasts.
Today, I'm told that we are on schedule.
Yay!
So with that, I'm going to let you know a few minutes early, so please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case.
Freedom!
To see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be very careful with your social media. So we'll see you tomorrow.
Rest of the jury.
Okay then, let's double check that they are gone for the day. No more sidebars.
I hope not. We're cleaning the grill.
Oh, what you gonna grill?
We're cleaning the grill from the sidebars today.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, tomorrow you better make some serious sidebars.
Be seated.
Something's
All
going
right,
on.
so Mr. Lessie, I'll hear you.
Oh.
I'll hear you, Mr. Lessie.
Motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. The topic I would like to raise with Your Honor is the timing and nature and significance of the information that the defense has received from the firm Aperture. And Your Honor may recall there are two individuals on the witness list that we understand are to testify in this matter. The first is Dr. Judson Welcher, and the second is Shannon Burgess.
And are they testifying in reverse order, though, than what you said?
My understanding is, Your Honor, yes. That
Okay.
My understanding, Mr. Brennan has the best information, is that it's proposed that Mr. Burgess testifies first and Dr. Welcher testifies thereafter.
Okay.
So the Commonwealth has established in reports right up until May, not established, they had stated in the reports of Aperture, particularly the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher, a trigger called 1162.2 that they have associated in the report of Dr. Welcher with a specific time. And that specific time that they have associated with that trigger is 12/31/38 to 12/31/43. And we have been assuming that information, and this is from best memory, but I believe it's slide 137 or so, where this statement is in the slide. And so we have proceeded with our defense. We have proceeded with the work that has been assigned to ARCA based upon that time period. On May 8th, not too long ago, Your Honor, we received an amended report of Shannon Burgess that pushes that time period. I'm just going to get it. So, although it was dated May 8th, we received it actually on May 11th. And in that report, Mr. Burgess states that he is making an amendment, and he is now stating that that infotainment trigger of 1162.2 is further back in time, and it is past 12/31/43.
Do you have the time?
I'm going to get the exact time, Your Honor. It is 12/32/16. And Your Honor may recall that the seconds, literally seconds, matter in the analysis of many factors. I won't go into them other than to say I went through and developed testimony with regard to the cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen. He had a timeline. He talked about much human volitional conduct. Suffice it to say that that information is literally by seconds determinative in some ways of various analyses. So we basically commissioned, if you will, ARCA to be looking at matters based upon the infotainment trigger 1162.2 of 12/31/38 to 12/31/43. As of May 11th, we received information that has changed that. Now, Your Honor, that is a Rule 14 violation, among other issues, but I wanted to start there. It's a Rule 14 violation. It's obviously, as I stated, an amendment of a report of a significant matter. And also, with regard to the defense's ability to provide a defense, we have to be able to evaluate that information in terms of our entire defense. And it's just not limited to ARCA, it's our entire defense. The other data point I want to get to, so the effect it's had, we still haven't even been able to evaluate entirely that. And I believe, Your Honor, based upon the information that I have, that this may have been a calculated matter by the Commonwealth, but even assuming it's not calculated, the effect is pronounced. So what I want to do, Your Honor, is to look at what the reason Mr. Burgess has given, which leads me to be very concerned about a calculation and a strategy calculation here. Mr. Burgess states in his own words that the reason why he is changed, that time is being changed, is to, quote, align the trigger with Mr. Whiffin's analysis. And Mr. Whiffin's analysis is based upon the extraction data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And I believe it's undisputed that
God,
the
would you hold
extraction
still,
from
please?
Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred years ago. And the data from that has been extant, it's been available years ago.
So this is ARCA
to
shit?
me, Your Honor, that basis can't be
No,
a
it's-
proper
it's-
basis at particularly this
report that
stage where we
he
are approaching
is
the
bitching
end
about.
of the trial,
Oh, okay.
just literally days before the testimony of Aperture. And we are in a very, very almost impossible, challenging situation. So, Your Honor, there are obviously, Your Honor knows the
Stop moving.
situation here. Our first request is that the May 8th report that we received on May 11th be not allowed, that it be not considered at all. As Your Honor knows, I don't like to use hyperbolic words, but the word has been used for us, against us, ambush, ambush, ambush. If there's ever an example of an ambush, this is it. And so, Your Honor, our request is that Your Honor find a Rule 14 violation.
I'm not
that
ever
Your Honor has
hyperbolic.
remedy be that the violation, remedy be that this is not allowed, and that the Commonwealth proceed with its, the information of Aperture that has been extant before the May 8th date of the report. Thank you.
Extant?
All right, do you have another option if that's not something that we do, right? Because the Commonwealth moved to exclude ACA or have them go by their old report, right?
Right, and Your Honor, I'm going to answer your question, but with just the quick point that this is really much different than ARCA because two reasons. We are the defense, and ARCA is
We
a
get what we
rebuttal
want.
to the prosecution's case. That is much different than a prosecution changing its theory of the case at this time.
I understand that. I'm just asking if you
Right,
have
so-
another
so-
option.
It's not
Answer
what I
the question, Alessi.
am saying that I am proffering. I think the only remedy here is exclusion and a Rule 14 violation.
And you're not waiving that?
I'm not waiving that.
No, I'm not asking you to.
Your Honor.
Okay, a continuance for how long?
I could have a better answer perhaps to that question tomorrow. I haven't given what's been going on. I haven't even had a
Right.
chance to talk to ARCA at
All
all.
right, so tomorrow morning, let me know that. All right,
In Your Honor, I will do that, of course. And I will also say, without getting into an elaboration of it, we have to look at all the witnesses that we called. I'll give you an example. Mr. Whiffin, I had my whole cross-examination, not whole, but a significant part of my cross-examination of Mr.
Hold
Whiffin
still.
based upon going through human volitional conduct off that phone that was after that 1162 trigger. And a lot of our defense in theory is based upon that's been in existence now for several months. And again, I go to the bottom line that the proffered reason in Mr. Burgess's report is to align with the data on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and then that's been around for a long time. So that's my answer to Your Honor's question.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Your Honor, this disclosure is not a Rule 14 violation. The Commonwealth, just like the defense, is entitled to continue to work on their case and study their case as time goes on. This issue, the relevance of this issue, has been clear throughout the case, including my opening statement. And the issue is that clocks are different. There is a clock in a Lexus that runs on a different time than that of an iPhone. If you recall, in my opening statement, I talked about the fact that there are variances between those clocks. So instead of a moment that coincides happening at the precise second, sometimes there's a variance of time between the two. So the Lexus clock could be at a variance with an iPhone, but the event still could happen at the same time, given the clocks have different times. The defense provided a report by a person by the name of Mr. DeSorga, a noted expert witness who they've listed as witnessing the potentially call. Mr. DeSorga wrote a report, and in the report he suggested, based on his analysis, that Mr. O'Keefe's phone always ran late. That means if the text stream data, the black box data from the car, has a event at 12:38.
You might be.
12:31:38.
Can you mute him?
Mr. O'Keefe's last
Hank, you asleep?
or 12:32:16 last user interaction.
I was muted.
There is a
Oh,
variance between those.
somebody's snoring.
We asked our expert to review their expert's report to see if he was accurate that the variance means that these times would never align. And that's what he did. He studied the data, he studied the ways, he studied the Lexus black box relative to the time. Doesn't change anything, doesn't change the data whatsoever, just adds to the time. What he learned, from his opinion, is that Mr. DeSorga was wrong. He used information from different phones, not recognizing the items that these timelines came from, and that his time estimates are wrong. So then he looked at the time of the event of the ignition, on and off, and he compared that to the Waze data. And when he did, he found that he could identify what the actual differential was. Instead of guessing that it was within the 30-second window, it was somewhere around 21 to 25 seconds. And that 7 minutes before the collision, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 21 to 29 seconds ahead, which means you subtract that time, which puts it in the same variance that we've been arguing from the beginning, that the collision occurred at the same moment when Mr. O'Keefe last had user interaction, and that reconciles with the data. It does not change the text stream data or the black box information on the car whatsoever. It does not change ARCA's analysis whatsoever. We received this report on May 8th. I was surprised to receive it. I welcomed it. We turned it over on May 8th. There was no delay. It's been a week now the defense has had this information. And so this is not an attempt to align anything. While it may reconcile or identify that variance more closely, it doesn't change any data whatsoever. And so this is not a Rule 14 violation. The effort was in response to disclosures that we believe were wrong by the defense expert, and it is clarified and it is favorable for us. And so we should be able to use it.
Did you intend to use it in your case in chief, or only if this witness disorder? I don't remember reading that name, so I don't know how to pronounce it.
In my case in chief, because we now have this available data. As I said, this wasn't ambush, isn't something that we sat on. It was in response. Fortunately, we received their expert report, which caused us to focus more closely. And now that we've identified that variance, rather than having an open variance of 30 seconds, we should not be precluded from favorable information that has been provoked by a report by the defense.
Okay. Yes.
I'll do it quickly.
Okay.
Attorney Brennan has provided a lot of information, and he has accurately provided information, but he's got the time completely wrong and the significance respectfully completely wrong. I'm going to hit his 4 categories quickly. He said, he referenced Mr. DeSorbo, who is a defense witness. Two points about Mr. DeSorbo. First, Mr. DeSorbo provided his expert report within the reciprocal discovery deadline.
Okay.
And he provided that report months ago.
Okay.
So if, as I heard Attorney Brennan, he's saying the reason why we're getting something on May 8th is because Mr. Burgess supposedly is responding to that. That was months ago.
Okay.
The more apt point is, or an even more apt point is, Mr. DeSorbo was responding to the information of Aperture. It wasn't like Mr. DeSorbo was coming up. He was rebutting as defendants do. So, and it's Mr. DeSogra, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. Again, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. So that's an important point with regard to Mr. DeSogra. Now I want to go to Attorney Brennan's comment about clocks are different. I agree with Attorney Brennan on that. The shortcoming for Attorney Brennan's argument, however, is that the clocks are different concept has been in existence in this case for over 6 months. I can give you by memory Mr. Whiffin's report of December of 2024, where his report went into the different clocks and what their significance was. So that is almost 6 months ago, at least 5 months ago, the issue of different clocks has been in existence in this case. So therefore, the issue of different clocks dates back to then. But even more fatal for the Commonwealth's argument is that Mr. Burgess himself issued his report and talked about the difference in clocks. He already knew it. He already had it.
Did he testify to that last time? Did he testify?
Aperture was not part of the first
trial. All right, I thought Burgess was, no?
No, neither. Okay. No one from Aperture was.
I knew Aperture was, and I thought he may have been something. The name just sounded.
Neither Burgess nor Welcher were part of the first trial, but they were retained. Aperture was retained, I believe, in October of 2024. And outrage at best for the Commonwealth.
And they're using
Aperture had, and Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher had Mr. Whiffin's report that talked about the clock differences. So the clock differences cannot be, as the Commonwealth is proffering, some sort of new information that caused Aperture to provide a new report. This variance that Attorney Brennan talked about, it's called the clock drift. A more layperson's term is a variance of time. Mr. Burgess, in his original report months ago, has a whole section on clock drift. That's not a new concept for him. He's just changing the drift.
Okay, so what I'd like to do, because I want to address the other issue and I don't want to keep people here too long, can you wrap it up, Mr. Alessi, or is that?
In 60 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
In 60 seconds.
Your Honor, the last point I wanted to make, and I think I heard Attorney Brennan correctly, is he said he was surprised that he got this report dated May 8th. That's what I heard. So if the Commonwealth is surprised that they got it, that should mean, to me, Your Honor, be an outstanding, fetching reason to not allow it, because they're surprised to get it. And I can lastly say this, Your Honor, there's nobody that's more surprised to getting this than the defendant when we got it on May 11th.
Okay, thank you. The other issue about calling your expert on rebuttal, Mr. Brennan, based on the late disclosure of the ARCA materials. What's your argument on that?
I won't iterate the entire past, but Your Honor has found discovery violations. Your Honor has found that I want to phrase this properly, efforts of the defense were improper. And inevitably, we've now received an extraordinary amount of discovery on the most important issue in this case, well beyond the discovery deadlines, without any excuse. And the court, understandably, has overruled the government's objection and has stated that it is going to allow the defense to proffer 2 expert witnesses in a very complicated field, in an issue that is the heart of this case. If you're going to allow them to testify, despite the fact that we have not had adequate time to review and to prepare and to address it. The Commonwealth has the burden of proof. the Commonwealth has an obligation to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. And this isn't simply late disclosure of some evidence. This is a massive amount of evidence of the most critical issue. And so we provided this information to Dr. Wexler. As you know, he was away. We did not get a report until maybe May 7th. We did not have a chance to look at it until May 9th. An extraordinary amount of work, effort, and expense has gone into preparing our case for the jury. He is still in the process of reviewing the materials. There are entirely new subject areas within this information, well beyond the simple 4 opinions that they gave at the beginning. There are studies, there are demonstrations, there are experiments. This requires not only review, but an analysis, testing, vetting, and then preparing testimony to address the claims made by the defense experts. Not to get into a battle of disparagement, but our expert has found extraordinary issues in his first reviews of material. And some of those concerns lead him to need, in his opinion, to actually conduct his own tests to demonstrate the failures of these ARCA witnesses. That's going to take time. You've heard from the ARCA witnesses themselves. With the amount of data they received, they estimated they needed 5 weeks. And they were given 5 weeks despite all the discovery deadline violations. They were given 5 weeks. We did not get the report until May 7th. And so we believe we are entitled to have our expert.
Abby, basically, if the phone was running fast on John O'Keefe's phone, or the clock is running fast, that decimates the defense's theory that John was able to turn off his phone physically after supposedly being hit. The timeline is reset by 30 seconds. Putting it in, it could be said
So what
that
is it
he
exactly you're proposing?
turned his phone off and then was hit.
Have him testify about what he has prepared, that he's had adequate time to prepare. If either of these ARCA witnesses testify and they introduce new opinions, new testing, new demonstrations, he should be able to continue reviewing the materials, actively engage his own testing now, so by the time the defense case is over, he will be prepared to come back and address the new issues, not the older issues or regurgitate his testimony, but to address any new issues that were provided in violation of discovery orders, and so that he can then address the jury on those specific new issues. I see no other way of this expert fairly being provided, presented to the jury. The unfair prejudice cannot be cured in any other way. So we ask that he be able to continue his review, offer rebuttal opinions on anything that is new, and not to encroach on anything that's been previously provided.
Can Burgess testify after Welcher?
No. No, because Dr. Welcher relies on Shannon Burgess's information and material. It will make no sense. I thought about it. It makes no sense to the jury, this presentation, unless Shannon Burgess has an opportunity to provide the background information.
Right. Mr. Lessie, I'll hear you on this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think and I understand that it's very well understand the time of the day, so I'm going to do this hopefully efficiently. When we're talking about ARCA and the information of ARCA, it's very important analytically to put them in their 2 proper buckets. The first bucket is the information and opinions of ARCA that have been in existence since February of 2024.
Yeah, let's focus on the beyond. Let's focus on
Okay, good, because my pithy conclusion is there should be no prejudice on that.
And I don't think the Commonwealth's even suggesting that. So
we're focusing just on the quote new information bucket.
Shut up and
Your
get
Honor,
to the
it's
point.
very important to understand that what ARCA is doing is in response to the testing of aperture. ARCA did not come up with new approaches, we again, to state the obvious, are the defense. We get to rebut what the prosecution has put forward. And so what ARCA has done with the new information, new testing, is simply to rebut what Aperture has done. So I do not understand the length of time or the lift, if you will, that's being proffered for Aperture. Now with regard to the time period, Your Honor has already determined what the appropriate approach is for the new information from ARCA. When Dr. Rentschler was on the stand, and Dr. What you said, when can you get me the information? And they said, I think it was May 6th or May 7th, whatever, and they met the deadline. They did it. We proceeded along with the trial with that information. We complied with that request to continually try to claim that there should be ongoing remedies of something that's already been decided. I do not understand.
So I did leave open. I did leave it open to address.
You did leave open the time, but Your Honor didn't leave open that you were going to continue to address this matter as if the defense is making perpetual violations. There was a determination made, and then the question was the remedy. So I'm just addressing the Commonwealth, positing that somehow there's continuing violations. My final 2 points. What Mr. Brennan is seeking is improper. What it's seeking is the most extraordinary situation, which is have Aperture come before the jury, testify to certain things, have ARCA have to come on, and then have Aperture come back and essentially have almost a rebuttal to a rebuttal as of right. I do not understand that process. I do not understand that proposal. It inverts the order of proof. It prejudices the defendant because it almost ipso facto gives a double rebuttal, surrebuttal to the defense. I believe, Your Honor, the final point is if Your Honor is inclined to give Aperture more time, and I haven't even heard a deadline yet for Dr. Welcher. It's still open. What I would recommend, Your Honor, is that we follow the proper order of proof. We determine when Aperture can conclude its review of the ARCA work, and that there be a reflection that keeps the order, namely that the prosecution comes in with Aperture, Dr. Welcher, and Mr. Burgess, and then the defense, as part of its case in chief, puts on ARCA, and we make the determination as to what happens there. Otherwise, what we're happening is here, it's almost a self-serving matter where the Commonwealth is getting to put on certain witnesses here from our witnesses and then have an automatic rebuttal. And Your Honor, I just think that's improper and prejudicial. There's another, and importantly, it's a burden shifting to the defense.
All right, so I have a question for you, Mr. Lessie. Are you still thinking that if the defense puts on a defense, that will take roughly a week and a half for that to take place?
That is our best estimate still, Your Honor.
And not holding you to this, because obviously you have no burden. If ARCA is part of that defense, when in that week and a half time frame would that be?
We haven't made a final decision, Your Honor, but we're pretty close that it would be toward the end.
Okay. All right. I needed all this information now, so I appreciate it. All right. Thank you.
All rise.
Okay, folks. We're out of here.
Goodbye.
We'll be back tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern, and we'll see you then.
Bye-bye. Good night. Don't forget to tip your servers.